The seas still whisper of gods and monsters. It has been far too long since the legends of Age of Mythology have battled. Once again, armies gather, and titans wake from their slumber. The heavens crack, the ground splits, and only the worthy will stand. Mighty civilizations, each commanding myth and mortal alike, each calling for glory. Champions League begins now.
Boys and girls, another day, another you, another me, another day of the Champions League. Yeah, what a time to be alive here, guys. We've got ourselves an action-packed day for today. We've got 3DB versus Super. Well, first and foremost, we've got Kavoth versus Recon. They're currently in the hot seat, awaiting to get going here. They've already done their draft. They've got their maps all coming through. They've got to pick their gods, and then they're going to be literally off to the races. Best of 5, tournament lives on the line. Every single win here does mean a step up in prize money, and to be completely honest, a step up in glory and bragging rights. And also the most important thing is the ability to say, I beat you in this thing for the next 6 months until they face off again, or whenever the next time they face off in tournament again. So it's really, really important. This is a literal finals caliber of match to kick this entire event off for today. Like, literally, sure, yes, the Mister is the Mister, and we kind of expect to see him in the finals. However, if the Mister was to, for whatever reason, drop to the losers bracket, and for whatever reason to be dropping, the clear next 2 players in line to be in the finals would be Kvothe and Recon. And the fact that we're seeing them here in this stage of the competition is absolutely crazy. Now, they have already done their draft. I am currently awaiting them to just do their god picker. So that's a thing. So let's jump over to the standings. I'm going to walk you through all the other good stuff, and then we'll jump over to the bracket. Alrighty, so we've got ourselves Recon, Kvothe here for our first game. Obviously very closely matched in terms of wins, losses, and in terms of overall rating as well. They both are very slow, methodical players. More about the APM being effective than high, obviously. Then, of course, we have Soup and 3DB matching up. That's going to be a really, really fun matchup of strategy and decision making and all those other good things there. And then obviously we've got the Mister and Rappel. That's one that we're all sort of waiting on. The Rappel, we got some fans out there for the Rappel, trying to pull for him to actually give Mister his first loss. And then obviously finally got that Mosca and Tunison semi-final coming through, which nobody expected, but we're not unhappy to see that, because they are both absolutely insane players. Absolutely high caliber, high level, and all the other good stuff. Alrighty. Let's jump over to the draft Rooney and see what we're going to see. Alrighty, so here is our draft. Kvothe takes the Kronos up front here. Recon takes the Tsukuyomi. And all of a sudden, my tournament format starts to make some sense. We've gotten to a point where there's not a clear first pick. Kronos, Tsukuyomi, Recon bans out the Isis, Kvothe bans out the Susanoo. Then Kvothe takes Zeus as his first pick. Absolutely wild there, considering I think that's one of the few gods here that Kvothe has lost. The draft is opposite? Wait, really? Hold on. It totally is opposite. Let me do a flipperoonie. Smack. All better now. All better. Thank you to the Mister there for solving my issues. As our first game is going to actually be a Kronos versus Fushi affair on Blue Lagoon. And look, just take a look over there. How cool is that look? How cool does that look? So I think the players are just about ready to get going. Let me just have a little quick look. No, they're still messing around. So yeah, we've got a whole bunch of stats here, courtesy of Boit over at AOM Stats. So let's take a little bit bigger of a cooler more special look at it. And as we jump over here, we got that Kronos has actually beaten Fushi in this tournament twice and has lost 0 times. 0 times. There's, yeah, that's the story there. Blue Lagoon's obviously been picked a whole bunch of times. Of course, there's been a whole bunch of bans on this one as well. It's really, really interesting type of situation here for this one. So this is going to be a really, really spicy matchup, I think. Kavoth is one of the better Fushi kind of Chinese players inside of the Champions League, I would say. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he's going to match up against the Kronos. I don't believe that Fushi has any problems versus the Kronos Rush. This is you do need to not greed in advance. Maximum of a second Kwafu only. You're not going to go for a third Kwafu. You're going to get a nice quick advance time. Looking at like somewhere between 330 and 340 or whenever that advance is. I can't remember off the top of my head, but a nice quick advance and you're going to be off to the races there. Don't know exactly what's going on, but unfortunately, Recon's having some issues. I've got no idea why he doesn't see them. Does he not have the thing? No, he should see them. I don't see any. Oh. Oh, issues. You need to show the voice channels. Sorry, guys. A little bit of random admin to sort out above, but it just should be really, really fun. There's obviously the automaton sort of ideas for Kronos, which a lot of Chinese players have been struggling against. But realistically, at this level, there's a lot of answers to all this stuff. I think I vaguely recall the Mister playing against this at some point. I vaguely recall that. Why do I recall that? And he sort of did completely fine from memory. Anyways. How you guys going? Are you guys excited for today? It's going to be an action-packed day of Champions League Season 4 shenanigans. Of course, we've got the best players in the world remaining. A couple of really highlight matches. Which match are you guys most looking forward to? Is it this one? Is it going to be that Soup 3D? Just getting to see Mr. playing is always a treat in of itself, but also seeing Mr. playing versus a training partner is also like a really, really interesting situation as well, because you get a little bit of a glimpse into the whole thing, because it's like there's not, generally speaking, okay, well, maybe we can save all that conversation for when we get to that series. And then obviously Tunison and Mosca, they're actually also a little bit of a training partner in terms of all that stuff there as well. Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see no Frere here, and also no Frere banned from Recon is pretty spicy. And in all honesty, like normally Recon, every single ban Recon's had so far has been Frere thus far. But not only does Recon not pick Frere, but he also doesn't ban it, and Kavoth doesn't pick it up either. Also, the other thing here about Recon's draft, which is very interesting, is it's super Greek heavy. Really, really Greek heavy. Greek has, I don't think it's necessarily been buffed to the 9s or anything. Zeus got a nice little buff, but Hades and Poseidon, these gods didn't really see from, maybe there was a Toxote boost? No. These gods didn't see any mad boosts coming into this thing. And I'm telling you, Kavoth he likes myth units, and Greek doesn't really like dealing with myth units. I'll also point out that both of these players are not Norse players. So I'm not surprised to see no Norse picks from these guys. That's something to really keep in the back of your mind. We should really be focusing more on this specific matchup. So the question here is going to be, will we see Recon go for a Kronos rush? Will we see Recon go for a early favor strategy with a whole bunch of early oracles? Or will we see Recon go for a booming idea with far second town center? There are several very, very spicy timings with Kronos that you have to be very aware of. Now, I'm fairly sure Kavoth is aware of these, considering he is not only a Atlantean player, but also a master of the boom in terms of how to maximally increase his income to hit certain points in the game and get really big value from that, especially with the Atlanteans, of course, other civs as well. So he's going to be very well aware that if this does go into the two-town center approach from the Kronos, well, now we know that there's potential for that heroic age timing to come where the Atlantean player just has got more stuff than you. Some of the time, this isn't the case for the Chinese. Like, Chinese can sometimes have similar types of resources, but it's a little bit of an interesting one to really think. But yeah, this is we've got just a little bit more time until we jump into our first map. It's going to be on the map. Yeah, of course, it's going to be on the map Blue Lagoon. And we haven't. This is generally like what a lot of players believe to be one of the most fair, open, and closed-ish, like good for offense, good for defense type maps. Lots of opportunities for far second town centers if the map spawns nicely for it. I played a game yesterday, and the map spawned in a way that a couple of walls could lock off the back of the map, and that allowed the gold mine to get secured. So those types of maps can kind of generate, can be very, very easy to play that sort of defensive type of idea. And of course, you can also get some very, very aggressive variants on Blue Lagoon, even though there are still going to be those choke points that come in there with the cliffs and the forests and things like that. They can still be very much like town center placement, food placement. That all really does play a big role into what sort of strategy you want to be going for. Of course, you can kind of just jump into this matchup and say, well, this is X matchup, let's play Y strategy for X matchup, and that's another perfectly valid way to open. But if you're not looking at the map and adapting to what you're seeing, then you're gonna have some issues where that's concerned. However, ladies and gentlemen, it is the first game of the day. It is on Blue Lagoon. It's Kronos versus Fushi. We're going to be jumping in here. Make sure you got yourself your water bottle, a tasty beverage, or whatever else you feel like is going to be nice for yourself. Let's get into this first map on the map Blue Lagoon and check it out. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, assorted members of the jury, I welcome you here to Champions League Season 4. This is the Losers Bracket Round 2. Following this will be the Losers Bracket Semifinals, I believe. So, now we know where we're at. Who are we going to be watching here today? In the blue color, playing as Fushi, his name is Kavoth. Now, I'm struggling just a little bit with my shenanigans here. Hopefully I can fix it. And it is Kavoth. Hey, see? Easy fix. No problems here. He's got himself a fairly interesting map that has already been scouted by his opponent, who does happen to be another incredibly high-level player in the red color, playing as Kronos, it is Recon. And I can reveal to you already that we are going to be seeing Recon going for a very, very fast advance, and he is going to be looking for a lot of damage here early game. Now, has this been spotted by Kavoth? Answer, no, it has not been spotted. But Temple is up, and it's going to be a pretty quick advance here from Kavoth as well. He's a little bit short on the food, though that looks like it's probably going to be in here as the temple gets deconstructed. No extra pioneers to come through. And the Chi Yao is pre-queued in. And this is going to be both players advancing quickly. The temple here still not actually getting spotted. The pioneer out of position needs to bring that one back in as the temple is going to get shot back up in a nice safe position here. And I think Kavoth is going to be completely fine. Now, one thing here he should be considering is trying to get himself out the fastest of Imperial Academies, such that he can get himself out that Najar and completely shut down anything coming his way. However, this is the Prometheus approach from Recon. It's not Leto, as the Oracle does come back. He grabs that Oseberg wagon. He does spot the temple, and 2 pioneers will be out. And I don't believe here that Kavoth is going to be taking any significant damage. So both players, respecting these sorts of builds, and we are going to be seeing a very quick counter barracks coming in as well, as the Yatsa does pop through here as well, and that's going to start being some dead units. And Kavoth still not placing anything in here, but he does now see the counter barracks. Of course, he can go for his own actual military camp here and start making some Javelineers out, which will completely shut down any Terma that are going to be coming through. But the other completely valid approach here is just to get out a Najar, and that's going to be more than enough to start dealing with the early game Terma coming out, and you can start thinking about actually playing for the classical age a little bit after this. So Recon dictates the start of this game with his rush, and Kavoth here actually doesn't get him. Oh no, there's that Najar. So the Najar is in. Going to be some little bits of fire onto this side. And the question here is going to be, how many Terma does Recon actually decide he wants to make here? Because he can go for a handful of Terma and actually back off into a town center and have Kavoth really, really struggling with getting his own town center up by overbuilding Javelineer and things like that. But one military camp now up. The game to continue along as the Yatsa needs to come back in. And this Yatsa is so good versus these Terma, because he has a whole bunch of Pierce Armor. He's got 60% Pierce Armor, and he has that speed advantage at 5.3. There is obviously the Valor that can get dropped down onto a Terma there, keeping that one nice and alive. And Kavoth is going to have to pull back in, but he gets himself out the attachment onto his military camp. Doesn't quite have the resources for a whole bunch more pioneers here, but good control here from Kavoth. Does manage to snipe a pioneer at this point as he pulls back into his tower. The game to continue along here. Another Yatsa going to be coming through. And now this is scary for these Terma. Yes, there's going to be another Valor here, but this is scary for the Terma because these Yatsa, they don't really take damage from a Terma at 60% Pierce Armor. And at this point now, Recon does have to respect this and has to pull back to some degree. So a really, really nice defense from Kavoth, but in the grand scheme of things, I mean, villager differential is equal. Not really that many units lost here just yet. And Recon is continuing to make this Terma thing happen. He wants to keep putting this pressure on. And Kavoth pulls back into his tower, pulling his units back, deconstruction onto the military camps. You get back both of the resources for that? Surely you do. As the Yatsa dive in here, a couple of low HP hero Terma need to get targeted down over onto the back here. Kavoth needs to get himself up another military camp. But man, Recon is putting the pressure on at the moment as Kavoth trying his best to just dodge all of these arrows, but it is looking like the numbers are starting to pile up. Another little cheeky military camp onto this position. blocking up his wood line here. He could pull the villagers off over onto the other side. Snipes a villager there as the units to charge back in. And now all of a sudden, Recon is looking like he is in the driver's seat. But once these Javelineers, the numbers start to come through, they do actually start winning these fights. But he does need to get them out. Lots and lots of gold in the bank right now for Kavoth as well. He's going to pull up to the top. Getting a nice little snipe there onto one of those Hero Terma. Charging in with the Najar and that Halberdier. Halberdiers do get taken out pretty quickly with this amount of Terma, but the Javelineers are the ones that are getting that real nice amount of damage as this Terma gets knocked off onto the side. I'm sure that's probably going to be another Valor onto that one or something like that as the Najar goes down. Unit's going to be coming back out yet again. Villagers up to the top, finishing up on this Giraffe. This Yatza, they get pulled back and just hanging there with a little bit of HP remaining. Can't really heal that one up until he's into the next age. There is also a lightning weapons available if need be, as a Promethean numbers are going to start coming in. And this does become somewhat of a problem because you can target down the Pioneers with those Terma. And you can kind of target down the Najar, but as long as these numbers aren't that big, it should be fine. Military differential here is very, very close. Though there is this, of course, this Yatsu you have to basically just think is dead here. As the unit's popping out now for Kavoth as he's desperately trying to hold on. These Prometheans getting pulled back. Good control there from Recon. A little bit of speed walking to get away from the Najar, and it's now down to just a little bit of HP, and this one Yatsu is going to start moving off the map to come and hit this main base. There is one Termi hero hanging out there in defense. Smart play from Recon as the villagers getting popped off of the gold yet again. It really doesn't need this much gold income. If you're making only Javelineers, you probably only need like 2 or 3 peasants on a gold mine. You put everyone else onto wood here and have more than enough gold for these Javelineers. They only cost 10 gold. The Terma charging forward. Does manage to pick one off there as the military camp getting targeted down yet again, but with the Kwafu there to get the repair in, no problems. Karabalista coming in. More Terma. I mean, Kavoth at the moment could also go for the Peach Blossom Spring. This is a bit of a wild idea, but if he grabs that, he's going to get a big amount of resources in to actually give himself more than enough production to actually break through here. But oftentimes we see the players sort of greeding out and leaving this for as long as they possibly can. The Yatza pulls back over here, kind of getting unlucky with those villagers now only just moving onto that hunt there. But maybe Kavoth will move back in there momentarily as the units slowly starting to pop forward here. An idea of, I like this little mix in here. The Dow Swordsman with 25% pierce armor is a nice little tank there for those Terma. As Recon now says, all right, I've done my damage. Let me get out. Temple's going to get pulled back. Counter barracks as well. Does this get spotted by Kavoth? Yes, he sees the temple getting pulled back. And now is probably, we do have an armory. Now is probably the idea here. Just grab the Peach Blossom Spring. Take all that food. He's got the gold in the bank to go to the next stage. Get to the next stage yourself. Chase Recon here, because Recon's going there himself. He has a villager advantage, obviously, because he's playing as Atlantean. They do get that advantage, so the villagers don't gather quite as fast as the other civilizations. And this counter barracks here is going to be going down. Not the end of the world here for Recon. He does basically end this classical age, though, with a lot of Terma, which don't really do a whole lot, as this Yatza tries to dive out of here, taking a little bit more damage. Not sure exactly where he's going, why he was going there, or anything like that. And the Prometheans will be able to pick that one off. And now Recon, well and truly in control here. But I wouldn't say Kavoth is in that bad of a position. That being said, he hasn't managed to move out over onto any of the food over here, onto this position. Recon has been grabbing himself food, no problems on the map. A little bit to some misplay from Kavoth, but a lot of credit to the defensive works there from Recon, having the hero Termas in defense. Now, all the resources in the bank here, ready to start making some of those satyrs and things like that out. A couple of Murmillo queued up here as well, as we will see Rage of Slaughter coming through as well. Another house coming up for Kavoth onto this position. And he's still pumping units. He has to be... He built an armory, so he knows that a heroic age is on the way, but he wants to stay in this classical age, it looks like. Very, very dangerous. However, he does have a huge advantage in lightning weapons as he moves forward. But do you have that advantage in lightning weapons versus chaos? Kavoth says, let's take a fight here. The chaos gets dropped down, and all of a sudden, Kavoth's got no answer to this. Now he drops the lightning weapons, and the units here will start pulling back. Who wins out on this trade here? I mean, to some degree, you don't even care about these Terma, because this is all going to get replaced by Contarius, Murmillo, Arcus, some of those more premium units, Satyr, those premium units in the next stage. Now, Palace down. Kavoth gets a trade back. His units are very, very weak after that initial chaos. But, I mean, technically speaking, he has caught up a little bit after that fight. He's in front of military. He just has to catch up on the tech here as well. And he does have to have an answer for Contarius, which might need to be Pioneer. Oh, he does, not Pioneer, Halberdier. And he does have the Master of Weaponry, so that is more than possible. He's out on this food situation right now, though. And the question is, does Recon see this? Now, he's got his Contarius on the bottom. And he can very easily make a movement over here with whatever he wants. Satyr, Contarius, Murmillo. And he can get a huge amount of damage onto Kavoth. Kavoth's still not grabbing the Peach Blossom Spring. This is literally sitting here at what would be probably like 850 resources like of boosted economy, right? Like, of course, you get the 1700 completely, but you get double income by grabbing that Peach Blossom Spring. Up onto the top there, Rhinoceros getting eaten up, and Kavoth has not really been able to get any raids off in this game, which is probably the biggest problem for him actually going on right now. His gold mine is finished up. He's going to pull over here and actually grab the gold mine in his main base, the Peach Blossom Spring, so that's fine. It's a military camp over here. This has been a bit of a point of contention here from Recon. He's really been wanting to kill this. It's a lot of value when you attach that attachment onto there, as it's 100 food, 150 wood there. And at the moment, Kavoth says, I can't even leave my food up onto the top. I do have the Yatsa at the very least coming over and causing some issues. As Recon going to be pulling back, sniping on the back here. One Oracle, and I don't believe these Yatsa win this fight. Even with Micro, they probably don't win the fight, and they will have to pull back because they have such little hack armor. That's their big weakness there. Over onto this side, though, the Satyr coming through will get a big amount of damage with that special, and then immediately pull back because we do have Nubar as the god of choice. I am a little surprised to see this. Kavoth, he is a massive fan of that Gormang. Why? Forest protection, a huge advantage. However, against Kronos, you do have to play around deconstruction, which does significantly limit the impact of forest protection. You can basically only drop it on a village center or a town center. So he goes Nubar for what? What does Nubar even give you? Drought ship onto the water? Probably not. Rock solid for the myth units? That's probably not that useful either. Scorching feathers? That's a good technology. That is a good technology. We see a town center now coming through for Recon. I like these decisions more than going straight to the Mythic Age. Much more safe here in this sort of a situation. And of course, there is the drought that's going to cause some issues here. But this army for Kavoth is starting to look very, very strong. It looks to me like he's overbuilding these Javelineers, though, because... Oh, actually, no, there's Arcus coming through here for Recon. And now Kavoth is managing to find somewhat of an advantage here on this push forward. Lots and lots of hero units getting converted in an instant there by Recon. He wants to take out the Taltier. But now, underneath the palace here, does not really have the ability to charge forward just yet. For Kavoth in this game, there is no rush here to end this game. Of course, you have to play around Implode. You have to play around a really, really good late game Kronos with all the time shifting shenanigans that can come through. But late game, especially if it gets in through Hull 2. This army, that's not right, Huang Di. Yeah, if you go through Huang Di, the god with the dragon, you can get yourself some incredibly powerful units here. As the Yahtze dives in, sniping that Yahtze down is so strong. There are a couple of pioneers starting to get mixed in here. Kvothe is missing himself the big fat unit here to limit the myth unit effectiveness, as the palace will get targeted down here. Javelin is charging in. It looks like Kvothe is sniffing some sort of a mythic age coming through with a lack of units here. Najjar going to charge in, but that will get taken down there quickly, but that does allow him to actually finish off the palace. Now Kvothe still saying, I've got the stronger army here. What have you got to deal with my Dows? These Dows are so strong at the moment. The only problem for Kvothe here is he doesn't have any answer for the Satyr. And he's going to have to pull back. He does manage to take out the palace. Not the worst of trades, but Recon is completely fine after all of this, all of that push. Kvothe to charge back in. He is going into a spread formation because he knows how strong the Chaos can be. Meanwhile, Pioneers starting to come through as well. Still surprised not to see Zhang Xia. I don't really understand why that unit hasn't been built by Kvothe. It limits the effectiveness of these Satyrs by 20%. It's a great ranged hero that can't get killed off by Terma quickly. Lots and lots of advantage where that's concerned. As the Satyr come in, get a little bit of damage. I do guess these. I didn't realize the Wuzu Javelineer were affected by the searing point by the new bar tech, but apparently they do, which will make them just that little bit more effective. Of course, here Kvothe can't even really drop a ballet because that can get deconstructed. It can kind of give you more of a I'm safe type vibe than you really are, as the Town Center is going to get dropped, attempted to get dropped again there for Recon. He really wants that forward Town Center at the moment, as the Dao Swordsman charging forward. Good control over here with the Najjar. He needs to keep dodging arrows while he limits everything else in, as now the Najjar on top of those Satyr finally here. But good control yet again, but the army on the back line is starting to get melted. A couple of very low HP Satyr remaining. But I still don't know if Kvothe is winning this fight. And he has to pull back. Najjar gets built out yet again. Still no Zhang Xia. I can't explain why no Zhang Xia, but now the Kontarius are breaking through, and it does look like here that Kvothe has to pull off the gold mine. There's a random Promethean on their back gold. The Najjar charges in here to try and get onto those Satyr. Yet again, they can turn around and get a lot of damage onto those units as they do decide to do so. But the rest of the army here of Kvothe does end up falling. And Recon manages to take game number 1 here with some incredibly solid play. Kvothe just not quite able to actually deal with this heroic age. These Satyr, I mean, look at them. These Satyr killed 28 units, 3,000 damage, and that's not including this one. And there was another one over here as well. 5 Satyr, I think, total for Recon, and he got so much value out of that. And I mean, the question I'm gonna have for all eternity is, where was this guy? Where was the Zhang Xia? This guy is so good versus these Satyr because he's ranged. He can dodge arrows when anything comes through. I mean, another idea here from Kvothe could have been to just play Jukesies with the Najjar until that backline gets trimmed down and then charge in with him to take out the Satyr. But unfortunately for Kvothe in this one, he just can't quite manage to break through. Let's take a look at the post game here and see what we're going to see. As you can see, this economy does sort of take off a little bit here, but this is sort of normal in this matchup. It's very close, but realistically, the difference here is in the military. Units killed, lost 122 to 81. That's the big difference after all is said and done. Let's jump back over to the draft here and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. So game number 2 is coming in, and it is going to be a dun 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 dun. A Shennong versus a Tsukuyomi. So we do have the win here for Kronos, as he manages to keep his perfect record alive versus the Fushi. But for game 2 on Ghost Lake, Tsukuyomi versus Shennong. So let's take a little look-see at the stats here and see how these guys are actually shaping up. And funnily enough, for whatever reason here, Shennong has got a 4-0 lead over Tsukuyomi. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. We'll see if that's going to get turned on its head here or not. But these guys are already in the game, doing all their good stuff. So let's sit here and wait and watch. But yeah, I mean, Shennong has got a really nice early game to pressure the Japanese. That's why Shennong's kind of good against the Japanese. Early game pressure. In fact, if we walk back to pre-Tsukuyomi patch, now this was obviously also in the Kwafu, like really strong era. However, actually even before that, even before the Kwafu buff, yeah. Before Tsukuyomi got some light buffs, people thought Tsukuyomi was quite weak on the initial patch or whatever. Got some light buffs going forward there. Before then, we saw a lot of games where Shennong was actually putting on heavy pressure onto that Tsukuyomi and just beating through the Tsukuyomi early game. And in fact, just shutting down everything that the Japanese could do. Now, of course, it was a new god. No one really knew how to play it. So when gods are new, aggression is generally going to be the strong thing, the right sort of play to sort of deal with everything. But that sort of idea still exists here. Now we are on Ghost Lake, 2 gold mine Ghost Lake possibilities, 1 gold mine Ghost Lake possibilities, and all the other good stuff. But yeah, I'm really interested here in what way Recon's going to play. Like, he already showed that he's happy to take the game to his opponent. Like, I remember listening to people talking about, to commentators and people talking about Recon in Age of Empires 4. And they used to say, well, Recon plays a really defensive game. He sits there. He just doesn't really take the game to his opponent. He lets his opponent take it to him, and he sort of tries to play a reactionary game and deal with what his opponent's doing. But already we've seen, no, that's not the case. It's just whatever Recon feels like the best players, the tools available to him, he's going to use those tools to try and find a victory, as he saw with that Kronos there. Now he's playing a different god. Now there's 2 very, very different approaches here. Well, maybe 3 different approaches, actually. Let's talk about the 2 standard ones and maybe a cheese approach that is possible with Shennong as well. So obvious strong play is going through Chi Yao and taking it to the Tsukuyomi, going for early pioneers and putting pressure on, and then following that up with your halberdiers, with your fire archer for the samurai, or with your javelineers for the Yumi archer. So you've got an answer for everything basically that the Japanese can build. Of course, the Japanese have also got an answer for everything that the Chinese can build, but it's a matter of timings. How much stuff can you actually get out quick enough? There's the next play, which is just go for Earth Wall, play a defensive game, 2 town center, and just try and hold until the very late game, where you can find a nice late game idea and try and win there. There are some ideas there for the Tsukuyomi inside of that sort of thing as well that are perfectly fine. And then there's a final idea, which is a little bit too crazy for most players, so we've seen some people going for it, would be a forward base type thing where you rush the classical age, you charge forward with the Kwafu, throw down your buildings on top of the gold mine, drop the earth wall, and then you're going to look for a gold star on maybe a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake type thing. There's lots of ideas to defend against all of that stuff though for Tsukuyomi. So it's going to be a really, really interesting one to see who's going to come out on top here. But without further ado, we're not going to need to wait any longer to see how it's going to go. We're going in onto the map Ghost Lake. Let's check it out. Alrighty then. In the right-hand corner of the map, spawning as the blue Tsukuyomi player. His name is Kavoth. He's already greeted a pioneer who's in the front here stealing goats away. His opponent, the goat thief himself, from the tag team. His name's Recon. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 2. Recon did take that first game with some solid Kronos, managing to take out one of Kavoth's priority picks there. The Kitsune going to be searching around looking for any goats he possibly can. He does, unfortunately, miss these two up in this corner, but he will be able to clean up these two over on this side, and he does miss those goats coming back there. So the fight for the goats in the early game is well and truly on its way. Let's check out some relics on this map. We didn't have time in the last game to look at the relics. I'm sorry. We've got 9 cauldrons here. Really, really, really useless relic here for the Japanese. It's pretty good for Shennong. Actually, no, it's to be honest, this might be for this matchup the most useless relic you can possibly get. Why? Well, very rarely do we see castle units getting built by Shennong. You very rarely see White Horse Cavalry. You very rarely see Tiger Cav. The Tiger Cav are actually okay if you go through Huangdi. But even then, you're normally just seeing players going for the Dao Swordsman in the late game and some variety of other types of barracks units. And obviously for Tsukuyomi, there is no boost for that relic. So that's just a little fun tidbit here. On the bottom of the map, we've got ourselves the Ship of Fingernails, which is going to be perfectly fine. Very, very nice to pick up. Bit of extra food income. Over on this side, the Tawawara Todders Last Arrow. Yeah, just a really good relic here. Plus 0.2 divine damage is very, very nice. And the Scales of Echidna. This one's actually huge here for Tsukuyomi. It's also really nice for the Shennong player for maybe the later-ish side of the game. We might see some of those dragons coming in. That being said, against Japan, I don't... Like, the dragons aren't all that. You've got some pretty nice Yumi archers that are quite quick. So they're going to be a nice answer for those Ying Long, Ching Long, whatever they're called. But we'll see how things are going to go, as goats are all going to be coming back in. How to is the god of choice here for Recon. It is a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake. So I would be very surprised here if he's not going Town Center. Now, this does play into a Tsukuyomi game plan of fast heroic or just a whole bunch of early game aggression. But a player at the caliber of Recon, it makes you really, really cautious to want to go for that early game aggression. And you'll see this on the ladder all the time. Players will go in with a huge amount of cav and try and shut you down. But the problem with all that stuff is, generally speaking, it gets shut down. And at the very, very, very top level, it gets shut down early, and it doesn't get all that much value. End up falling behind and losing the game. Generally, where the raids start coming in at this very high level is when both players are in kind of like an equal position. So I actually wouldn't be surprised here to see Kavoth going for his own town center, just a little bit delayed. There's really nothing wrong with it. He does need to get himself out a stable to deal with any early game pioneers or a whole bunch of Miko to actually heal up his villages that are under attack. But Recon hasn't gone for any of that. He's not going for the early attack. We see the stable coming over here. The Jiragumo is going to be sitting in, playing a little game of defense. The Kitsune is going to be heading across the map here. And he does spot this town center, but he hasn't spotted this one. So he knows that nothing's going on at the top. All the relics are going to be coming over to the wayside of Kavoth. And especially with Scales of the Echidna, it makes you wonder. It really makes you wonder. Do you just go for a fast heroic here? Do you just go for the fast heroic and then enjoy Tengu or enjoy Oni? There's plenty of food in your main base. It could be completely crazy. The Kitsune does spot the town center, however, does get sniped there by that pioneer. China does hard counter those Kitsune, though the Kitsune can dodge the arrows in that situation. They're obviously a little bit difficult. As this lone Cheongchi just being a thorn in the backside of Kavoth. That's Kavoth here, now ready to start moving across the map. He's got his Naginata riders. He's going to be looking for any raid he possibly can go for. I mean, you have to wonder, like, scales it could have. It's making the food cost very, very low. Naginata riders coming through. They do spot one villager, and he doesn't quite get the block off. He almost had it there. Great defense from Recon. Nice try from Kavoth, but that's all she wrote where that's concerned, as these villagers on the chickens going to get pulled back. And Kavoth here will be able to start poking down this earth wall over here. Look at the... I thought the Kwafu was going to join in. As at least one little wall gets knocked down. The Pioneer comes through, picks off a Kitsune over there. That's a Chillin going to come over. Free Chillin there to help out. And these Naginata riders will be needing to bail out on this position. As Kavoth, where to next? It looks like it's a town center angle here. He's absolutely going for the town center. Super delayed and really far forward as well. I don't like this decision in the slightest. Like, you're putting your most important building at the moment, which is probably the second town center, the most weak building, I should say. Your second town center, right outside the base of the Shennong, which just means, oh, Shennong goes heroic age, Shennong makes unit, Shennong gets the siege out, and then you're going to start taking this position out. If you're on this back town center, well, I mean, it's nothing near it, but at least you're keeping yourself in the game from a villager standpoint. And you really don't want to be eating your food anyways here. Just grab yourself a whole bunch of goats and enjoy that, and keep the food alive so you can get all that favor income. You can see it's already up to 75 favor. But this might be part of Kavoth's plan here. Put himself in a bit of a weak position, utilize the swampland to catch his opponent out. That could be an idea. That could be an idea. Onto the front here now. Earthwall getting targeted down. It does take a really long time to actually destroy the Earthwall. This thing is incredibly strong. 600 HP. We're also going to be seeing Recon on the back here, just blocking this position off with another wall. You break this wall down, no problems. I've got another wall. Though that being said, if the entirety of the Earthwall does break, then this wall doesn't really do anything. And also is true on the back here for the villagers to grab this. Another Miko coming through to heal up the units and potentially just jump onto this snowy pine. She can come over onto this side and grab both of this as well. And we do actually see that Kavoth says, all right, let's come over onto this spot. And he's still building Naginata riders. But Heroic Age is now queued up for Recon. So Recon is just, from a strictly economy standpoint, from a technological standpoint, he is in a really good position. Now, one very, very simple and difficult to deal with idea here for Recon as well is just rush straight to the Mythic Age. Because here's the thing. You can overcome a gap in economy with Tsukuyomi if you can force the fights. And they're not bad fights. You have to take decent fights, right? If you can force the fights, you can overcome a gap in economy. But how do you force those fights right now if you're Kavoth? There's no units to fight. There's the villagers. There's the halberdiers. These guys aren't going to be doing a whole bunch to the halberdiers. I like the inclusion of the Jurugumo in the front here. So long as you can charge around the side and actually take out the pioneers, it's going to be in a good spot. There's a Jurugumo that picks up one halberdier. The halberdiers will be going down. He has to micro. Great control there from Recon, though. On the flip side, as these guys will be pulling out. He does move at 4 speed, so that's more than enough to get away from the pioneers. And considering they're now separated, you got to be careful because you can just charge over there and deal with that. But it's looking now, Heroic Age is in. The house coming up. Resources for a palace. Not quite through just yet, but he can just plant it in the main base. Here's the actual thing, though. If Recon does decide to go for some sort of a fast mythic here, is there any way for him to secure this gold mine if it's not going to be dropping a ballet straight here? I don't think there is. However, Kavoth has to have this in his mind that this position matters. He doesn't have the scouting on this spot. If he sees this ballet coming up, That's going to be... I guess he doesn't have an... He's got... No, he doesn't really have an answer for the Fey Beasts here. So this is incredibly safe for Recon. If there was a couple of hero Deuterinos in on the front, then it would be a completely different situation. Now, the favor income is in. Hachiman on the way now for Kavoth. One slight advantage here for Tsukuyomi is the fact that advancing is faster. Does mean it costs a bit less on the village account, so you are able to actually catch up 1 or 2 villages for that advance there, as the Cheongchi coming through. And I have to imagine that the game plan now for Kavoth, with 16 villages on wood, is get out as many Tengu as he humanly can. Another ballet, however, coming through for Recon. Recon, he can just play defense underneath these ballet and get Mythic Age, get access to Wenzhong, and have a really, really nice amount of hero presence to deal with these Tengu. But he has to read that that's the case. It's going to be pretty obvious, I think, when the new moon gets dropped and these units are not on full bronze. Of course, when he sees all the Tengu, that's even more obvious. Stable getting dropped. Daimyo coming through. I mean, the other option is there's 2 usages of New Moon here, so he could also go for that. It's actually looking like he's not doing this idea in the slightest. I must say, the only thing that I was suggesting, as much as Twitch chat wants to meme me, could you not imagine, like, instead of all of this stuff, you just have like 5 Oni walk through, smiting gust these units over onto this back here, take out both these ballets, and then lock off this gold mine? I could imagine it. Sounds good. But now this is the problem that I was talking about with grabbing this forward town center. Siege Crossbow is in, double ballet is here, and Kavoth is now in a very, very difficult position. He is making some Tengu, but still holding on to this... the entirety of what's happening here. Another wall coming up onto the top, and you're just not going to be. I mean, 2 siege crossbows. The siege has been slightly nerfed, but funnily enough, we do actually see some White Horse cavalry. I told a lie. These guys are getting built, even as Shennong. There you go. But the Naginata riders are in, and they do have Sashimono Bannermen, so they are more than an answer for those cavalry there. The thing is, with the Yumi horse archers versus China, they do have those javelineers. They're kind of like budget peltasts to some degree, but they are an amazing counter to those guys, as this siege crossbow does get taken out. And we now see an Oyumi in for Kavoth. And Kavoth does drop that new moon down onto the armory after all. So it's a big power spike here for Kavoth. And Recon says, inside of this power spike, it's time to get going. Let's charge forward. Swampland forced. Lots and lots of damage there from that Swampland as Recon has to pull back. This one Shogun chasing here onto the back. There's no real way past this position without taking out the wall, but the Oyumi is on the case, as these units can't really move forward here, otherwise they're going to get destroyed by the Kappas getting spawned in. Swampland about to finish up here, and Recon, what can he do right now to fight back is the big question. There is no ascetic practices in for these Tengu. Has to be careful with them. Fey Beast gets dropped down on the retreat. You have to turn around and take these Fey Beasts out as fast as humanly possible, but big damage does end up coming through onto this position. Still fighting underneath this ballet, but also fighting underneath the town centers. I mean, damage differential 388 to 1,000 though, as the siege crossbow back out again. Town center yet again under threat. Damage needs to be done here from Kavoth. And look at this from Recon. He's already thinking, okay, let's get this gold mine secured. I'd love to see him get both of the gold mines secured on that side position there as soon as he possibly can. Because this is where Kavoth is going to have a little bit of trouble. We have now got that Ivory Netscape coming through. It's going to help out a little bit on the gold as these Tengu are going to be diving in. There are a healthy number of Pioneers kind of to deal with the amount of Tengu here, so not really much problems. There's also that Sage there on the back. But Kavoth is sort of stuck here against these buildings. There's not much that he can do. He's trying to get himself to the Mythic Age. You can kind of see that. He's got himself the castle on the back there as well. And any little bits of damage here. If you can keep the Tengu alive, heal it up, it's always better. Nice usage of the Sage there to stun the Tengu, if only for 2 seconds. And all of a sudden, the army here for Kavoth, while it's trading nicely, he's going to the Mythic Age. This is one dangerous position to be in. This town center not going down. Another ballet on the front. Okuninushi comes in, means full iron for Kavoth very quickly. On the other side for Recon, Recon doesn't have any armory upgrades. 0. And of course, this is a choice from him. He's going for ballet. I like the idea. It's really, really defensive in this spot. Once this gold mine is expired, I would actually consider, if I'm Kavoth, to sack this entire position, obviously finish off this gold mine, and move up to the top. Town center doesn't matter. These gold mines at the top matter. But with Recon already over here, this sort of plan is somewhat moot at the moment. The 2 Oyumi are through. Also another big power point here for the Tsukuyomi with Okuninushi is this one technology, Mechanical Artisans. Boost up the Oyumi to the absolute 9s. They become so strong at killing off units. Maybe not so much killing off buildings, but if you get enough out of them, they're very good. This Oyumi has got a mind of its own, it looks like, as it charges forward. And Recon sees blood there, wanting to take that one down. There's also enough favor for another new moon. Another really nice unit to be building here for Kavoth in this Mythic Age now is going to be this guy. Another Swampland getting dropped down onto this position as well, forcing these guys back. Sniping those Kwafu would really be nice here to finish off this ballet. Another machine workshop coming up onto the backside there. No Javelineers here from Recon. I've got to be asking the question where they are as this now starts to train them. We're going to be seeing that Divine Prefecture technology coming in, which will be boosting those Onmaraki out much quicker, as well as the rest of those units. The Oyumi's slowly going to be taking down the ballet here. Is one Onmaraki there coming through from the Sage. Picking that Sage off is also going to be nice there as well. As also now it's going to be Onmyoji to come through. So he's not going for the super Oyumi here with that Mechanical Artisans. He just wants the Onmyoji. But this position getting pushed back. Probably not the end of the world here for Kavoth. For Recon. Recon needs to sack and move over to the top side. There's only a little bit of gold left on this position. It doesn't really matter. The gold is everything. I can't stress this enough. I didn't bring it up at the start of the game. It's a 4 gold mine Ghost Lake. So gold is everything on this position. And we are going to be seeing that here as one on Meraki to come through and start looking for little bits of raids on this top position. The ballet coming through there is going to be another big help. The second Shogun in getting some value to boot here. As now with those Javelineers in, it's a numbers problem. Too many Yumi archers plus the iron upgrades. It's not going to be enough here. And Recon seemingly falling super far behind as Zhurong to almost come through, but Recon doesn't want to play it out. He's got, I mean, these resources go back into the bank after you resign. That they were spent on the Mythic Age. There was something here with this Mythic Age power spike for Recon, which is he probably picked the wrong god. Probably Huang, maybe didn't, because you're not going to get any value against those Yumi archers with the dragon anyways. But maybe there was something here using that fire to defend this position, lock that up and just try and hold on, because that's the game plan here basically versus the Tsukuyomi. If you're going to be playing this defensive game, it's just hold on, don't take fights, get yourself the upgrades in and catch up on the timing that the Tsukuyomi gets. But a really big punch back here from Kavoth in this one. Taking a look at the economic difference after all is said and done, you can see there's a significant advantage here for Recon, but this advantage goes down the toilet when you take a look at the units lost versus units killed. So, I mean, if there was a way here for Recon to have maybe fought a little bit less, he was underneath his ballets for a lot of the game, but He kind of forced a little bit too hard on this spot. I think after he had his sort of position set up with the crossbows, he should just sit here in siege and try and get to the Mythic Age. Because you don't need to fight this Tsukuyomi at all if you can help it. Especially if you've got 2 ballets set up or maybe even a 3rd ballet coming through here. Just get to the Mythic Age and enjoy that position there with just a little bit of light sieging. Force the Tsukuyomi player to stay in the Heroic Age to defend the sieging. And you're probably in a better position. But nonetheless, that's game number 2 in the books here, guys. We'll move back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 3. We've got ourselves a series here, guys. So for our next game, it's going to be Zeus versus Oranos. Zeus versus Oranos on the map Mirage. On the map Mirage. I'm not really surprised to see the Zeus here from Recon. I am also not surprised to see the Oranos here from Kavoth. I want to fix up this first. So the Shennong there does take the loss. The Tsukuyomi does take the win. And a Zeus here from Recon. And an Oranos here from Kavoth. So, okay. Looks like these guys are somewhat already on the way. Okay, so we've got ourselves about 4 minutes to wait. So let's talk about it. Ideas are flying here. First and foremost, you've got a Carnivora. No, that probably doesn't make any sense. Anyways, let's check this out. so far, these 2 gods, they've met twice in this tournament thus far. It's a 50-50 matchup according to the 2 times they've fought each other. We've got a whole bunch of picks of Mirage. This has been picked 43.2% of the time and banned 52%. So it's a very, very it's a map that people love and also hate. All right, so here's my thought here on the Oranos. Option number 1 is 3-minute advance. Don't at me till you try it. Don't at me till you try it. Could be crazy. Because the general advance time from the Zeus who goes for the docks. Tunison says it's trouble, but what does he know? He's barely ever played Oranos in his life. So the Zeus player is generally going to take a 430 advance with the dock with 9 fish at the very fastest. You're in his base with probably like 5 to 10, no, probably like 5-ish Murmillos by about 4 minutes. It's going to be a little bit pain. It's going to be a little bit pain. Alternatively, you just go for the dock and you just play the map control game. Very, very strong with Oranos on a map like that with the sky passages and things like that. You've got the Oceanus Murmillos. Does force the Zeus player to have to get to the Heroic Age. If they're going that route, then you have Satyrs to help out as well. So there's many, many different angles here. One idea for Recon is to actually go for, I don't think he's going to go this way, but you can go Hermes here with the Ceasefire to sort of play around Chaos, play around the Satyr a little bit, have access to the faster cavalry, which you may or may not want for the Prodromus and things like that to deal with any sort of Contarius raids. But Athena is the more nice sort of classical age god. You get yourself Restoration, which can obviously deal with Chaos as well, and also the stronger Hoplites, which you've already got a boost for. So generally speaking, probably going to see Athena here in this one. On the other side, there is an angle for Prometheus here. There is an angle for Prometheus. Hear me out on the Prometheus angle from Oranos. With 9 fishing ships, we've got boosted favor. Let's just grab ourselves an extra 2, 3 oracles. What's the Zeus player going to do? They can't go 2 town center versus that because they're going to get overwhelmed by the Prometheus push. They can say 1 town center and try and get to the next age so they can get access to Odysseus. And then you're playing a really interesting matchup. Just saying. Don't knock it till you've tried it. You guys are all fixated on your meta. There's a lot of different options on this map. Nonetheless, we're going to be jumping into game number 3 here. These guys are split right down the middle, 1-1. It's going to be a Zeus versus Oranos game. Kavoth's main god from way back in the day versus Recon's. I have seen him playing Zeus on water a lot, but this isn't your average water map. But let's jump into it. Mirage coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, as we spawn in onto the map Mirage, in the blue color playing as Oranos, it is Kavoth. Kavoth, who is dropping a dock, mind you. He got his dock over here. He's enjoying that, living the dream. His opponent today, still for the 3rd game in the row, because they have to play 5 games against each other, or the first of 3 basically. In the red color, it is Recon. And he is going to be playing as Zeus. Alrighty, so let's have a little quick look-see at the map. This is not the map here that Recon wanted to see. This is the map that Kavoth wants to see. And he's already scouting this out, which I love. I love this here from Kavoth. He's going to get a huge amount of information from this Oracle scouting pattern. What am I talking about? Well, take a look at the town center. Take a look at the gold mines. There is a chance, mind you, that if I spot this in the back, my opponent will have this gold mine over here. There is a chance. As you can see, the elephant spawn is on this left side as well, though. I mean, this is kind of the same. But these elephants can spawn on the other side as well. But you see what resources are here. He sees the gold mine at the back. And now he has to just confirm which side the second town center is on and which side the back gold mine is on. And that way you can decide, okay, are we going to have to play for the second town center, or are we going to have to play for a gold starve type angle here? And we'll see if Recon is going to adapt to this at all. We've seen a lot of Zeus players just kind of blindly going to TC here. Does 1 town center Zeus feel okay versus Oranos? I don't really know. On Mirage, everything changes. So much more food does allow you to get fast heroics in even faster. Does allow you to get your infantry units out even quicker. Get into a whole bunch of food-based myth units, though Zeus doesn't have any till the heroic age. So it's not really much of a problem there. Another temple is going to be coming up nonetheless. And we'll see. We'll see what the plan is here for Kavoth. Now, let's check out the relics actually first. Scales, oh my god, okay. This relic here makes me want to go Prometheus so much here. We've got boosted food income, cheaper Prometheus against Zeus. Are you kidding me? I have Horus on this side as well. Over here, there's the Bow of Artemis, which is a really, really nice one there for big fat all-ins. Getting a couple more Terma or Toxotes in could be really helpful. And on the back here, System of Bast there too. But this, and we... Okay, there's still the Satyr angle, but this situation for Kavoth with that relic, with this map spawn, this one is screaming at me to go for Prometheans. Absolutely screaming at me because you're just going to get so many out so quickly. Meanwhile, I could be wrong here, but this is looking very much like Recon's going for a town center, which is very, very dangerous. Very, very, very dangerous. Even if he goes for the forward town center, I mean, now you're getting close in onto a Oranos who can put a huge amount of pressure, and we do actually already see that Empyrean speed coming through. So Kavoth's plan here has to be to go for infantry, whether that's going to be for Catapultis or Murmillos. Most likely going to be the Murmillo. That one is generally very, very powerful. Meanwhile, over onto this side, Jason coming through saying, "Hello there, good sir. Let me in. I want to hit your villagers." And Kavoth says, "No, you're not allowed through. I've got this walled off. I've built my base in a nice way. You have to come around the other side." Now the Caladria is out. Military barracks getting shot up there with 3 citizens. And these villagers will have to make somewhat of a run back off of this position. But so far, perfectly fine defense for Kavoth as he takes a bit of a headbutt from his citizens before they get back to work. And with that Caladria flying overhead, really not a whole lot of damage can be done here. But then again, also somewhat of an issue for Kavoth is you can't really get damage done onto those heroes either. We see a market and an archery range. So now I'm even more confused. I thought we were potentially seeing a talent center from Recon, but it doesn't look like that's the case. Over onto this side, the citizen getting healed up. Caladria getting targeted down. No reaction there from Kavoth. He does now pull that one. Keeps it alive. Nice play. Does have that bolt there onto the Hero Murmillo. After all is said and done, is the Caladria going to try and keep itself out of harm's way. But more Murmillo needs to be coming through here. As the Oracle go down, does manage to pull that one back there. Murmillo gonna take deal as much damage as it possibly can before it pulls away. More Murmillos to come through. Murmillo does keep itself alive, and Recon has to get out of here. Now he does have himself his upgrade. Oop, nice dodge there from Kavoth, keeping his Caladrias alive. He does have his upgrade, so these guys will come back up to full HP. But we're actually seeing Recon go for the fast heroic route. Now I'm not surprised to see this, given the map. Apollo gives him the access to an underworld to give him some counterplay to get another gold mine in. He can also go for a pretty quick fortress or something like that. He's got a huge amount of golden food. No, he spent it on the heroic age. But he's going to be going straight into these archers and getting himself some Hypaspist, which does mean now Kavoth, he needs to react to this in some way. Going mass Murmillo into this, a little bit risky. But does he realize this is going to be a heroic age? At the moment, he's got raids as a perfectly decent amount of utility to get some damage done. He has no idea where the villagers are inside of the base of Recon, and the army is all sat in on this spot playing defense. There's not really any holes in Recon's base. The villagers here on this hunt, you could potentially drop a shockwave to try and pick up a villager or two, which I like that sort of an idea here, just to make sure you get some value. As the market is also up. Did we see some selling here from Recon? Nope, he just built the market just in case. And the villagers have pulled away, so no damage there. Carnivora does end up getting dropped in onto this position. I don't like this usage at all. There's going to be a Skylar in. Did he spot the market? Yeah, he spotted the market, so he's got to know there's going to be a heroic age on the way. And this, while gets a tiny bit of damage onto the fishing ships, this is not what he was looking for. Up onto the top, does have the elephants to eat there. And Kavoth, he's going to be chasing the heroic age. There is an angle for a big fat timing here, though, from Recon. That timing is Underworld into the main base. The Pegasus is through, and one thing, he's not even going to wait for it. I was going to say he can go for Oracle here and time this Underworld to take out the town center, but the units are all out of position. Watchtowers to come through. Villagers are going to bail out of this position. They've got all the resources in the world up here. No problems. Does he have a citizen on the bottom side? No citizen on the bottom side. The scout, the Pegasus is there scouting out what's going on. There is also restoration here. That one Manticore can turn into two. Now we've got Town Center coming through with the Hyperion. The resources for this Watchtowers is not close to coming through. This is very, very dangerous for Kavoth. He doesn't have a unit he can build apart from a Mamilla because he doesn't have any counter barracks. Do we see the upgrade? No, we do not. The Hoplites are going to charge in here and try and take this position out. Lots and lots of Mamillo here for the time being. Can he take this position down? With good garrison micro, he can pop out, get damage. He's got Shockwave as well. As he does pop through here, the units immediately turning. Gets that Shockwave in to buy himself just a little bit more time. Pulling over onto the left side here. No villagers in to repair the town center up. It's got around about 15-ish seconds remaining until the heroic age comes through. Restoration to get dropped down. 1,100 HP remaining on this one as the citizens to come over here. Even with a chaos, will it be enough? There will be a satyr to help out. The town center does manage to stay alive here. Chaos gets dropped down as the satyr gets some big damage on the citizens, repairing up as fast as they possibly can onto this spot. The satyr has to pull away. The Heracles and Jason in hot pursuit here. Recon managing to force Kavoth out of this position. Contarius are getting built in. Town center falls and Recon is in an amazing position now as the Sky Passage goes down. And what can Kavoth do? He's got a lot of favor in the bank. He can't make any satyr because he doesn't have any wood income. His Sky Passage is down, so he's going to have to bail out with some other citizens, build another Sky Passage to run. Playing a defensive game here is basically everything for Kavoth. The villagers out on this gold mine, that's probably the angle you want. Keep away the citizen while attacking the villagers. If he can get some return fire, he keeps himself in this game. Of course, there's a huge amount of military advantage here for Recon. I want to see him get Temple of Healing, get those guys back up to full HP. Now, Recon's got himself a little bit of thought process here. He goes, hang on, where's the weak point? Where are you going with your units? Well, you're going to be attacking me, right? Let me just come over there and defend against that. There is a Carnivora, though, and with no hero, that's going to be a lot of value. Now, the heroes can get pulled, but still, units coming into the main bases. Recon turns around, sees the Kavothian army here as he loses two Mermillo on the retreat. Ontario is starting to come through. Dock goes down up onto the top there, and that's going to be some problems for the fishing ships as they can drop the food in for a couple seconds after the dock finishes, but then they can't anymore. It's a little quirk of Age of Mythology. It's a little quirk. Don't worry about it too much. As units pull back, they can actually come in on this spot. I'd love to see like a satyr pop in here and come down onto this couple of satyr or something like that. But all the buildings falling in the main base here for Kavoth. Recon is just getting so far in front. There will be another chaos for another big fight. But to some degree, villages don't matter here. To some degree. If you think about it. What matters? Citizens dying. No reaction there from Kavoth. A little bit too slow. Sky Pass is going to go down. What matters here is the gold. If you can lock off all the gold mines here as the Oranos, well, you win the game. You've got Chaos. You've got Carnivora. You've got the favor for both of those. But you have to win a fight. And while Contarius into the main base, looking for any little bits of damage, but there's just nothing here. And that Temple of Healing is in. I love it. Toxody's back up to full HP. Max value. So you do see these units coming over onto this position here. Drops the Chaos down. He knows he has to get some damage. But he just can't take out the units. He will be able to kill off the Sky Pass. No, he's going to leave it. Over onto this side now, going after some villages in the main base as the hoplites are through. I'm not sure I understand that usage there from Kavoth. He wanted to pick all of the units off in one instant, but just not able to do so. And even better for Recon is he can just pop back over to the temple, get those hoplites back up to full HP, no problems. Meanwhile, onto this side, he's dropped the dock. Well, there isn't a read here that can deal with all this, but Underworld Passage on this side getting targeted down. This one does manage to pick off the Underworld. The game continue along. Villager differential is creeping in front. Kvothe, 3 oracles only out at the moment. He's got himself how many Satyr? 2 Satyr. 2 Satyr and a Dream here as House is getting chipped away. But Recon at this point, well, he's going to be a full army of Zeus units. What does Kvothe have? He does have himself Bite of the Shark Mamilo. They aren't upgraded. He's got 4, he's got 4 Satyr. That could be the ticket here with some good control. But Recon, very quick to set up on this next gold line. Walls coming up nice and quickly here as a Contarius will come over here and start at least denying the walls for the time being. The army is in onto this position, cannot be affording to throw away units at this moment. Kvothe's only chance here is a complete and utter victory on this fight. As he breaks through, gets that damage off. Villagers moving over onto this side. Couple of villager kills here. He needs to get all the damage he can to keep himself alive in this game. Shockwave onto the army, trying to catch out all of the Toxotes here. Now Recon says, I got to pull back. Let me play defense a little bit longer here. Villagers onto the left side getting charged down. Hoplite say, all right, I got a nice little position. Let's turn around, take this fight. No Odysseus on this fight here, making things very, very difficult for Recon. But Recon manages 10 seconds for this fortress. It's very close to going up. The Contarius surrounding it as they're going to get a huge amount of damage done. A couple of villagers might end up falling here as well. 1600 HP remaining on this one. There's also the Temple of Healing to help out behind everything. And now Fortress up with half HP is still Fortress up. And Kvothe has to respect it. He pulls back and he's got himself 127 pop of 160, and now he's going to drop his town center back again in a very tough spot. The fishing ships on this top location going down as Recon will have to start getting himself his own fish out. Meanwhile, Contari is swinging around onto this spot again. This is going to be the point of contention for Kvothe. So Kvothe also has to realize, hang on, if this is the point of contention, Recon's going to know it's there. There's got to be somewhere else to raid. This position was open. This position, the wood line, something. He has to get damage done somewhere here. And at this point, I do not see an option here for Kvothe to actually take a winning fight at the moment. Gets a little bit of damage done onto these units there. Contarius going down. And Kvothe, after losing that army, puts up a solid fight. But Recon hit him with the old 1-2, catching him out in a big way in this game with that Underworld Passage idea. Kvothe wanted that heroic age. Waited way too long on the watchtowers. And just could not keep it together on this position. Even though he got the heroic age in, he got the chaos off, there just wasn't enough stuff there. And I actually think a lot of that was down to that Carnivora being on cooldown, dropping that in. It's the tiniest little bits of misplays at this level that can be the difference between you winning and losing a game. And I think if a Carnivora was available on this defense, of course there's the Jason and there's the Heracles, but Chaos, Carnivora, all in that instant with the Murmillos to help out, with some watchtowers being in a little bit earlier than they actually were. Maybe things would have been just that little bit different here. But nonetheless, I mean, props where props are due. Recon played a really, really nice early game here. I think maybe another idea from Kvothe would have been to train out an immediate second Caladria. If he wanted to drop the Carnivora onto this position, get a little bit of damage happening, just send that one around the side. Have one Caladria for defense, one for scouting, or even an Oracle sneaking in here to get the line of sight onto this position and drop the Carnivora over here as a completely free angle. You have a bit of sneaking, a bit of risk, but nonetheless well played here for Recon in game number 3. Let's jump over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 4. Alrighty, so we are going to be going in onto the map Anatolia. And we are going to be seeing a Hades versus Amaterasu affair. Now, we've been seeing this Amaterasu coming through for Kvothe frequently on this map. He loves this god on this map. However, Recon equally loves the Hades on Anatolia as well. So this is going to be really interesting. This is going to be really interesting. I've got no idea which way this one goes. Now, it looks like Hades has had one win versus Amaterasu in this tournament. I don't believe it was on Anatolia. I do not believe it was on Anatolia. Nonetheless. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I don't really know. Like, we can talk a little bit about theory here, but I don't believe we've seen this matchup. Now, obviously, these players, especially Kvothe, considering he's been playing Amaterasu, would have been practicing this specific matchup. Now, Recon, whether or not he's been practicing this matchup, he probably has. It's Recon. Like, these players at this stage in the tournament, I'll tell you guys, these guys research their opponents. Age of Mythology is just as much about the map, the matchup, yourself, as it is about your opponent. Knowing your opponent, knowing their tendencies, knowing how they're going to play is a gigantic leg up in a game. So we'll see. We'll see what Recon's cooked up in this one. But I do like the Amaterasu here for several reasons. One is Samurai greater than Hoplite. It's a food costing unit. It beats out the Hoplite, gives you a bit of an advantage if it's going to be that classical fight. We haven't seen many of those, like early days on Anatolia, we were seeing those Greek mirrors where the Zeus was going to go for early Hoplites and try and get some nice damage done and try and take out docks and things like that. We don't really see that a whole bunch anymore. It's more like that heroic age coming in nice and quickly. Amaterasu, she doesn't have to stay in the classical age either. She gets a huge amount of bonus from getting to the heroic age. Getting access to a shogun or getting access to a whole bunch of Raiju can be a really difficult thing to deal with for the Zeus player. They got to use their heroes to take out the Raiju, or they got to use their heroes to take out the Tengu, and they can get split up into many different positions and get huge value and things like that. But yeah, this is like I said. I mean, the game plan here for the Hades is simple. Okay. We can at least get that in. Hades wants to play defense. He just wants to play defense. Buildings beat Amaterasu in terms of samurai problems, right? Doesn't necessarily beat Amaterasu's myth unit or Amaterasu's siege. I wouldn't be surprised to see Taka Mikazuchi in this matchup here from our Amaterasu player here either. Nonetheless, we got 30 seconds here from game number 4. Recon is one win away from taking this series, kicking Kvothe out of the tournament, and moving into the losers bracket semifinals. Kvothe has got some really strong picks for game 5. He's got Noir, he's got Set, two very strong gods for him. Recon also two decent picks there with Poseidon and Ra. And the final map will be on Giza if we do end up seeing it. So those are two, like every god here for Kvothe is good. Recon, maybe less good for that final Giza map. So if Kvothe wins this one, he's going to set himself up for a really nice opportunity to take this series just in terms of gods and things like that. But ladies and gentlemen, we're now coming in to our 4th game. Let's jump in onto the map, Anatolia, and see how it's going to go. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Game. Where are we at? Game number 4 in the top of the map. Playing as the blue Amaterasu. It is Kavoth. Dun, 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 dun. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as the red Hades, it is Recon. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Both players deciding to go to the same side of the map to kick this one off. This is somewhat lucky for Recon, I'd say. Why? Well, one idea here for Kavoth is to just sit on this left side, look for early villager fights. This is not going to be something which Recon wants to go for in the slightest. Kavoth might try and pull himself down to this bottom side. There's actually... Okay, here's another crazy idea. Oh god, this is disgusting. What if you send your Miko forward? She does 4 hack damage per second, which is less damage than a villager. But she heals. Of course, you need 2 Miko to make that happen, but she heals. Anyways, all silly theory in the end of the day, but we'll see how things go here as Kavoth is slowly starting to get himself the fishing spots in. And same too here for Recon, as Recon is probably going to be looking to send some villagers over to the bottom side. Get that dock up. Does manage to do so. Over on this side there, the Katoskopos is wailing away. And unfortunately for Kavoth, he will not be getting off his early game cheese in this one. But the villager here does take a lot of nibbles. And this villager over here, wow, with the bear there. The bear is... Oh, no. The bear is more interested in what's inside of this forest than attacking the fresh meat Japanese villager that's... Oh, he was looking... No, nothing to see here. Nothing to see. Bear pov. Okay, hang on. Can I even do this? I don't think I can. I can't switch to the bear pov, unfortunately. Speaking of POV shenanigans here, we're going to have a little bit of POV action here as the... amazing work from the developers to have this all work out here. This is so cool. It doesn't look cool when the Kitsune goes idle. Anyways, docks up now for Kavoth. He gets really nice and close to Recon's dock here. Nonetheless, Temple's up now in the main base here for Recon. He gets a pretty quick advance here, actually. 2 docks, Temple, and a 445-ish. That's really, really quick. So he's going to look for some early damage into the main base here as the Temple's coming up for Recon, for Kavoth. Kavoth taking the slower route. Generally speaking, slower route, more fishing ships is a little bit more safe, so to speak, a little bit more effective, but more docks up onto the top here. No need to really get these ones up just yet, as the Kitsune is just going to be waiting on this side to see if any extra docks come through for Recon. This is dangerous here for Recon. In a lot of ways, there's some pretty nasty early Kitsune stuff you could do here on this map to deny these docks from coming up in these spots with a quicker advance from the Amaterasu, from the Japanese side, and start nibbling those villages. Gonna have to get some heroes in to get the extra docks up and things like that. But nonetheless, another dock now coming in for Kavoth, as the military academy is in for Recon, so he does want to put some early pressure on. And we're going to see the Achilles coming through as the Ajax is in, and the villagers will have to bail out on this position for just a little bit. He can come over onto that back gold mine. No real problems here, though it's a little bit difficult to be defended. Meanwhile, nice walls up onto this spot. There is this really nice idea here to just wall in your position like this. No way to get in there and cause any issues there, as the Miko on this side is just under a little bit of light pressure. And we're also going to be seeing a pretty quick Juggernaut to come through over here as well. But Uzume will be through, which does mean the Kamatachi is going to be out. And I love this here from Recon. Katoskopos. The job of this Katoskopos here is to see the Kama Itachi. If you see the Kama Itachi, you chase the Kama Itachi with the Achilles, Hello? You chase the Amaterasu with the Achilles and you kill it before it even gets into your base. Completely shuts down all of these problems that you can end up having. But still some idle time getting forced. One random villager over here getting pushed back. The Juggernaut just sitting idle for the time being. Over on this side, the Katoska boss does end up getting killed. Nice play there. And I would love the idea here for Kavoth to just pull back and use the Amaterasu for defense while the Achilles has to stay in the main base. That's smart if he does that. But it looking like he's going for the forward position here. And as soon as the Achilles can defend this, it's all fine. On the bottom side, there is one little entrance into this main base, but Kavoth is just going to be sending this one forward. He's going to get spawned, and that's going to be put to rest very nice and quick. Meanwhile, still good defense from from Kavoth here as he's getting himself the Onimusha, Samurai, and all the other good stuff. So this snare still looking for little bits of fighting. We've got one little ramming Wasen to come through. And it's totally fine here for the Amaterasu to just get some early game damage. There's also the option of using the Onimusha and just using Solar Shield there to keep it all kosher, as the shrine will get repaired up here by the Miko. You guys, oh, he's actually repairing with the commoner. You can repair it with the Miko as well if you didn't know. You do have to use the hotkey or click on the thing. He does have a repair feature. Nonetheless, the ramming Wasen pulls back. Juggernaut 18 HP in a dream. And on this side, though, the Onimusha pulling away. Amaterasu looks like it wants to get off the map here into the main base, as there's a lot of units now coming in. Recon forces watchtowers as the Miko here going to continue to garrison in. Great defense here from Kavoth. I think Recon going this aggressive onto all of this plays into what Kavoth wants here in a big way. Kavoth's going to get himself his Samurai. He's got his watchtowers. Completely fine now to defend everything coming his way. This one Juggernaut out. Does have to deal with that one in some way, shape, or form. That's the Amaterasu on the front here. It's taking a little bit of damage, but picking off a whole bunch of units here as the Achilles comes through. Doesn't even drop Solar Shield. Clearly here, Kavoth is just like, let me just hold off on using Solar Shield for as long as I humanly can. Another Amaterasu in. This Goshin Boku tree only has the one currently queued. Had two currently queued up. There's another one's going to come back out, and these are just going to be infinite value coming through non-stop. Another house to come through as a little bit of a housing crisis is starting to come through in this game as the Samurai come in, just getting a little bits of damage. This Miko also in a little bit of trouble, but we'll be able to pull back behind the wall here. No problems. And so far, so good for Kavoth in this game. As he pops through, takes out one of those Juggernauts. Villagers on the front here trying to get a little bit of this gold mine. And now a stable to come through. Two stables, actually, for the Naginata Riders to try and deal with those Toxodis. And Recon still putting some massive amounts of pressure on here. But this is playing into this Bushido, which will be coming through here. Medium upgrades are going to be in pretty quickly, you'd have to expect. Someone in chat maybe can correct me. Pretty sure the fighting on the water does give yourself Bushido as well, right? One other idea here from Recon would be to pull his units back and just bash down the docks, claim access to all of this stuff. I was told it doesn't give Bushido. Okay, it doesn't give Bushido. Okay. Maybe the myth unit does for Susanoo or something. That's where I'm confused. Nonetheless, these three Amaterasu are such a menace for Recon to deal with. And there's going to be, as the Achilles actually gets sniped, these three Amaterasu just going to absolutely dominate this fight. Restoration is going to be needed here. I don't think there's any way for Recon to win this fight. Kavoth is in an absolutely dominating position now. He's got himself that wind sickles technology queued up, but he doesn't even need it. As Ajax now comes through, and Kavoth does give a little bit of the, okay, no worries, I'll pull back, it's fine. Now Recon still massing up units. Kavoth going to pull all the way back up into his main base. Do have a couple of units over onto this side. There is still this one little entrance, and maybe over here as well. Onto this side, though, the Kitsune awaiting the villager. House comes up. This is a dead villager. There will be no secondary dock onto the top. And now Raijin is queued up for Kavoth. I'm not surprised to see Raijin here against Hades. Maybe Shogun has got a little bit of value. But realistically, is the Hades really going to go into a whole bunch of Manticore? I mean, maybe. But you've still got plenty of answers for that. Nonetheless, it's this one Trireme causing a little bit of problems over onto this side. All units just hanging out in the main base here. And there's a little bit of room here now for Kavoth to go in for a couple more shrines. Starting to move forward onto positions like this with the gold mine and the boar. The one Junko Sosen in. Does have to be somewhat respectful of the dock. It is Hades. You do not outrange a Hades dock. Has a lot of advantages here against these types of siege ships. But there will be the, oh, I can't remember the name of it. The fish. There will be the myth unit to come through for Kavoth here on the top side as well. So it's going to be a little bit of an assistance on this top side. As Kavoth's saying, all right, maybe we can take a fight here. There is this Thunderburst, but realistically, just play map control here. Maybe even straight to the Mythic Age. Drop a castle down into the center of the map. You've got that Lightning Burst, plenty of units out already. Mythic Age for Divine Slash, or even the Onmuraki one. The gate for 2 Thunderbursts, an extra Goshin Boku tree, and a whole bunch of Onmuraki as an idea, with a whole bunch more Miko to come through. As you can see, a whole bunch getting queued out, ready to start moving across the map and grabbing all of that good stuff in the middle of the map there. That shrine on top of this gold mine here. And here he is. The Honengyo. That's right. Honengyo. I have to somehow remember that. Don't know how I'm ever going to remember it, but I have to. Up onto this top side, though, all the fishing ships getting pushed back is Recon putting a lot of value in onto this water for the time being. The trick, oftentimes on water, is to build just enough ships that you can force your opponent off of the fish while you also don't get gold starved. That's the most important thing. Over onto this side, a whole bunch of Pentacontas now coming through to deal with the Honengyo. It's got a lot of armor here, a lot of HP. And the Wasen to be able to at least deal with a little bit of this as the dock does end up falling, but there's another dock already down onto this side. Meanwhile, Gorhe Wands to come through here for Kavoth as well. He's got plenty of food income. Dojo onto the front here. I want to see Kavoth with line of sight on everything here, as this one Raiju to come through, and he can't get in, but he can fling this villager into the air and at least pick that one off. This is not an entrance. It looks... Oh, it is an entrance. Never mind. Achilles and the Ajax will be over here and dealing with this. As Kavoth is just running straight through this main base. A little bit dangerous. Charging in onto this side to take out the Sentinels here as the Solar Shield gets dropped down onto that Raiju. Coming over here now to start hitting the villagers on the gold mine. But one little zap there. It's not going to be enough. Raiju goes down. No significant damage there from that god power. Good defense from Recon. However, now the castle to come up. So many resources here, though. So many resources for Kavoth at the moment. But the problem here is Kavoth has got no... Oh, he's making himself on Engo. I don't hate it, but I don't feel like this is the idea. You don't need the water anymore. He's got full map control and a Mythic Age on top of Recon at the moment. Nonetheless, Temple going to be going down, pulling back the units here. At the very least, killing off a Temple is going to be nice, but he does lose a little bit of HP onto everything. The Miko can just heal them back up and it should be okay. There's now 6 Miko out for Kavoth, all spread out onto different things. 0.09, 0.07, 0.09, 0.16, and 0.1. So a huge amount of favor income now for Kavoth. Regardless, the question is this enough to deal with, well, one, the Argo. It's on the top side of the water, though. So over onto the bottom side, this could be enough to actually just deal with all of this. There's another Honengyo to come through, and it looks like Kavoth's idea to defend here is completely fine. But he might be losing on this top side of the water after all is said and done. Amaterasu coming through. They will get picked off. Losing those, as only one will be returning in. So an Oyumi to come through. The gold mine has finished up now for Recon, and this is a tense moment. Can... We see a fortress coming up. Can Recon break out of his base with a curse, a restoration, versus the lightning, the Thunderdome, the Thunderburst? And there's also going to be one bonus points here. The prize. As these units getting pushed back, there is that restoration available, and he doesn't quite get out of there. A little bit more damage to come in onto these units. Restoration now comes down. Curse also available, and Kavoth says, all right, I will simply just run from this. I don't need to fight against the restoration or anything like that. There's so many units here, though, for Kavoth over what Recon has, at least in terms of population. As the Raiju to come back in, this fortress is getting thrown up here as the Oyumi to come through over onto this side. The Raiju going to get just a little bit of crowd control in onto this spot. Another solar shield there onto the Raiju there as he's able to tank a huge amount of damage as the fortress does look like it's going to be finishing. And oh, no, it doesn't finish. It gets picked off in one swoop. Recon did not have Sentinels anyways, so it's not like he could have just thrown that in. We are seeing a couple of those Shinobi to start getting mixed in. Now, the most important thing with these Shinobi is they want to use their special attack the moment they come into range of enemy units. This doesn't work for the Shinobi. However, you see where the enemy army is. You use the special ability outside of the range of those Toxotes manually, and all of a sudden these guys start becoming very, very powerful. But then again, that does require a little bit of forward thinking and all that other good stuff. There's the Oyumi from way back coming in. Shinobi now starting to get those punches in as we do have a curse finally getting dropped down. The archers will be able to take out the somewhat low numbers of the Shinobi after all is said and done, but the front line does fall. Villagers getting pushed off of the gold there as well. Up onto the top side here, the Town Center gets denied, so a little bit of revenge fire there during all of this by Recon. But this is pure Toxote here for the time being to try and deal with these samurai, and he is managing to do this nicely. The problem to some degree here now, though, for Kavoth or for Recon is actually no real answer for the Oyumi. As his hoplites are charging forward, 2.4 speed versus 4.3 speed, however. Maybe I spoke too soon, as he does get caught out of position here. There's 134 favor in the bank for Kavoth. What is that for is the big question. Units up onto the top to deal with those hoplites. He wants that town center up. Now we see a fortress up to the top side, away from where the army is. The Oyumi get cleaned up, and I spoke way too soon. Those Oyumi were not that effective there for Kavoth in the slightest, and Recon seems to be in a half decent position moving forward. Over here, villagers onto this gold mine. This does get caught by Kavoth. Huge raid here now by Kavoth as he comes in, gets that damage done. 2 villagers going down, pulling back. The army does rotate over here, and Kavoth, unfortunately, they're not paying attention, losing all 3 of his Shinobi there. That is not what he wants. The Town Center, however, now up for Kavoth. That's going to be a bit of an ego advantage, however. Options of Petropoli now here to siege this down, and all of a sudden, this doesn't look great for Kavoth at all. There's restoration on the cards. There's Sentinels on this position as well to lock this up. There's also, on the temple, Golden Apples, which still hasn't been researched by Kavoth. Big mistake there. He should have probably about closer to 140 favor at the moment rather than just 90. But he's a little bit more worried about the gold income than anything else, as another fortress now coming down for Recon. He's like, I have to hold on to this position. Meanwhile, the Raiju going to charge in, and the solar shield idea here is yet again on the cards for Kavoth, though he ends up losing that one. Now, I should note that all the fish has been cleaned up. There's only a handful of fishing spots now remaining as the Lightning Thunderdome does get dropped down. Straight into the fortress these units are going to go, but they don't have enough garrison capabilities here for the moment. Villagers getting pushed off of this position as well. Fortress going to be going down. And lots of villager kills here. As the Gold Starve is still a major threat here. Recon dropping his restoration after that Thunderburst there, though. And the fortress doesn't end up going down as Kavoth says, I better pull back. Doesn't want to take the fight just yet. Over onto this side, however. A couple of samurai in is enough to scare off those hoplites back. Great control from Recon here. Up onto the top, getting that damage done there as well. As the hoplites getting picked off over onto that right side. Now the shinobi to come through. But with the fortress up, it's going to be a difficult position to siege here, especially with no castle on the backside. Kavoth is pumping every little bit of resource that he has out. There's a lot of reserves here for Recon. But the thing is here, all of this fighting does absolute wonders for Kavoth in this game, because he's about to go for Bushido Tier 4, which is champion upgraded units, of which Recon doesn't have a great answer to, but he does have himself Peltast. There's the Horse Archers getting counted nicely there from those ones as well. More Shinobi coming through here from Kavoth. I mean, I don't mind it, but I do think the lack of numbers of samurai are really hurting, and also the lack of food for Kavoth is hurting a lot. Still trying to deal with all these ships, trying to at least give himself a little bit of food income on that bottom side. And now that Petropolis is in, now there is a villager advantage now for Kavoth. However, I mean, if we take a look at the fishing ship situation, 16 fish does cancel out this villager advantage. So it's not that big of a deal. Of course, there's a handful of fishing ships here for Kavoth, but not that many. As he's going to charge back in onto this spot. Drops himself that solar shield yet again. As the Raiju trying to get in here, trying to disrupt as much as they possibly can. There's still a population advantage here for Kavoth. But he has so much less. Well, now there's not. Yes, he does not have the military resource advantage, which is the crazy part about all of this. Still no golden apples is killing me here for Recon, but nonetheless, Samurai will get cleaned up as another Raiju making its way back in here, but Kavoth just can't take these fights at the moment. He's getting closer and closer to this Bushido Tier 4, but he's finding himself there in a disadvantageous position. The Razor Wind, Sickle, Kamatachi coming back through, and this game is so tense. Villagers on this side are going to get taken out. These villagers over here plenty safe underneath the castle, but more Shinobi to start coming through here, and these just aren't not working for Kavoth at the moment. Now the units of the villagers over here garrisoning. They have to start repairing the town center. Recon's grabbing the town center on the back. He's already got it. So losing a town center, not really an option for Kavoth at the moment. Kavoth has now lost literally all of his military. Gets himself a dock back up here, trying to get some more harass onto the water or something. Like, all of this favor and just nothing to spend it on is such a big issue for him. Charges in, gets the damage onto those Toxotes, but one unit versus the world tier, it's just not going to be enough. Another castle coming through as the Shinobi to come in and try and deal with these Petropolis. And you can see that they use that special ability and you actually lose out on DPS. Got to use it way before and charge in. And now Recon is perfectly set up. Takes the town center down. The Raiju will go. It's got a little bit of HP remaining. It's going to come over here and try and at least get some villager kills or something as Kavoth is trying to just bring himself back into this game. This is his tournament life on the line here. Town Center falling. Recon moments away from claiming this victory. He's got such an incredible advantage, but Bushido tier 4, super close to coming through. Solar Shield on this attack, another sort of option to hit that raid, but the castle is in now for Recon. As the town center in the center is the next option, and Recon also has the resources basically for the Mythic Age, which does bring Artemis as an idea. Champion does manage to come through as one last attempt here for Kavoth to make some sort of a pushback. He's at full population again. I don't know where his army is. It's looking like, I mean, this is his army over here, I guess, in terms of just the Shinobi. He does deny the town center at the very least. There's actually not been a Mythic Age clicked up here from Recon, which might be a bit of a mistake, because he needs that Mythic Age to get himself champion units now. Kavoth has got his champion units. He's back onto the gold mine at the top. He's still got a villager advantage, mind you. He's just struggling for population. Does he have like random units idle or something? There's a whole bunch of idle units over here. This is all of his idle military. 70. He's got 80 population. There's 9 Shinobi inside of this position as the town center attempting to come back up again, but the Shinobi come through and they will be putting a denial onto this position. Shoot and scoot with those fire torches. Denies that one. Charges in here to try and take out the Metropolis again. Does manage to do so. Loses a dojo for it though, as the Shinobi can start roaming around the map here, looking for villages to pick off, taking down fortresses and things like that. He's got the speed advantage here. There is an angle with champion upgraded units for Kavoth to bring himself well within an advantageous position. Taking the villagers down over onto this side. When you're behind in any way, when you're in front, killing villagers off is such an important part. He's got the town center back up as well over onto this side. As now Recon saying, okay, hang on, if you're not going to attack me, let me at least kill your villagers off. Now we've got Metropolis versus Oyumi over here, as the Oyumi is going to get pulled forward to try and take out the Metropolis. It takes a long time for that one to actually die there. As the villagers pull off into the town center, the Metropolis over here to siege down this position as well. The Shinobi have to pull back. Kavoth here might want to just drop this town center as well. There's no real need for him to go to the Mythic Age. He's got champion. Armory upgrade situation for Kavoth. He's missing a lot of upgrades. Recon, he's got most of them. He's just missing that bronze weapons here, as the fortress going to be getting taken out over onto this side. Town center will get cleaned up yet again. No way to deal with this, but if you clean up this fortress, maybe you can take this town center, you can take this gold mine. That sort of stuff is going to be very, very important here. There's the villagers all over onto this side trying to keep the town center alive for just a little bit longer, but those villagers need to find some sort of safety. As Kavoth pulls back underneath his castle. Town center up here is going up. Maybe the idea is just keep the town center alive for long enough so he can try and get himself above 190 population. He's not able to do so. 190 will be all he's allowed. Fortified town centers is another idea for Kavoth, but he just can't escape from this bind that Recon's put him into. Raju over here getting pulled back. The villagers will sneak back over onto this gold mine, as Recon probably needs to move forward and slap a fortress down over here as well. But there's this position as well that matters. Now the question is, does Recon know this? Recon doesn't have any line of sight on this gold mine. He's got no idea how much is left on that one. As we see another Thunderburst. How many Thunderbursts do you want? Recon says, but then Recon also says, hey, I've got myself access to a restoration here momentarily. So yeah, we're not worried about this in the slightest. And realistically, I mean, this is just a fortified town center differential here. Kavoth is missing that. He gets himself a castle up onto this side. Defending this gold mine is Very important for him. Town center over here getting grabbed. These villagers on this side do need to bail on this side, on this gold mine immediately. Losing villagers is not really an option for Kavoth at the moment. Now he does pull, as this one Kamatachi will be at least a little bit of an assistance here. Actually, no, he's going to turn around and take the fight for some reason, as the hoplites have to pull back from the Kamatachi, no problems. Meanwhile, over onto this side, the army does come back in to defend, but the fortress in the middle of the map does end up falling. This game is so back and forth. You can't tell who's going to be winning at the moment, can you? Shinobi charging it onto the back line, but still not using that special now. Finally clicks it up, and he can actually get in and get some damage done onto those units, but the restoration comes through. That's going to keep everyone alive for the meantime. Kavoth over onto this side. Needs to be on that gold mine. More villagers moving forward. That's his last gold mine. Up onto this side, a little bit of a raid onto the wood line here as well. Kavoth will pull back. Armory upgrade still not really. They're both caught up a little bit more. Recon's still missing just a little bit. But both players not really wanting to fight. Kavoth's lost. Recon's lost a whole bunch of pop. Recon's lost a whole bunch of pop. Now the samurai numbers are starting to look scary. It's basically just Shinobi samurai with a handful of Yumi archers here from Kavoth. He really doesn't need them. Whenever there's those Peltas out, you just go, no worries. I mean, this town center can also get grabbed by Kavoth here if he wants. There's a question in the chat. There's still 80,000 Bushido to get to tier 5. Tier 5 is where you get an extra upgrade for your dojo units only. So the samurai and the shinobi get a little bit more powerful. This town center over here is going to go up. And there is one little point of contention here. This gold mine is getting, actually, it's getting gold in. So maybe it's not that big of a deal for Kavoth, for Recon to get over there and deny it. Nonetheless, the fight has to happen here for Kavoth at the moment. He charges forward, gets some damage done. Town center 3 seconds from completion. A couple of villages will end up going down, but he garrisons in. Now he can get himself up to 205 pop, but still technically behind Recon at the moment. He needs fortified town centers. Missing that one also means the position is going to fall even faster. But also, the longer this goes on, the closer Recon's going to get up to 235 pops. So he's going to get even more of an advantage here. Up onto this side now, the villagers will say, hello there. I would like this gold mine. This gold mine in the middle is another very, very important point of contention here. Kavoth needs this. Also, trade routes need to start getting thought about, and Recon does think about that one first. Grabs the market over on that corner there. There is a pretty wild market placement up here, which could go pretty safely through all of this down to the town center, and same there for Kavoth over on this position. It's the samurai holding on desperately onto this position, trying to get that gold mine there. This town center getting sieged down. I still can't believe we're still in the heroic age, guys. We're still in the heroic age. Kavoth did actually clean up all the water as well, so there's no real economic advantage, but you really don't need water at this point. Fish, technically speaking, in the heroic age are the fastest source of food income. Kavoth might be able to get himself to the mythic age here. What does the mythic age give him? Divine Slash? Do you want to go for Orkney Nushi for the upgraded Oyumi? It's the samurai charge. Well, great control here from Recon. This is what you want to do versus the samurai. You take a little bit of a fight, you pull back, let your Toxotes get the damage. Hoplites die, but the Toxotes do end up staying alive behind all of it. As Recon does win that fight in that position as well. Temple coming up onto this side. Villagers trying to share the gold mine for the time being. Just give me as much of this gold as I possibly can. What is Kavoth's plan? He's not building units anymore. He's nearly got enough favor for another Thunderburst here. I mean, is there a world where just I don't know, 5 to, like, just build 10 Amaterasu out. He's getting himself a temple up on this side. 10 Amaterasu to try and break through those Toxotes. Nice wall coming through here, though the Shinobi can deal with these walls very, very quickly. They are an incredible tool, as the villagers have managed to steal the gold mine for the time being. What's the plan with the temples, though? Shinobi coming in. We do see that Thunderburst to come through yet again. There is no access to restoration for just a little bit longer here as the Shinobi chasing down that back line, trying to get some damage done. A ghost building of sorts to come through over here as well from Kavoth. There's no front line here. The Shinobi clean everything. All of the hoplites. There's no hoplites. And now Recon loses his entire army on that position. He has to rebuild everything. He's making Hypaspist, Hoplites, Achilles, Ajax. It's all coming through. As the Shinobi surrounding onto the back, the villagers over here are cut off of this position. Petropolis sieging down the castle on the back here. What even is this game? I'm thinking Kamatachi and Kavoth is saying, no, we're just going to keep on using Thunderburst non-stop. There's 7 Miko out for Kavoth in this game. He's got 7. Now, some of them are at 0.04 favor per second, but still. The Shinobi come through, take out another Petropolis over here. Samurai needed to deal with all the infantry that are now in. Those Shinobi stop being useful. So you have to go and find a different sort of position while you build out all those Samurai yet again. Meanwhile, the fortress into the middle for Recon to control this position. Take a look at this gold mine. 600 gold left. There's a world tier where Recon just bleeds Kavoth out. He's finishing up on this gold mine. There's also a world tier where Kavoth bleeds Recon out. Though Recon's got himself a trade route. He's got himself... No, never mind. There's 21 donkey caravans. There is no bleed out possible. For Kavoth on the other side, he's got 11 deer caravans. So maybe I'm speaking a little bit soon on the bleed out. 11 caravans isn't much, but you do have some angles of making Kamatachi to keep yourself going here. But just a little bit. As the town center yet again under siege. Raiju to come through. But this gold mine doesn't matter here for Recon. Not in the slightest. He's got plenty of gold income from his trade route. It's not the best trade route in the world, but it's still a trade route nonetheless. 46 gold per trip. And also no coinage does make things a little bit tricky as well. Now we see a whole bunch of champion Yumi horse archers coming through as the forward fortress to come in onto this spot as well. Great little move here from Recon as the solar shield yet again to come in, and that's going to be a little bit of an answer for this, but the hoplites are coming through. A forward fortress here with sentinels is going to be brutal for Kavoth to deal with. Though, does Recon even want to be doing this? He's just going to put another fortress up. Why not? He's got all the gold income, and Kavoth needs a gold mine. Kind of. He also needs a town center as well. Like, trade issues and everything else are going to be super real here. As the villagers coming over, going to be shanking down the fortress. Onto the front here. It's still a long way away from that Bushido tier 5. And at this point, how can Kavoth push through this much fortress? Zom does come up onto this top side. There's no gold income now. The gold mine has expired. There is going to be some selling that can come through for a little bit. Nope, not really. The trade route is in, but he's going to lose this town center, which limits his trade route to the home town center. And then the Petropolis can also kill that off as well. Kavoth can go to this town center in the center, but that's getting sieged. Recon is all over Kavoth at this stage of the game. There's nothing really that Kavoth can do. A transport ship raiding this market here and cutting off the gold, the trade route of Kavoth, of Recon is the only thing that Kavoth can really do at this point. Hoplight's going to come through, take out the Oyumi on the back. Toxotes to sneak through here as well. Now Kavoth loses his back town center. He's at 150 population. He's losing villagers left, right, and center. Recon's got a trade route. He's sieging this town center. The trade route moves over to this town center here. Villager rates plummeting. Recon's clutches on this game. Having had it, lost it, had it, lost it, had it. It seems like now he's found himself in the driver's seat, and there is very, very little that Kavoth can do now. Not only that, the Goshin Boku tree is under the control of Recon. And the town center also for Recon means he can even do trade route to the top map, to the top town center here for a crazy amount of gold income. And Kavoth trying to figure something out here. But there is just nothing left. He can't train. Well, he's got 5,000 wood in the bank. But there's nothing else he can do. Fortress coming through for Recon to end this game. He's not training anything but the villagers for the time being. And Kavoth is... Oh, Recon is not going to be allowing any more gold income. As I think Kavoth is just realizing the game is done. As he taps out. And Recon gets the dub. Gets the series and takes the win. I mean, what a game. That's just what it is. That's the game. That's the series. I don't think there's any need for any analysis at this point. An incredibly hard-fought game from both players. Both with their own unique take here. But just in the end, not quite enough. A battle of inches on this gold mine. A battle of starting the trade route that little bit too late. A battle of not securing this position, and Recon sees that weakness and he just pounces. There was moments where Mythic Age was just about in grip there for Recon, and it would have been a painful game if he got there, and Kavoth just manages to squeeze that push back in. So many little things could have gone so different in this game. They just did not happen. It just did not happen that way. But nonetheless, congratulations to Recon. He's going to go on to the losers bracket semifinals for, I have to imagine, another very, very hard-fought game. But guys, that's not where it ends. We've got another game coming here momentarily. We're going to get set up. It's Soup versus B, another highlight game for this action-packed Saturday of Champions League Season 4 action. Don't go nowhere. We're going to be moving off into it very, very shortly. See you in a second. righty, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We've got ourselves some spiciness here for our first game. We've got a Hades versus Shennong on the map Giza. Now, unfortunately, they were started, and a certain somebody may or may not have picked the wrong map. So we have to wait just a little bit longer, unfortunately, for them to actually get going. But let's take a little look-see at this draft. We've got the Kronos coming through as the first pick. I gotta say, I'm surprised on this. I gotta say, I don't understand it. This isn't my pick for the best god at the moment, but this is what people are picking. Everyone's bad. That's all I can say. The Kronos Rush doesn't even work. All right, but both of these guys are picking this one. What's my pick? Well, you've got Isis, you've got Tsukuyomi, you've got Set, you've got Susanoo, you've got Oranos. I'm just counting down the gods that are better than Kronos at the moment. You've got Zeus is really good right now. Nuwa's great. Frere's great. Just all these gods are just beating Kronos. Like I've got 8 gods. Okay. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about what we're seeing here. So both players picking Kronos, Tsukuyomi, and then we've got a whole bunch of Chinese for 3DB, grabs Fushi and Shennong. Then Soup takes his Oranos and Hades. Some of this is taking this away from 3DB. B has been playing Oranos, has been playing Hades. He also banned out Gaia, and B also banned out that Loki. The Loki ban I like because that forces Soup to play something different on Anatolia. Soup's been playing Loki on Anatolia, and he has been undefeated thus far there. So there is that. Now, on top of this, our first game is going to be a Hades versus Shennong on Giza. And Hades has a 1-0 win rate here, 100% win rate, completely broken. Balance, ban, fix it. Just kidding. But both of these gods are very, very strong in terms of defense, in terms of all of the power that comes with like fast second town centers and playing a defensive game there. However, B is a one town center specialist. This guy very rarely goes to TC. He wants to put pressure on you. He wants to use his micro, his decision making, his army movement to catch you out and find wins. Soup is just the greediest top player currently playing. That's the big dynamic. Both of these guys have got gigantic pools of strategies that they draw on to find advantages. But a lot of what Soup does is along the greed style, and a lot of what 3DB does is along the aggro style. But like the delayed aggro style. He doesn't like the very fast aggression. So it kind of plays a little bit into what Soup likes to do, which we did see in the group stages where Soup was the only player in that group, I believe, who actually managed to take a win off of 3DB. So there was that. Nonetheless. Oh man, I'm excited to see these two playing again. I think this is our first rematch that we've seen from the group stages in the tournament. It's bound to happen. We made the bracket in such a way that the chance of a rematch would be very, very low. However, upsets happened. We had literally 3 upsets in the first round, so that means rematches. Anyways, I should probably put these gods in because we got Hades and Shennong. Let's have a look. Now, I would be surprised if we see 3DB go for anything other than a whole bunch of Yatsa. He's so good at controlling the Yatsa that it's gonna be a tough one for Hades to actually deal with this. Though Hades does have the ability to get out, I don't know, Achilles, Chiron, Ajax, a quick Perseus with a really nice quick mythic age to try and play around all the problems. Alrighty, we're about to jump into game number 1 here. Husk Soup versus 3DB. I have something in my eye. It's not good. Onto the map. Giza to kick this one off. Let's jump in and see how it goes. Off to the races we go. In the left-hand corner of the map, spawning as the blue Hades. His name is Husk Soup. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Shennong. His name is 3DB. The strategy score is off the charts. An absolutely wild situation here. Both of these guys have got some crazy strategic ideas. We do see the early double Shennong farms. If you know how I feel about this, I feel it is well worth it to build those Shennong farms next to your gold mine and protect it. In this situation, he could have done this with the silo over here, enough for him to grab this position over here, and he could have dropped the farms on both sides and it would have been really nice. Nonetheless, didn't do it, and it's fine. It's not the biggest of deals, especially when you're playing against Hades, but it can save you a little bit of damage later on, or a lot of damage later on actually. Nonetheless, the Pioneer wandering through the main base here, just seeing what's going on, and it looks like Soup, he's not doing anything crazy here with the fast Vaults of Erebus, but he is going for it. So this is what I would call the modest fast Vaults of Erebus. It's a quick advance. It is a pretty quick Vaults of Erebus, coming in at like 2 minutes and 30, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. And it basically means that Soup here should be able to get himself a nice 4-minute advance time at the very latest. So it's not like hyper greed or anything from Soup, which we're sort of used to, but it's still going to be a somewhat greedy approach to kick this game off. Relics on the map. Let's have a look. Tail Feathers of Heaven. Huge, huge relic for both players. It is the turkey relics as well as Thanksgiving and all the other good stuff. But this one's going to be getting the melee attack for infantry units, getting an extra 0.3 divine damage per attack. It's over it's over 5 seconds or something, but still really strong. Staff of Dionysus here is an amazing relic there for the Hades in this matchup to play around those Yatsa, because it's going to help them stay alive. No low HP villages means no easy snipes. Over on this one, the Pelt of Argus is going to be some line of sight for the units there, +6. And finally, Harmonia's Necklace coming through on this bottom side to boost up the gold income. So, Ajax out, Athena on the way, and a very late Chi Yao for our Kwafu friend 3DB. He wants 3 Kwafu. And, well, that's what he wants. And he's going to go for it. He's going to get the Yatsa out, and he's going to do all the good stuff. Meanwhile, on the main base here for Soup, it's looking like he wants a town center. I could be wrong. He could be going for a village center, but this town center down the bottom is an absolute beauty. Now, what is important about this? Well, it's important to have your Ajax in a defensive position. He just barely misses out on the Staff of Dionysus relic here. Super unfortunate there for Soup. He hasn't noticed it just yet. His Ajax is sitting out idle going, I wanted that relic. You do not get that relic. Meanwhile, into the main base, however, a Minotaur comes through, going to be taking a bit of a fight against this Yatza, as B is going to be more than happy to just get a little bit of damage off and then just enjoy the regen. As another Yatza comes in, and that will be the end of this Minotaur. Meanwhile, over onto this side, though, the Sky Lantern coming through will be spotting the Town Center coming up. 30 seconds from completion over there, as the Ajax to come in and just get tiny little bits of damage off. Can he take out one Yatza? Yes, he does. That is a big win for Soup early on. Losing one Minotaur for one Yatza early on, I'll take that trade to the bank. That's happy days. And also distracting away from his town center while this is all going on. Completely fine. 3DB, he does see the town center up, and the question here is going to be, can he actually do this? And he actually says the answer is no. He says, I'm not going for it. I'll go for a town center. But he's got all of his economic upgrades. And then he's going for a town center. Now, generally speaking, this is not the most efficient way to do this sort of a fast second town center. However, Soup comes in, scouts it. It's not that bad. It's not like it's a terrible idea. It's just not the most efficient way. You're going to lose out a little bit in terms of the amount of villages you could have potentially had out. But it's not bad in the slightest. Now, moving on from this, Soup has a very, very, very powerful idea, which 3DB needs to play around, which is basically a fortress on this position. We're already talking about the heroic age after seeing these town centers coming up. Yes, this is the next idea for Soup. He's going to want to get a heroic age in. He's going to want to put a fortress down, sieging this town center, sieging this town center. Very tough to deal with. As the Pioneers on this position, they can't beat Achilles. Achilles is on very strong. Boy, his only weakness is the Achilles, and it's not looking like these Pioneers are aiming for that. So he's totally fine to take out all the Pioneers he wants in the world. So what's the question really is, how are you going to deal with a fast heroic into a fortress here? The other thing is, there's 2 rhinos, right, on these town centers. So there's so much food here for Soup. He's on his berries. He's got all these goats. It is without a doubt in my mind that this heroic age is going to come in incredibly quickly for Soup in this game. 3DB making some Dow swordsmen. He needs those to deal with the heroes. A couple more Kwafu coming in as he queues them out of both of these town centers. But this slows him down as much as it speeds him up. I'm afraid he's going to have some issues. One thing here for Soup that's a bit of a problem is he doesn't have any favor income right now. So the lack of favor means not going to be able to put up his fortress straight away, unless he notices that, in which case he's fine. So I think basically the reason why 3DB has gone 2TC here is because of how good this back gold mine is for both players. Like, how are you going to push through a Hades 2TC at this point and get the gold stuff? The answer is you're probably not. And we see Soup here. He loves to do this. He's going to the center of the map. He's grabbing this forward hunt. Now, this is doing 2 things for him. Number one, number one, he's getting food. Hunt is good. Always eat your hunt. But number 2 is he actually moves the villagers even closer to being able to move onto this position and drop that fortress down. But after all is said and done, Fey Beast is in for 3DB as he does manage a fairly competitive heroic age time. However, he hasn't pre-queued the rush ult. Double military academy coming through for Soup. Soup needs to make a decision. Do I build some Toxotes? Do I not? Is he actually going to go for this forward fortress? Or is he not? To some degree, there's no real rush to actually move in on this fortress either. You can just sit back, mass up an army, and walk forward later. Curse Restoration. And then set the forward fortress up. This is always going to be a problem here for 3DB. B as well has to be thinking, okay, how do I actually deal... How do I deal with the Yahtses? Not the Yahtses, the Peltast. How do I deal with the Peltast? And the answer is normally going to be Yahtse or something like that. As the Qiongqi comes through, trying to take out a villager here as Soup running past the wall. Does manage to get that one back to safety, leaving all the rest of his villagers here just not overreacting. Love that play. But now there's also ballistics, so finally this flying myth unit can get taken out, but doesn't actually decide to chase that one with the Achilles there. As B says, I see your units in here. I'm not going to allow you to just walk across the map and place a ballet or a fortress down in my face. You're going to have to build some units and push me back. Military Academy coming in as the Heroic Age now through for 3DB. He's got the favor in the bank to get himself his upgrades. Yes, you have to see the these hoplites are doing that bonus damage there with the tail feathers of the heavens. There, that's the Qiongqi. The Chonky boy gets taken out. Alrighty, can the damage actually get done here? I don't even think it can. You can also drop Curse. There's no real problems. But this army here for Soup is looking incredibly strong. As he's going to be taking out those fire archers and all the other good stuff on the back. The Baihu getting sent packing here as well. 68 HP at a dream, but 11 HP at a dream. And we'll end up going down. And now Soup, very, very simply, he's going for heavy range soldiers, but he can very simply wander forward here and be in a great spot. Drops that Fey Beast down, but like I said, Restoration is in. There's no sense in running from this. Just get the damage done. Kill them off. And then you can look to take a more specific fight. But 3DB, with those fire archers to take out everything else, there's that lightning weapons to come through, trying to just hold. Curse gets dropped, and it looks like there's really not much left here for B's lightning weapons. Because realistically, the Peltas to just take out those fire archers is all he needs to do. And this is looking like a very difficult position now for B, but the Taowu comes in. It's a little bit of a 10-pin bowling angle in, and Soup does have to pull back into his main base. I think the real big thing for Soup as well right now is because he's got... Well, now he's looking for the fortress. This is dangerous, though. It's a big spend of resources. If B scouts this, well, obviously he just charges. Because this is 600 resources spent plus the 10 favor and the idle time on the villagers. You've got to charge forward and look for a fight here. Soup does already have himself all of these heavy upgrades, and there's really no upgrades in for 3DB. But he's not paying attention. And most importantly here, Sentinels is available for Soup. Which means this food is Soup's. This gold mine is Soup's. And a siege situation is going to be very tough to deal with. Does he have Divine Blood? No. The fortress is up. B still doesn't know. Zom comes through, and now B is alerted to the presence of either... No, it has to be a fortress. I was about to say either a village center or a fortress. No, it has to be a fortress. Walls to come down as well. It's not much stronger than siege plus wall. As Soup says, let me take down this position. The army for 3DB is starting to look fairly respectable, but he's going to be losing buildings left, right, and center. Villagers over on that left gold mine here as well, just hanging out. Of course, Soup is never going to head over there. Heavy upgrades coming through, but 30 seconds is a long time here as the Nemean Lion comes through, getting those stuns in. Peltas going to be taking out a whole bunch of these units on the back. The front line does. It look like it kind of is being picked off as the Peltas numbers seeming like they aren't actually doing enough versus these. Never mind. I'm looking at the wrong thing here. 5k military resource value to 1.4k, as there is just such a gigantic advantage now for Soup, and 3DB says, all right, Soup, you got me for game number 1. Let me tap out and we'll go to game number 2. I don't think, maybe 3DB didn't really know what to do here. Could be the idea. I haven't seen him go to Town Center before for 1v1. Number 2 is this build here, this idea from Soup. This isn't new. This is a very standard Hades approach versus China. We saw Mr. doing it earlier. It's been done many times since the fortifications patch. Super strong from Hades. So you've got to come up with ways around this. So for example, staying in the classical age and pumping units and pressuring to take out the Hades forward position here, preventing any sort of forward movement with the villagers, and overwhelming like that as an idea to try and prevent this from happening. But just sitting back and waiting, well, you're going to get that fortress thrown up in your face and life's going to get very tough. But a very well played game here from Soup. We'll jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty, so it's going to be a Tsukuyomi versus Fushi affair on the map Blue Lagoon. So 3DB sticking with his Chinese to kick this game off. There is still the Kronos on the table. There's also the Susanoo, Amaterasu as well for 3DB. Some very strong gods left over. Oh, did I not update the thing here? I totally didn't. Let me update this. We have Soup versus B. My bad. All right. Let's see if these guys are already on the way. Oh, they are already on the way. Well, we are literally seconds away from jumping into this game here. So don't go nowhere because you're going to miss out on stuff. We've got ourselves a Tsukuyomi versus Fushi affair for game number 2 on the map Blue Lagoon. It's going to be a fun one. We did already see Tsukuyomi having a lot of success in a previous series. Different players though. Different strategies, different ideas. Let's jump into this game number 2 and see what's going to happen. Alrighty, guys. On the right-hand corner, bottom right, we have Soup playing as Tsukuyomi here. He's got himself a bit of a forward gold mine. Not something you really want to see when you're playing as Japan. We'll talk about that just a little bit later. On the top side of the map here, B sticking with the Chinese as he decides to go in with Fushi. Alright, guys. Relics on the map. Demeter's Throne. Making those houses and drop sites a little bit cheaper. But here we got that Heavenly Jeweled Spear. A very, very nice relic there for the Yati Spearmen and the Halberdiers in this matchup. Over to this side, there is the Tusk of the Iron Boar. Getting some hit points for the cavalry is going to be a beautiful one there for both players. This is going to be a must-grab relic. Keep your eyes on it. I imagine 3DB is going to grab that one quickly. Generally speaking, the Chinese player gets the relics first. Over here, we've got the Fur of Boit with the Healable Heroes. Regeneration rate plus 0.25. Now, there is one angle to get yourself the relics quicker as Tsukuyomi, and that's just get yourself your temple out nice and quick. You can do it. It's like not that hard. Just put the villagers straight over onto gold, and then after they're on gold, move them over onto food. So get the temple up. You also have to get the, I think it's gold here as well. So you get yourself just over, you get it's like, I think it's like 50 or 100 gold, 125 gold or something, and then put the temple up and you're good to go. However, 3DB right now, he's going next stage. He's gone to Kwafu, and he is already advancing. He's got to send those pioneers in and start looking for some nice pressure. Now, the defense for this, as the Japanese, should be put a house here and wall from here to here. And then you are somewhat, or maybe you have to wall a little bit more in this situation, a little bit more like this way, so the pioneers can't really attack you. And then you can put some houses into the town centers. They probably don't even need to, but that's got to be your way to make anything happen. As the Miko is making her way over here to grab this Tusk of the Iron Boar, of which 3DB is saying, I don't want that. A ridiculously fast advance here from 3DB to put pressure on immediately. As the Yatsu is on the way, there's already this second Miko, third Miko out as well, as he's trying to grab the Heavenly Jeweled Spear. He's going to be grabbing himself Tusk of the Iron Boar, just waiting for himself to get that upgrade through, as now it's in. Can take his relic, can take it back home. We see Inari all coming through as a cheeky little wall on the way. And I don't really see what 3DB is going for here. Military camp comes up. No serious early pressure at the moment, as this villager takes a couple of smacks. And Soup drops a villager. He was trying to like min-max he was trying to min-max the wall or something. And he just loses the villager out of nowhere there. Nonetheless, now Classical Age is in. Another house to come up over onto this side. The Miko dropping stuff into the temple. That one villager pick pays off this fast advance. That's all you really need. One villager pick and it'll pay off a fast advance. Of course, you have to wait for it, depending on how fast you go. But that's a big, big deal. That's the Shiragumo over here, trying to get just little bits of damage done. Pioneer's going to get some revenge fire in, as we do see a stable coming up quickly, a guardhouse as well behind this, as the Miko can start healing stuff up. Villagers getting pushed around. He's dealing with this early pressure can be very, very tough. The Miko coming forward as well. 3 Kitsune getting some big damage done as that Wisdom of the Nine tech coming through, but the Miko will get picked off as she ventures too far from her safe haven in the main base. But now 3DB is going to be taking a little bit of damage into his main base as well, because that's going to be Wisdom of the Nine Kitsune. They hurt. So keep an eye on that mini-map there. We might pop over and see what happens in the main base, but he's got to find those spots. There's 4 Kitsune. There's villagers here, here, and here he can be attacking. But for the moment, Soup is pushed off gold. I feel like he should just drop New Moon on the tower. Am I wrong on this? Meanwhile, Kitsune coming through. The villagers will simply pull away from this position, turn around, getting a little bit of damage off with that auto attack. As the Yatsu pops through, can he pick off any villagers with this? The Yatsu is through one. Kitsune's going down. An absolute disaster in the main base here for Soup. He's trying to move up to this gold mine there as well, as why not? Gets out a couple of units. He spent all of his gold for the time being, as these Kitsune have been defended by one Yatsu. They're great. They've got lots of speed. You really shouldn't drop any of them against anything, but when there's this much stuff going on, it makes it Very, very challenging. Meanwhile, Pioneers, Halberdiers, searching for Soup's resources at the moment. He's always putting himself into some very strange positions as the Pioneers can now start looking. Oh, he sends these Sky Lanterns forward. Not really a whole lot of stuff over there, but they are going to be swinging around onto this right side. There is access to Swampland, which probably is necessary here. We will drop that one down onto these units charging forward to try and take out the Pioneers behind this. Lots and lots of Halberdiers do end up falling. And is there enough stuff here? He takes out the Yatza. He's got to pick up one of those final Halberdiers. Does do so. And all of a sudden, this pressure really not looking that red hot. One Naginata rider on this charge forward. He's got to heal this one up with the Miko behind this. Juragumo going to get pulled back. Does it go down? Yes, it does. Some more Halberdiers are going to be coming through, but now no more Swampland. As the military numbers still favoring 3DB. The Naginata Riders, though, there's a very nice number of them against all of this. The Miko on the front will get poked down here. You really want to pick that one off first because that's healing. That's a huge amount of advantage there. The Javelineers going after those Yumi archers there, but good control from Soup there to take those out as the Miko now playing Neo with the Pioneers, and all of these units from 3DP now starting to fall as Soup has managed to escape from the clutches of 3DB in this position. Pioneers falling, and I think Soup has well and truly defended himself. He's now got himself Bushido tier 2, and that's going to be his medium units completely in. Picking off all those units on the backside there. No need to really take out the Dows with the Naginata Riders as the Javelineers coming back in here. And you can pull those low HP units back, heal them up yet again with another Miko. No problems. Now this is the case. There is 23 villages to 33. That's a big point to make. B can just sit on this advantage a little bit. He'll have roughly 600 resources a minute more than what the Tsukuyomi has got. So in 1 minute, he's going to be able to catch up on this military differential. And then another minute, he's going to be in front. So he does still have to give himself, he does still have to get himself the upgrades though. So it's probably an extra minute there of gather time for medium infantry and medium archers. And during all of this time though, Super's going to set up his walls. His gold mine is safe. He's still got his gold mine in the main base he can fall back onto. And he gets to heal up all of these injured units. But the calm before the storm. There is still a lightning weapons as well, mind you. So, all this meaning a big deal. Beach Blossom Spring over here going to get mined up as, for whatever reason, 3DB wants a ton of gold income here. Meanwhile, the Naginata Riders to charge in. These guys zoom at 6.6 speed. The Halberdiers will be a pain as they do have that Master of Weaponry tech in. But at 6.6 speed with enough attention being paid, well, they should be completely fine here. And that is also true. Soup does have himself out 4 Miko at the moment, so villager differential here isn't as bad as it looks. Charges in, picks one villager, gets out. Does he get out with this one? Yes, he does. I guess at 6.6 speed, it's enough to actually keep your units alive if you can pull them. Meanwhile, Soup is circling around yet again. Sort of made 3DB think he's elsewhere. The Halberdiers are in a defensive position here, so really shouldn't be any dead villagers here. But does almost lose one. Soup going to pull back, continuing to put the pressure on. Villagers in the center of the map here. Soup loves to play with fire, doesn't he? Absolutely loves it. In this case, though, the Naginata Riders, if B shows himself, which he has done, they will charge back over here, and all of a sudden, they will be completely caught out of position. And Soup is going to be able to clean house here. He's absolutely going to be able to clean house. As he charges in with the Naginata Riders in, those Yumi archers can clean up the Pioneers. We do have the lightning weapons to get thrown in here, as well as the units are getting stunned up, and this has got to be a good fight here for 3DB. Hachiman is queued up, and for the millionth time, I'm seeing a greedy heroic age from the Tsukuyomi player, and now you're in trouble. Losing that fight, throwing away 1,300 resources when it's must needed. B is going to be able to break through this wall, put pressure on. The lucky part here for Soup is he can just research watchtowers. Doesn't need to put New Moon down, but research watchtowers. Main base is going to be safe. He's got gold, he's got food, and he can put a ton of villagers over onto the wood as well to start doing what he really wants, which I think is to get out some myth units here. We aren't seeing the watchtowers, though there's not really a huge amount of necessity to, as the Naginata Riders are going to be searching off here. Villagers at the top on the food, on the gold. Soup has no idea that that's the case. He does see the villagers on this wood line. He wants to hit that. As the tank. How many times are we going to see a Tengu dive in and die? This guy should never do that. He should never die. Does manage to get over onto this spot. Catches out the Kwafu there, but not going to be able to pick it off as the villagers do make it into the tower. Two end up falling. Daimyo is in now, however, for Soup as he's pushed off at this gold mine. Where's the watchtowers? B is saying, hey man, I'm not going to let you just do this. You're going to lose some villages. You're going to lose some economy. You can't just go to the heroic age and expect not to get attacked. Shogun on the front here, soaking up damage, but is going to be going down. Gets one samurai, but does that even matter there? As the halberdier on the back, you're going to be dealing with these Naginata Riders as well. And now New Moon onto the armory. And Soup does have one little saving grace. He's about to have enough favor for another Swampland here. He's about to have enough favor for a Swampland. But here's the thing. B doesn't need to do anything right now. You just use New Moon on the armory. Just run. Don't take a fight. Don't give Bushido. Don't give anything. Pull back. Go full pop. Get all your armory upgrades. Get heroic gauge. Catch up. You've got the villager lead. That's all you need. Everyone to this side does manage to find a Miko. Picks that one off. There is room for another Shogun, absolutely. So we do see ascetic practices as well as Ivory Netsuke in queue. Villagers falling left, right, and center as B is in full command right now. There's only one Miko at the moment currently gathering favor. So the Tengu are they're gonna be helpful, but he can only really make himself like 4-ish. Miko on that side does end up dying. As the village is dying left, right, and center, and Soup is just not able to defend this pressure here. He's pushed off the gold mine. He's back over here. Could throw another wall up and try and slow down on that right gold mine and all that other good stuff. Ivory Netsuke is on the way, but the temple is going to be getting torn down here. So this upgrade isn't even going to be helping. Because you can't build any... You could put a temple on the back, I guess. So Ivory Netsuke does manage to come through. He's got ascetic practices, but the temple is slowly going to come in. Lots and lots of food in the bank. A little bit of gold. A lot of wood income. I'd love to see this wall coming back up over onto this side, but for the moment here, Soup's plan is very simple. He's saying, if I can get myself out a handful of Tengu, maybe I can beat this army. I don't think he can. Not with a handful of Tengu. He needs some other units as well. Maybe raiding with the Tengu or something to try and relieve some pressure. But there's already the Heroic Age in. B, it's going to be able to immediately go up to full bronze if he wants to. He can also go for for heavy immediately on everything. As the villagers are getting chased off of this wood line onto the back wood line only here. The town center going down. This could be an overcommitment here from B. He wants to finish this game. As the Yatsa diving in over here. The Shogun will pick off one Yatsa there. As those remaining Yatsa, good control there from Soup to try and charge down and finish this one off. The Tengu are helping, but those Yatsa diving through are going to be a big problem. Not using that jump there to get out of that position. Does end up losing that one there, and there's just nothing remaining here for Soup in game number 2 as 3DB manages to do what 3DB does. And he takes game number 2 in commanding fashion. I know I said it in the moment, but it's like, how many times are we going to see a Tsukuyomi player go for a Heroic Age in a time that no one would normally go for a Heroic Age? If it doesn't work for every other god, why does it work for Tsukuyomi? It doesn't. 3DB manages to punish so well here just by going, oh, you're going Heroic? Okay, I'll just attack you. I'll just attack you. That's what you're supposed to do. And unfortunately, Soup, maybe if he got watchtowers, Soup would have been fine here. Because it would have protected his gold mine. It would have helped him with his army that he had out. He would have been able to maybe go into a whole bunch of the Tengu, and he wouldn't have had to fight. Would have been able to get the armory up, get himself a whole bunch of units, and be in a good spot. But no watchtowers, and no real chance here. When you look at the resource difference, this will tell the entirety of the story. Nonetheless, let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 3. All right, it's going to be a Kronos versus Susanoo affair here. On the map key. Well, this is spicy. I have to say, this one's spicy. I really like this matchup for Susanoo. I don't know what everyone else is saying. I really like this matchup for Susanoo. Currently, Kronos has got the wins on this one, but we'll see how it's going to go. Does require some nice Miko usage. Early Kitsune and those sorts of things can be really, really strong. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into this game momentarily here. And we can also have a little look-see at this. So far, there's been we've had this matchup happen once, actually. We saw Soup versus Nyan Racing Cat, and Soup did actually manage to take out Nyan for the series in this specific matchup. So this 1-0 is Soup in that one, but it's a different player in control of Susanoo with different thoughts, different feelings, and a whole bunch of just different ideas. So to say the very least, this is going to be spicy. Ideas of fast temple into quick 3 Kitsune, into harassing oracles and things like that. That's a nice way to sort of open here. Shanking down the temple if it gets brought in too close is another sort of option to shut down the Kronos Rush. And if you get past the Kronos Rush without taking too much damage, you're just in a good spot here as Susanoo, I'd have to guess. But nonetheless, let's jump in here to the map key. Watch Soup versus 3DB for game number 3. Alrighty, here we go. In the right-hand corner of the map, the biggest brain in Age of Mythology, putting his wits to the test here. It is Mr. Soup, and he is playing as Kronos. On the left-hand corner of the map, 3DB. Now going to be in for some trouble. He's playing Tsukuyomi. The oracles slowly starting to line up around the map here. Obviously wanting to go for the rush. He's already put the villager over onto the gold tier. 3DB has scouted a tiny bit, but at the moment just grabbing all the cows he possibly can. I think Soup might have had the advantage here. He's got 15 cows. And I must say, this is not a quick temple. This is a slow temple. There is one idea here from the side of Tsukuyomi, which I don't like as much, but you just build yourself out 2, 3, 4 Miko, and then you advance. It's an idea, at the very least. Prometheus, the god of choice here for Soup. And he is going to be putting serious pressure over onto this side. Now, this gets spotted. This is well and truly shankable. He comes over, he hits the oracle. It's too late to move over and shank now, but well and truly shankable temple does manage to get up. All right, I think B spotted it. Yeah, he did. For those of you who don't know, 9 villagers will be able to take out a temple in 10 seconds. As long as you get onto the temple by the 10th second, you can see it by clicking on the temple, you'll be able to take that temple out and kill it off. And it's well worth it. 300 resources to kill off a temple in 10 seconds. That's for 9 villagers. That's value. That's basically the cost of 100 resources on your income on your side. As the deconstruction coming down, and Soup is well and truly on the way here for some early game damage. As this Miko comes over, tries to deal with all this stuff. Good control from 3DB. As he's going to try and put his temple up over onto this side as the Miko comes through. Little bits of shankages coming through as the counter barracks coming in onto this side. Healing up this low HP villager. He's too slow on that one. One villager down. I have to ask, where's the second Miko? From 3DB. The villagers have to all idle. He's now in the next age, trying to get the temple up for Ajuragumo. And there will be a hero Terma to come through, as this is just absolute catastrophe. An absolute catastrophe for B. He's not managed to defend this all too well. He lost a villager, huge amount of idle time. 3 Miko now out in an effort to try and push this all back. But sitting under this position with the Juragumo and those Miko can be a nice sort of idea here. You see now the counter barracks on the way. Miko's getting that damage done. Does pick up one Terma. That's going to be taken out. As one Miko goes down. The second Miko will end up falling as well. Or maybe he might be able to heal it up. Did he get there in time? No. The Juragumo, however, can get healed up and he can win this fight to some degree. In the main base, still no stable or anything, as B is just trying to get himself sorted out. It's the Juragumo to pull back into the main base as the second one is now coming through. And that Juragumo does end up falling, and 3DB's defense of this has not ended up working out all too well here. He can heal this Juragumo while he picks up a Terma as well. So it is max value. It is ending up falling. Even with 2 Miko, it's not going to be enough there. Swampland does get dropped down, and it's a small amount of value. Picks off 1 Terma, but it does give him just a little bit more time to survive here. He could have tried to drop Kusanagi down on this spot as well to send the units back into the swamp, but not happening as more Miko to come back in. And I imagine just full hero Terma here is going to be enough to take it out on the next one. But now we have one Naginata rider, so the catapulties are going to be very necessary. More Miko coming through as B is just like, Soup, I don't need villagers. I have one Naginata rider and a dream here. One Naginata rider. What are you going to do? Kill off my Miko? It's not going to happen. You're not going to be able to kill him off. Try. Get out of here. I've got 2 Naginata riders and 4 Miko. Drops down the Kusanagi there. Does not really get to do a huge amount of damage with that one, though. As the numbers of units will continue to motor forward here. This one Juragumo is such a good counter to the catapulties, but not there if it's being heroized. That being said, can you not just kill this with the Miko healing as well? It's kind of weird. Like it's kind of like the Caladria in the early stages of the game. You don't really want to be taking those fights early on because they can just counter it all. But nonetheless, there's now medium in, so more Juragumo can come through. Also, the options of potentially another Swampland to come through. That's the Miko just sitting here. Are they on auto heal? No, they're not on auto heal. They could be on auto heal. Completely fine to do that. As the Terma try to poke in here. There's no real healing for Soup with the exception of Valor, which is not really going to be able to help out all too much to the same degree that B's got. He's making Yumi Archie here against all these Terma. Surely a samurai would not go astray, but obviously he doesn't really have the food. The chicken's on the front, not going to be super ideal, but he can slowly start trying to snipe the Catapulti hero, and if that goes down, then all of a sudden the Juragumo is max value as B charges forward. Kusanagi is in, keeps his units alive with this one low HP. Naginata Rider does manage to stay alive here. Over onto this side, pulls that one back, not quite able to kill, not quite able to keep it alive as the Catapulti numbers are slowly falling here, and the Naginata Rider is doing so much damage, though the Juragumo does end up falling on that side. Military differential, very, very close here as the Miko out-heal the Catapultis, and Soup's Kronos Rush has been dealt with. Though he's got to be super careful. He's thrown away some units over onto this side. I said it was dealt with, but I mean, maybe it hasn't. There's still some terror behind all of this. Though now there is a significant military advantage for B. And Soup's got to get out of here. Another hero, Catapulti, coming through. As the Naginata Riders will pull back. Healing up those Yumi Archers beautifully. There's just no angle here for Soup to take any fights versus this amount of healing. And these Term are going to be going down. And I mean, Soup has got... Wait, Soup doesn't even have a villager lead. This is 30 villagers to 25. Has he not been training villagers? He taps out. Like, has he not been training villagers? What happened here? They were coming through. He must have had a whole bunch of idle. He had a whole bunch of idle time here. Maybe no food income. Idle villagers or something. I mean, for a small amount of time though, like not huge. I don't even know what happened. Maybe Soup just went full all in on this and took everyone off food and just went onto wood and all the other good stuff. But man, what a defense here from 3DB. I love the Miko idea, but I don't think he needs to rush the heroic age out. just get the Miko out first. You defend against the Prometheans without that problem. Advance a little bit later. Get your Shirakumo out and you're good to go. And it would have been a much easier defense, I think, from B. But he's in he defends it perfectly well. And better luck for Soup next time with the Kronos Rush. He's not going to be a next time unless he wins the next 2 games, because now 3DB is on game point. We'll see if he can bring it back. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick. Alrighty, we're going in onto the map. Okuchichibu. And it's going to be an Oranos versus Amaterasu affair. Well, this is going to be spicy, guys. This is going to be quite spicy. I don't mind this matchup from the Oranos side. I don't mind this matchup from the Amaterasu's side. It's very, very tricky. Very, very tricky from both sides. And it sort of looks like B has also saved his Kronos for Anatolia. He saved that for Anatolia. So even if B loses this next game, he's going to have his Kronos for Anatolia, which is going to be kind of difficult for the Frere if Soup wants to go that way. New Wire, on the other hand, could be a little bit more safe, but nonetheless, let's have a little look-see at the old map stats here. Huge shout out to Gerbot. And I was going to say the team over at AOMstats.io, but I'm pretty sure he does it all by himself. So huge shout out to Gerbot for all the live stats we're seeing. Oranos in this matchup. I was saying I didn't mind the Oranos versus Amaterasu, but it looks like it is currently 0-3. We'll see if Soup is going to be able to change things here, though, on this map, Okuchichibu. But yeah, okay. So let's talk about the matchup. Why is it kind of okay? So there's, I think the best way to play this from the Oranos side is to open counter barracks. Double counter barracks, Terma, Catapulti, Caraballister, whatever your opponent is building, you build the counter unit to that. If they're building Samurai, you build Caraballister. If they're building Yumi, you build Terma. You can actually open Terma as well. There's no problems with that because they can kind of deal with early Samurai, though Naginata Riders come through and they make your life hard. So it's a little bit of a guesstimation there, but you don't have to do much anyways. But Terma are good at good raiders early on as well. But nonetheless, I don't know. That's my take. You go for double counter barracks and you go that way. The other angle is to go for a whole bunch of Mamilo early on. That plays into Amaterasu, who wants to make samurai. So if they scout you making those military barracks, they'll make dojos, they'll make samurai. They're good to go. There's also that Carnivora that can take out those samurai nice and quick. But it is a tough one. It is a very, very tough one here for game number 4. 3DB up 2-1. Let's jump into Okuchichibu and see how it's going to go. Alrighty then. In the left-hand corner, tournament life on the line. Must-win game. The biggest brain in Age Mythology, putting his brain to the test. It is Mr. Husk Soup. He gets himself a back gold mine. We'll talk a little bit more about the map after we introduce the next player. Looking to upset the world here. Or maybe not. It is Mr. B. Coming in to sting. Making all of this stuff happen. So, 3DB on Amaterasu. He's got himself this sort of unfortunate forward gold mine. If I see this as the Oranos, I'm thinking, how can I put pressure on this nice and early? I want to attack this if I can. So I'm thinking either rushing this to some degree with a whole bunch of Terma early, maybe faking some Murmillos into Terma to force out Samurai so we can actually charge in and start shooting, scoot, microing, and all the other good stuff while I pressure this gold mine. And I guess from the other side, for B, I'm thinking, how do I defend this? So temple on the front, wall this off, those sorts of ideas. If we take a look at the actual town center situation, there is a back gold mine. There is back hunt. Oranos doesn't really care about these types of things, though. You can get a bad town center and still play and turn that bad town center into an amazing town center by just using sky passages. So that is an option there. However, Soup, I thought he put this strategy to rest. However, in this matchup, it makes a lot of sense. I honestly thought he put this strategy to rest. I don't think it's terrible, but I also don't think it's necessarily amazing either. What is this strategy? Well, you might be thinking, oh, I've seen Hero Citizens before. I see them with Gaia all the time. This isn't Gaia, it's Oranos. He's going Hero Citizens. He's going to be going Prometheus. He's going to be going Theft of Fire. He's going to have a huge amount of economy to play with. Anti-defense against Amaterasu. However, what's his opponent doing? Mina Kata Tomi. This is not your standard Amaterasu shenanigans. This is, I'm taking you somewhere else, good sir. I'm defending my gold mine with a Shrine of the Hunt. What are you going to do about it? I love this idea here from B. One unit, also a misunderstood, very strong myth unit. If you get a couple of these out, it gives you pushing power and all the other good stuff. However, nothing changes here for Soup. So long as this is a one town center Amaterasu, nothing changes here for Soup. In fact, even if it is a one town center Amaterasu, probably nothing changes here for Soup. I can explain it. You still want to go counter barracks here. Terma to take out the Yumi. Caraballis to take out the Samurai. Catapultis to take out the Naginata. And if there does end up being a town center angle from the Amaterasu, it's Promethean angle to push through it. As we are seeing some oracles come out, already 5 oracles through for Soup. He's already guarded himself that Theft of Fire. They're a little bit short on the favor here as he's been heroizing everything non-stop. And a stable up for 3DB. But B doesn't need to leave his base. And I think the plan here from B is make a unkillable army. Sit in his base, death ball this. Doesn't need to leave it because he's going to get a huge amount more gold in. These guardhouse units are sort of low-cost gold. Naginata Riders aren't. They're very high-cost gold, but yeah. I'm going to be seeing some Terma coming through here. I particularly like the Terma in this specific situation from Soup, but especially when you see Minakata Tomi. But nonetheless, he's going to be having just something out to get some scouting through. Sends that one across. Over onto this side, the Kitsune checking things out. There is this blanket of Emperor's Soul, but it looks like Soup is just going to be ignoring that. Up on the top, there's the Ula's Bow here as well. As this Naginata Rider checking things out, does end up seeing the Hero Citizen in hot pursuit. It's like, give me that guy. I'm actually fairly certain he wins the fight if you turn around and actually fight it. But there's a catapulti over here. That's going to be an answer. As more Naginata riders to come through. And when you reveal the Naginata rider, you know your opponent's going stable, so there's going to be more coming up. No problems. Nonetheless, Soup coming up here to get himself another Sky Passage. And there is an angle here to simply just heroize the catapulti at low HP, and he can probably win this fight. He has to stay here. No heroization on the catapulti there, though, as the wall trying to get up. He will be able to finish it, but he's going to have to sit behind it and repair it as well. Though, I mean, with Theft of Fire, you do build faster. So that's a nice little help there. There's another catapulti to come through, and we have seen this low HP Naginata rider coming back to get healed up. Love that idea. And the Soup is defended for the time being. Counterbarracks number 3 to come through. As what's been revealed here so far is just Naginata riders, but Soup's already reading to some degree that Yumi archers are coming through. Makes a lot of sense because you're going Minakata Tomi, you get the stronger Yumi archers with the hunter's bow and everything like that. You have to take Ula's bow here. 15 range base Terma, going up to 16 range at medium, up to 17 range at heavy. You don't want to give it over to the other player in the slightest there. Nonetheless, the Sky Passage will be coming through. There is also an option to drop a Carnivore. Oh, it doesn't have Carnivore. I'm stupid. And you can also grab this with the Citizen and then run into the Sky Passage back home to drop it off. Nonetheless, this top position is now under attack. Well, that's one dead citizen. Nice little catch there from B. And we'll see where to next for Soup. Because right now, 3DB, he's got units galore. He has a big advantage on military. Soup has a big advantage on economy, though he's lost one hero citizen, which is not ideal. Economic situation here. He's got himself pickaxe coming through. He's got himself over here a Sky Passage coming up. Does move into the center of the map, getting caught out here. And he's going to lose some of those units. Turns around with the catapultis here to get a bit of damage done. And look at the one Udor coming through as well. I've told you these guys are not bad. And he's going for him. He's getting that upgrade as well. Condemned Soul. And all of a sudden, the main base of Soup is going to be having some issues. If 3DB sees a little something, which is ranged area of effect damage, you already know. You already know he wants to take advantage of that. And Soup's now in some real trouble. Soup is in some real trouble. Getting up another counter barracks over here. The citizens can make a break for it over onto this side. Is Soup trying to go heroic age? These are one unit. These are siege units. The town center will inevitably die here. And there's no easy way to take these guys out. Like, mass hero catapultis is almost your only answer. And then you also have to somehow take out the Yumi Archer Ball as well. So one Udor to take out this Sky Passage. A Sky Passage can get dropped in the back of the base here. And Soup's hometown center, huge amounts of units in queue here as he's realizing he's got to do something. The hero Terma to try and take out those 65% Pierce Armor, one Udor, is just not going to be enough. And B literally just strolls in here and says, bye-bye town center, bye-bye units, bye-bye Soup. And Soup's got no military left. And he's got a shockwave. And he taps out. And that's Soup's road to Champions League Season 4 glory ending. As 3DV shows off how simple it can be. Naginata Rider, Yumi, and Infernal One Yudo. As everyone in the chat who says Amaterasu is one-dimensional is slapped and told, nah, you're wrong. I must say, however, Soup did not read this in the slightest, what was going on. I feel like if we take a look at the post-game here, we look at the timeline, we look at all resources collected, it's pretty close. But if we look at the military resource value, it's not close at all. And that's just from unspent resources. I think Soup wanted to go Heroic Age. When in reality, he really just needed to be going full spam and heroizing everything. You're not playing versus dojo units, which means the Bushido doesn't come through as fast. And then you can push back. But easy for me to say, I'm watching with Omniscient. You're playing against B. What's B going to throw at you? You never know. He's got something different planned every single game. But unfortunately for his tournament does end there. We will be seeing B again tomorrow. But we have the semifinals now. Winners coming up. We've got Rappel and the Mister in the hot seat coming in very shortly. Don't you guys go nowhere. We'll see you in the next one. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, sort of members of the jury, I bring you here today to present the Zeus Ace pick. Yeah! Let's go! It happened! Screw everyone else who says this draft format's terrible. We had it. We made it happen. The Mr. Grab Zeus. Yeah! I'm so excited, guys. I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. That's what this is all about. That's what Champions League is about. It's about get the best card in the game for you and pick it. Rappel takes Kronos as his ace pick. And then we see the Isis band and the Noir band. Following this up, Mr. grabs himself Fushi as his first pick. Rappel then takes Hades and Set. Mr. obliges and says, if you're going to give me the Tsukuyomi, I will take the Tsukuyomi. And I heard Poseidon's got some Centaur as well. Let me take that one there as well. Following that up, Shennong, Amaterasu in for the Rappel. The Mr. then says, let me take the best god in the game, Oranos and Thor. And Rappel rounds out his draft with a solid Ra. We are currently waiting for not a whole lot, I think. Hang on, let me just double check. These guys are now off to the races. This is no longer losers bracket round 2. It is winners semifinals. Winners semifinals. What a time to be alive. We've got ourselves roughly 2 minutes to get going here. I am realizing I think I need to change a little something here. I do. Okay, let me just do this. Let me just do it like this. That'll do. All right. So I don't know what else I can say, guys. We've seen already 2 incredible series being played. Now we're in the winner's side of the brackets. These players have all had one big win against really, really solid competition already. The Mister has yet to drop a game. Rappel did have a tough series to break through in that first round. These 2 players, they are training partners. They know each other's style. There's not that many players out there that can, in the Champions League, that can really say, hey, I played Mister. I know what he's all about. I know what I have to deal with. Oh, I'm struggling here. What is happening? Get me over here. All right. This is our matchup for the first game. Blue Lagoon, Oranos versus Kronos. A 50-50 matchup after all is said and done. Fast advance from the Mister. Rappel doesn't have to go for a fast advance. You don't have to Kronos rush. We have been seeing the top players saying Kronos rush is very, very strong because they've been going for it a lot. But, you know, as the tournament progresses, we start seeing metagaming. There's a couple of other options for Kronos to actually go for in this one. But who knows? Who knows what these guys are going to actually decide in the actual game. But Blue Lagoon, the first one. I'm really excited to see the Mister. I'm really pulling for Rappel to get some wins here. Let's put some pressure. Bring it to the Mister. Rappel has played him before. Maybe not recently, but he's played him before. He knows what to expect to some degree. But what to expect is normally just really good gameplay, so it doesn't really help you out. Our first game here for the winners bracket semi-finals on the map, Blue Lagoon. Let's get it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, in the right-hand corner. Weighing in at, I don't know how many pounds, but he's got a lot of pounds of skill in those fingertips. It is the one, the only, the Mister. And those stats are insane. Who made those? Is this guy crazy? 96 overall. His opponent today. His brother. He likes to refer to him as. He's from the Aces team as well. It is the Rappel. Another incredibly high-level player. Ladies and gentlemen, Rappel, he's got nothing to really hide here from the Mister. The Mister knows he's going to be facing here some sort of Kronos rush. Rappel's just going to go for it. He's going to say, let's just play this game as straight up as I possibly can, and we'll deal with it. Over here for the Mister, he's showing his temple up himself. Slightly later than the Rappel, it's going to be exactly the same advance time as the food comes through. Oceanus in, and Prometheus on the way. So, no significant damage to come through. Why? Well, there's going to be a Caladria. I love that play from the Mystery as well. There's going to be a Caladria here for the Mister to just defend everything up, and he can just put a building down. No problems. Why do I love this play so much? Well, he shot the giraffe back. Unfortunately, he didn't kill it over there. He shot the giraffe back underneath the town center to be a little bit more safe. Yeah, but unfortunately, decided I wanted to walk a little bit back. But we got the mana coming up as the upgrades are going to be in momentarily. Rappel is saying, I'm going to leave 2 villagers on food, pop over here onto this wood line, and we'll start working things out afterwards. Now, I have heard people say you've got to go through Prometheus in this matchup, but obviously Mr. says, no, Oceanus. Oceanus is the way to go. That's what he wants. But nonetheless, there's that Caladria coming through. We've got the counter barracks up very quickly here for the Mr. Big advantage for the Oranos on the defense here is they don't have to time shift. However, if you do have a mana helping you build this counter barracks, it does come through just a little bit quicker. As Mr. doesn't even want to mess around here. He just says, hey, I will jump onto some goats. It's fine. I don't want to take any damage. Let me just jump onto some goats, keep my villagers training. No problems. He has a little tiny bit of damage onto that one over here as the Oracle heroes going to be beating up each other over onto this side. No way to fight back here against that Oracle because you do have that Caladria as the deconstruction there onto the counter barracks. And another counter barracks is going to immediately come up. So this does give a little bit of a timing advantage now on to Rappel. He's going to be able to pump out those Terma. And we will be seeing a little bit of a Terma war here, ladies and gentlemen. The micro in these sort of fights is really, really difficult. As Mr. does manage to pick off Promethean offspring there, or Promethean turning them into Promethean offspring, and he's just going to be pulling back. So far, so good for the Mr. in terms of the defense. Gets himself up now the counter barracks. And reality here, you basically can only build Terma. There is an angle to go into Catapultes early, but you're playing a Caladria like sort of defense idea, sort of similar to what we saw from B versus Soup with that Susanoo idea. You're actually playing for a whole bunch of Caladria to heal up the Catapultes and charge down against everything. Great control here from the Mr. Great Valor there, though, from the Rappel. Low HP Terma back up to full HP, continuing along another mana to come in, but these units will simply just get their HP back. And there is always going to be this shockwave to come through very, very shortly. Yeah, there was a tiny little bit of idle time for Mr. on his food situation, so he did actually get a tiny bit of idle town center time. But the villager differential is equal as another counter barracks makes its way in. Now, because Rappel is heroizing his Terma here, he's not heroizing his villagers, so he's not getting any sort of economic lead behind all of this. Now, obviously, Mr. has to make a couple of hero Terma as well to deal with those Promethean offsprings. Personally, I think I prefer to see a Catapulti hero than the Terma heroes. Now, these do have low pierce armor, but Catapulti heroes speedy, healable, all the other good stuff. But still poking the front line down. Great spacing from the Mr. Rappel here in the main base, doing what he can. Getting all of those resources in. It is just a Terma spam war. The Titans coming through here actually for the Rappel as the Terma numbers charging for. It's trying to find something to snipe here, something to hit. But Rappel with that Heart of the Titans, what is the idea there? Like, obviously a whole bunch of Terma to come in and get that damage and takes down another Promethean offspring. So not quite able to take any actual Terma out. But the numbers have kind of become equal here. And now all of a sudden, there's going to be great usage there of the Terma. There's going to be a Carnivora and a Shockwave available momentarily. And the Mystery is just holding on to onto this usage for dear life. He's just like, I don't want to use it. I want to get max value. Let me just chip away, take down the Prometheus, chip away, and then eventually we will drop the Shockwave. We will drop the Carnivora, and it's going to be a very tough fight for Rappel to take. Now, medium range soldiers to come through for Mr. He's already got that in, which does give you an extra little bit of range, which one range advantage, well, I don't need to really say much other than it's everything. You cannot take this fight without the range advantage. There's that shockwave onto the backside there. Carnivora gets dropped down. Rappel has to sit here and just take it. He's got the Prometheans to come forward. And the military advantage here now for Mr. after that initial god power usage is just through the roof. As the Terma pulling back. Nice little chase down from Rappel to get some return fire in, but he's not quite able to get enough value back. And now Mr. in the lead on the Terma War and adding in the Catapulties. This is just charging forward. Good control from Rappel to poke down that back line there as the Catapulties onto both sides. A little bit of revenge fire in as the army sort of distracted over here by the reinforcements, but isn't this totally great control there? But he does actually keep it alive. No, he doesn't. Great control there from the Mister as I mean, I don't even know how else to say it. I feel like Rappel is just getting out-controlled in this game. At least at the start of the game. Right now, Rappel behind on military, has to somehow deal with those Caladria, unfortunately shooting off into the stratosphere here. Mr. Shooting, scooting. Takes down one. Oracle, almost. But the Catapulties on top of the Terma is not what you want. You really don't want to be sitting here just taking that damage. Both players got so much to control on this front here. Over here we see a little bit of an attempt from Mr. to take out some other units over on this side. And now both players are starting to drop units pretty quickly here. As Rappel has clawed his way back to equality here. We do have that weightless mace coming through now for the Mr. And the game is as close to equal as it's going to be. Both players, 40 villages. Both players, equal on military. 3 oracles apiece here. R3 Caladria would still help out on this defense as the temple is going to get brought back home. You don't want to be losing that anytime soon. So we're going to make their way over onto this side as the sky passage might have been spotted by Rappel. No, he's just going to check it out. He doesn't know anything's up here. But these citizens can obviously just jump into the sky passage, no problems. Back into the home base. Eat a goat for a little bit. A deconstruction? Hello? Opportunity missed there from the Rappel, unfortunately. Opportunity missed. That could have been huge. Another sky passage in the center of the map here for the Mister as he wants to start thinking about grabbing himself some gold. Of course, if you drop deconstruction, the villagers will simply just rebuild the sky passage, but you're going to get at least a citizen kill, if not more, with that amount of Terma, and that's the only advantage you can realistically get. Now, from deconstruction at this point in the game, as you can see, another Carnivora getting dropped down, Shockwave onto that position as well. As the Catapulti do need to get brought back, and now Mr. does not have an answer to the Carabalistic here. He's just lost all of his Terma. He's lost all of his Terma, and now Rappel has got a gigantic lead in military. He's now got 1,000 resources, and he beat the Shockwave Carnivora combo. Now some more oracles to actually come out for Rappel. He wants a little bit more favor income. It makes sense. There's no more Valors really left. He probably wants to make some more Prometheans here. The Mister needs some more Terma to actually deal with the Carabalistic. The Catapultis are good. But without Carnivora, maybe he missed it. If you drop the Carnivora down onto a Carabalistic, that's like your max value Carnivora or something like that. So Mr. does get spotted with this citizen. Whether or not Rappel actually saw that, there is a random oracle over here, and he did see it. Not going to be allowing that citizen to get a sky passage up anytime soon. Up onto the top side here. Thundercloud sure getting uncovered. That's a pretty important relic in this matchup, but nonetheless, one citizen goes down as Rappel manages to find himself an advantage. It's a small advantage, but he finds himself an advantage. One citizen. The only issue here for the Rappel is weightless mace catapultes. Take a look at these bad boys. Can I see one? No. Just want to see one catapulte. 5 speed right now, and he doesn't have Empyrean speed. If you get that Empyrean speed in, they go up to 5.25 speed. If you heroize them, they go up to 5. Wait. I feel like they go up even more than that. Hang on. What are they on? They got to 5. Yeah, they got to 5.5 speed with that Empyrean speed at the very least. Maybe it's more than that. Maybe it's like 5.75. Anyways, he can absolutely dominate these Terma with that upgrade because they're going to be able to chase them down. At 5 speed versus 5 speed, it doesn't really matter. You can just run. But when they've got that speed, it's a completely different story. However, the reinforcements coming in, Murmillo's in the mix. Mr. not paying attention to those Terma does get pushed back ever so slightly up onto the top side, scouting with the Caladria, trying to find something going on. Does manage to pick off one Caraballister there for free, but his units are now out of position. There's no Terma, sorry, no Sky Passage up there. But he does have the speed to kind of just run away, no problems. Charging it over onto this position now, looking for multiple fights on multiple different fronts here. The military differential is equal. Lots of resources in the bank here, though, for both players. So it could be time for like a town center, heroic age, something like that. But here's the thing. Mr. is caught out of position. He does have Shockwave. He does have a Carnivore. He's got the favor for both. These units need to get over here. Spots an Oracle at the very least to take that one out. Heroizing the Oracle to keep it alive, though, as Mr. is trying to keep himself going here. He's trying to delay. Drops the Carnivora as the reinforcements come in, taking out the Caraballister. Mr. is now, at the very least, able to take an equal fight here, as the Micro is everything at the moment. Catapultis here are going to be able to churn through the Terma, but the Murmillo are going to be able to do the same onto the Mister, as they should then be able to take the advantage versus those Catapultis. But it looks like, I don't even know how to call this one. The military differential is so close, but the Murmillo numbers, they have to mean something at the moment. And they do mean something, as Mr. realizes, I've dealt with all the Terma. I've got to get out of here. He's actually clicked up to the heroic age behind this. Little bits of fights into the center as well. As a heroic age for the Mister means chaos, means satyr. There's an equal military differential here. Somehow, some way, being behind 2 citizen, losing a citizen, putting sky passages up, and all the other good stuff. Mr. has managed to squeeze out a heroic age advantage. But what he needs now is, yes, Caraballister to deal with these Murmillo. They are really powerful. Or his own Murmillo wouldn't be a terrible idea with Bite of the Shark. And the Caladria can heal up all these units after the fight. Bailing on this gold mine, no problem. He has this sky passage over here to get over onto this position. No problems there. Does not need to really be concerned. He can wait as long as he wants. Rappel here. Upgrades coming through. He's got a military advantage. He's just pumping units here. But this only works if you can get some economic damage done onto your opponent. Because this tech here is going to pay for itself. You've got Chaos, that does damage. You've got Satyr, they do damage. They're worth stuff. And more Satyr are going to be coming through. Up onto this top side. A couple of Terma harassing the precariously placed farms from the Rappel. We have to ask some questions about why these farms are here. Of course, it's value for him. He doesn't have to walk. That's one of the big advantages of playing Atlantean. as the deconstruction does get dropped down onto that sky passage that does not want to be allowing any of that stuff to be used for taking advantage of the Terma. Try to get forward, try to snipe the Carabalus. A great control there from the Mister to pull those back outside of range of the Terma. The Satyr is getting big damage here. Caladria trying to heal up the Carabalus here as well, as they're just not able to be taken out by that amount of Terma here. He picks off one. The Satyr going to be taking out the rest of the Terma. Military differential favoring the Mister after that fight. And Rappel has to pull back. Wait, can you time shift farms? You absolutely can time shift farms. You're not wrong. And now Rappel, economy completely awry. He's trying to get to the heroic age himself. He's making a whole bunch of mamili, but he needs nothing but gold here. This gold mine's got 2,300 left in it. There's a couple more buildings to come down, and Rappel actually says, I don't think I can get there. But this is just a problem for the for Rappel, no? Like, how is he going to take fights? He's behind on military. He doesn't have the answers to what Mister's got out here. He needs his own heroic age to some degree. The walls are up over here now for the Rappel. He's going to be somewhat able to defend this gold mine. But if he gets caught out here, it's a big problem. Hero Citizen gets caught. 3 seconds in a dream there for the Mister, as I imagine another Citizen might get moved forward here. Another sky passage over onto this side and onto this side would be brutal for Rappel to deal with, because the Mister is going to be able to take full map control, have the pincers, no gold mines able to get actually secured for the Rappel, as the Rappel is now stuck inside this position, dropping villages. These Citizens on this top position here, caught out. Low HP Citizen there as well. That one can get easily targeted down, but Mister says, I'll leave you be. Picks off a couple of those Terma there as well. Not quite able to pick off the 2 HP Citizen, as the army now moving forward. A whole bunch of hero Murmillos do get converted in onto this fight. He needs to take out the Carabalus there as fast as possible, diving after the Satyr, but the Carabalus are doing so much damage. All the heroes fall there, and the rest of this army for the Rappel, with heavy archers coming through as well to boot. This is too much for the Rappel to deal with, as the Mister cleans that army up. The Citizens falling. The advantage absolutely gigantic. And Rappel is behind on Citizens. He's behind on military. He's behind on tech. What can he do now? A castle, a palace coming up in the center of the map, as this Citizen might get spotted by the Mister and might alert. Well, he already knows that he's over here. But now the Mister can just make his way over here. He can actually come up to this position and pop over here with another sky passage. Doesn't really need... Does he have 4? He's only got 3 sky passages, so he can put one over here, no problems. As the Citizen finish up on this gold mine. This gold mine is now the problem. Over onto this side of Counter Barracks going to be coming up. And the Mister rides over here, ready to take out every little bit of Citizen remaining. And Rappel's chances of rebuilding his army up for one last fight do not look all that good. Now, the one saving grace here, it's a small saving grace, but the one saving grace here is Terma aren't very good and in this stage of the game. But the Carabalus are, and there's no Terma left to take the Carabalus out. The Satyr are. So what are you going to do? The Citizens making their way to the gold mine. Rappel trying to fight his way through. Yet again, perfect control from the Mister to take out all those hero catapulties. None of the Satyr falling here. The Citizens on these berries are getting shanked down, but he manages to keep the majority of those alive. The Terma in an amazing choke point here with that military barracks. The palace also coming in to help out. And there is just too much advantage here for the Mister. As the Rapple continuing to try and fight, but that there, ladies and gentlemen, is the game. And the Mister takes it beautifully here. It was a very rocky road here for this first game. But in reality, was there ever a doubt? I'm just kidding. Very close, but Rapple almost managed to break. I think if he caught the deconstruction on this sky passage, for example, picked off a couple of citizens, he probably delays that heroic age, and he's probably in a much better position. This fight up on this left corner, I mean, take a look at this post-game here. Look at how little difference this military resource count was for the entirety of this game. And I mean, resource differential, Rapple is just in front for the entirety of the game. And you got to ask the question, how did the Mister get himself to the heroic age before him? And I think the answer is simple. Sky passages. He's able to fix his economy such that he has perfect macro to get to the heroic age in that moment. Because you take a look at this all resource differential. This is the heroic age for the Mister. He clicks it right here. Rapple, he's not behind. He's barely behind on resources. It's like 400 differential here. Instead of spending all these resources on units going to the heroic age, he's probably in a really good spot, but he didn't have the right resources. Take a look at this, 15 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Food. Didn't have the food. Gold. He had the gold. That's the difference. It's tiny. And of course, then the control from the Mister just out of this world to finish him off. But let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. So we are going to be going in onto Ghost Lake, and it is going to be a Poseidon versus Shennong affair. A Poseidon versus Shennong affair. All right, I'm not exactly sure what's going on here. Are they in game? No. All right, we're going to be having just a little bit of a wait on this one. So let's take a little look-see at this. So in this matchup, we've actually seen 0 wins for Poseidon, it looks like. 0 wins. So this is going to be a little bit of a hashtag statistical advantage for the Rapple who has the Shennong here. I think I like this matchup for Poseidon. I don't know what you guys are talking about. This matchup's fine for Poseidon. Ares does well. I would no. Hermes is always the way to go. You have to have the threat. Hermes is so good. Nothing beats Hermes. Well, oh, I need to do this stuff as well. Here we go. I can keep myself busy. So first game was a victory for the Oranos and a loss for the Kronos. I'll put a little 1 here as well so you guys can see what happened later. And game 2 is Poseidon versus Shennong. I feel like because these guys have played together so much, they know each other's tendencies quite a lot. Now, to some degree, this is a bonus, and on other degrees is negative. So what the Mister knows is he knows in his head what he's played with the Rapple. And maybe he thinks, okay, I know Rapple wants to pick Shennong or pick Noir on this map, right? That's what Rapple's been doing through this tournament. Maybe he's been like, well, we haven't played Poseidon yet. So if we haven't played a matchup, then that's something that he can use to his advantage. And on the flip side, Rapple could do the same thing back at the Mister. If he knows the Mister hasn't played a specific matchup, then he can go, all right, well, let's go for that matchup if I've played it. Type thing. All right. While we're waiting here as well, let me jump over to this little thing and I'll be back in a very short amount of time. Ladies and gentlemen, we come back now. Winners bracket semifinals 1-0 for the Mister. Currently and still undefeated. He's going to be playing some Poseidon for us in this game. This is a god that he started off Age of Mythology Retold loving. We haven't seen him playing it recently, but We know how good he is with this god. His opponent, Rappel. Taking it to the mister in the first game, he says, no, I'm not going to be scared of you, mate. I am... Well, he probably didn't say mate. He probably said this in Greek to some degree. I'm not going to be scared of you, mate. I'm taking it to you. I'm going to Kronos rush you. See what you can do. And then Mr. says, yeah, I see. He probably also uses this accent as well, right? Yeah, I see ya, but I can also do all that stuff better than you. And then, oh dear. All right, well, I guess we'll go to game number 2. As we're now watching a Shennong versus Poseidon game. There's a lot of interesting ideas here. So for the first one, Rappel could drop some farms down on this silo. It's a perfectly placed silo for double farms to protect his villagers from any sort of harassment. He's dropping a temple super quickly because he knows, well, the Mister likes to rush. A very nice fast advance, Centaur in his main base, super hard to deal with. How do you deal with it? Well, you get yourself out some pioneers. What about the Atalanta? How do you deal with that? Well, you got to get yourself out some Dow swordsmen or some halberdier or something. So early pressure coming the wayside of the Rappel. He's actually deciding for a 2 Kwafu approach, which to me seems to be the most solid approach here for China. In these sorts of high-level matches, in these sorts of like situations where it's fast advance or and pressure or die, you have to get going. You have to defend yourself. It's a slightly later advance than I would have expected here from the Rappel. I was expecting one villager faster, but it's not going to be that big of a problem, as we do have over here already the Theseus out. And let's have a quick little look-see at the relics on the map. I have Ornlu. Huge, huge, huge relic for the Shennong player. You don't want to let them have this. Makes those fire archers way too strong to deal with. Oseberg Wagon over here. A nice one for the late game. Probably not going to be seeing that be that effective or that impactful in this one, though. And we might see a really long game here develop. It's been known to happen. Poseidon likes the late game. So does Shennong. Hecate's Torch over here. God Power recharge time going down, and the cost of the God Powers, recast of the God Powers going down, and Shirang with the wall regeneration, hit points of 10 per second. As the classical age comes through, Centaur is out and will immediately make its way over into the Rappel's base. As a couple of these goats here they've got a little bit of a rave going on here. They're look, let's not talk about it. More pioneers starting to come out as the Cheongchis is going to be looking for a little something. And we will be seeing a very, very early earth wall from the Rappel to just say, I don't want any pressure. Just leave me alone. He could have earth walled maybe on this house and protect this wood line a little bit better. But he just wants the entirety of his base nice and safe. And we do see a very quick town center here for the Mister. So, Rappel picks off the Katoskavos. He's going for his town center, it looks like as well. Lots of income coming in. It's double gold mine, Ghost Lake. So the second town centers are generally the approach agreed upon by the top level players. As the Centaur can actually try and deal with this Cheongchi. Funnily enough, the special attack is sort of the strength of the Centaur here, because it has a 100% accuracy. You can't miss with it. So at the very least, every time that special attack is up, there will be, was it 18 damage? Yeah, 18 damage on that attack, or pierce damage. So the Cheongchi can get some scouting in, but it will eventually go down, as the town center now going to be coming up for the Rappel. So after the early game is sorted here, we could kill that caribou right underneath the town center. Anyways, after the early game is sorted out, Rappel is a tiny bit behind because the town center finishes first here for the Mister. It's not a big enough disadvantage to mean anything, but it's a tiny, tiny advantage for the Mister to squeeze a lot out of. So it's going to be something like 60 resources a minute, maybe 100 resources a minute, or something like that for a while here for it to actually come through. As opposed to if we got the town center up a little bit faster. If Rappel did. But Rappel has also got access to Kwafu, which will keep him in a very competitive space there for the gold. And now you have to ask the next question. Is it going to be a stable? Are you going for Hippias raids? As I say it, it does drop. So, do I go for Halberdier here, or do I try and grab this gold mine nice and fast? Do I try and grab this food? As the Pegasus now comes in, and they can look at the Mister and seeing exactly what he's going to be spotting here. He sees these two Kwafu over on this spot. All of this information is something you can kind of use, right? You come through, you see two Kwafu over here. Okay, that's a weak point. I see villages potentially over here. That's a weak point. Okay, in the main base, what's he got? There's no buildings. Okay, probably going to be a fast heroic of some sort, it looks like. So we can get a little bit of pressure on. Can't really confirm or deny anything here. There is one military camp, as well as the Atalanta manages to pick off one Pioneer. You really don't want to be losing these guys. The amount of value you get out of them is it's an invaluable unit there for the Sky Lanterns. Meanwhile, Hippias now going to be moving their way over and to harass this. And behind this, it's a classic Mysterism. Is that a thing? Can we make it a thing? A Mysterism is build a couple of units and then do something else. Makes it seem like he's going heavy on the raids. Not, he's just putting light pressure on and he's going to be getting to the heroic age. The Halberdier comes through, trying to poke down that Hippias there as best as possible. But now a Centaur coming through just to min-max this damage. Another military camp coming in from the Rappel as he is having quite a lot of issues dealing with just a tiny amount of units here. He does have to get himself out quite a bit. He does have two Cheongchi here, which could be a big help. Of course, there is the big problem of the Atalanta. But he can heal these up underneath this position, so it's not really that big of a deal. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see the Mister look to try and do something similar to what Soup did to be in a previous series today, which is just get a forward fortress up. Not as good as Hades doing because there's no Sentinels, but still an option there. But it actually looks like what Mister's plan is. He goes, all right, we're in a boom war. Probably not going to get a gold staff anytime soon. Let's just get economy in. Shaft mine. Bowsaw. What are you going to do if you're the Rappel here? How are you going to put damage? How are you going to inflict damage back onto the Poseidon for these Halberdiers? Well, attacking over here is a good idea. Attacking on maybe this gold mine or in the main base here on these chickens is a good idea. There's a lot of different weak points here. But Rappel, he needs a lot of food income to be chasing this heroic age. And there's going to be Aphrodite, which is going to be Curse. Which means he can just drop the Curse down on these units if he feels like he needs to. As the army comes forward, Hoplites getting revealed. As well as the Toxotes. As the Pioneers trying to charge up to that Centaur. But great control yet again there from the Mister. Keeping everything alive and out of reach here. There's the Javelineers coming in. Be able to take out that lone Toxote, or those two Toxotes. There's more going to be coming through, but at this point, Kurtz gets dropped. Pigs gets claimed. Can send those back home. And all of a sudden, Rappel is caught out in the middle of the map with not very much. Turns around trying to take out that Atalanta, or at least getting a little bit of damage done. The Dow Swordsman is pretty much dead here anyways. So may as well get a couple of shots off as you run. And Rappel is now sort of, I wouldn't say he's stuck in the classical age. He can stop building units here and go next stage. But you also have to be concerned about a whole bunch of other stuff coming as the Nemean Lion charges after the villagers here now. Great control, great reaction from Rappel. Pulls back quickly as the Halberdier ends up going down. Centaur does get cleaned up there as finally the Pioneers can get into range. And the Nemean Lion will simply just pull back, but this gives Mr. so much time. Mr. here, he's bought himself Shaft Mine, Shaft Mine and Bowsaw here. So his economy is gigantic. His economy is absolutely huge at this point in the game. As compared to what Rappel's is. Even though Rappel's in front on villager count, it doesn't matter. It's such a big boost. You've got 11 villagers on wood. You've got 16 on gold. Add an extra 20% to those, and now you've got, well, you've got like an extra 2 villagers on both of these. So there's no advantage for the Rappel. And also when Rappel goes next age, Rashol comes through. That means he's going to have Idle Talent Center, which basically will give Mr. even more of an advantage here. Nonetheless, Rashol's on the way, and we do have a pre-queued Hephaestus. So, funnily enough, we might actually see... I mean, if Rappel can defend the timing of Hephaestus, there is that angle for the... Oh god, that's sneak from the Hippias. From that Osberg wagon for some very nice cavalry advantage here as the Quafu going down. Farm? Never the farm. Why does no one ever put the farm down in this situation? Unless he does catch out these... oh, no, he doesn't. Mister's out of there. Great sneak around the corner there to get in and get out. Not losing any units. Max value for the Mister as Rappel... still looking for what he can do. Now the Shennong farm's coming down onto this position. No real problems with that. But Hephaestus now clicked up before Rashol is finished. So this is very, very tough if you're in Rappel's shoes here. The question is, do you try and chase this Mythic Age? Do you go for a whole bunch of units to try and put pressure on to hit just as the Mythic Age hits? Or what? At the moment, he's just sitting playing defense because obviously there's those Hippias that he's scared of. But Mister is making it seem like there's way more units than there actually are. 4 Hippias coming and raiding you on a Quafu over here. Well, that's not that big of a deal. Main base now getting hit. Earthwall will take a very long time to go down here. Though if you don't react, it will go down. Halberdiers will be enough there. Meanwhile, golden apples to come through. Heavy cavalry. Lord of horses. Medium infantry. Medium range soldiers. Get everything under the sun. And why not? And Rappel, he looks like he's going for the approach of let's try and get a whole bunch of damage done in the heroic age. He doesn't want to just try and chase the mythic age, which I think might have been the safer idea. But there is a big timing here because you lose the... Well, there's a timing in the fact that Hephaestus comes in and the armory upgrades take a little bit to come in. But and all that spend on resources is sort of an issue there as well. As the militia pop out of the temple. Relic does get dropped here. I have Ornu, pick that one up, take it home. Jumps in, picks off one Toxote here. Is now Rappel trying to get a little bit of damage done as the Nemean Lion pulls back. Plenty Volt comes in and Mister will say, ceasefire. This does give Fey Beasts. Fey Beast is now on the table. However, you just get yourself out your heroes and it's not that big of a deal. So long as you've got them in the right position, it's never going to be that big of a deal to deal with it. As we also got the Polyphemus coming out of this town center. Rappel is really looking for all the pressure over here. Look, Hippias just sitting, waiting, watching. Maybe looking for a bit of a raid or killing off some straggler units, some reinforcements. And Mr. is trying to hold on here for as long as he possibly can. Look at these bronze weapons, 20 seconds to come through, and then it's going to be like a 30-second research time for full iron. Armory upgrades for Rappel. Doesn't really have any. Fey Beast onto that backline. That's exactly what you want, but the Polyphemus pops out. Doesn't hit the special the right way there, but it doesn't matter as they do end up falling here. Rappel has got the military advantage in a big way here, though. Mister is in trouble as he is pulling back into his town center. There's no real advantage here onto this town center with these Dao swordsmen that have got themselves 46% pierce armor. Rappel is going to continue throwing units in here as the Polyphemus comes through, smacking the Tau... Nope, does not smack the Tautier there. And he's going to start eating up villages. The villager differential is has started to look very, very juicy. Lots of units over here trying to get forward here as the watchtowers does come through. Just one Polyphemus is such a big help on this spot. Now iron is in. The unit quality for the Mister is through the roof. But the quantity is not quite in just yet. Now the question is, did Rapple do enough damage? Plenty Volt, that's worth 12 villages. So, villager differential, advantage, Rapple. Economic upgrades, he's got himself everything he needs. Coming up here, picking off villages, causing problems. The only issue here is a timing issue, which is Mr. getting out a good amount of units here and forcing a fight. Rapple can't really take a fight if it's kind of equal numbers, because the unit quality is too much. As the Taltier does end up falling over here. Have to charge into the main base. Got to be very careful here. Mister's house going to be falling onto this side. Nope. Falling. As these Kwafu look to actually be going for the town center right under the nose of the Mister. A couple of units over onto this side, having an eye on this gold mine. You see the walls up over here already for the Rapple. He's got so much gold in the bank, and he's going up for bronze. So at the very least, yes, it will be full iron, but at the very least, it's full bronze versus full iron. That's not the end of the world, but military differential here being equal, that's scary. Rapple needs to get himself to the Mythic Age here for full iron, because sooner or later, it's going to be champion full iron for the Mister. Mister's short a couple of houses here. He's got to get those up. Trying to put them up into his main base. Pulling back over onto this side. Trying to deal with those halberdies. Can't really take that fight there. Is the gold situation over here. Looking okay. 1,000 gold remaining. Plenty of time here to get these units up. As the Mister has looked like he's held for the time being. But taking this fight, those Dow are so good versus pretty much everything that's in this fight. The only thing that's not really worth having here are these fire archers. A couple of javelineers will be coming through to help out as Mister is trying to do this micro back, doing a great job of it. And you can see this iron is just too much. And Rapple has miscalculated how much he could continue pushing here. Could have pulled back, could have tried to get Mythic Gauge. Probably been in a good spot because there's no real way to kill him here. There's too much stuff all over the map. Of course, the Polyphemus and the Colossus are a big deal, but Rapple can't really take a fight anymore. Even at full population, he can't take a fight. Even underneath the ballet, he probably can't take a fight. He needs the next age. Maybe with ranged soldiers, maybe with perfect counter units, maybe with really good micro, he might be able to win. As the villagers on this top do get caught out. Up onto this side, though, Polyphemus is in to cause some problems. You can... Oh, there's that nice terracotta riders there to send those packing. As the Toxotes over here getting somewhat caught out. Good shoot and scoot micro there as the Colossus comes to the front there to start tanking. There's another terracotta riders coming through here for the Rapple. But Mister is pulling further and further ahead. That villager differential is now going to start getting closed in on as Rapple has hit full pop on the villagers. There's no way up from here apart from starting a trade route. There is another Fey Beasts. That is a good call there. Fey Beasts could be used again. Try and take out the heroes because you got nothing here. Try and take out the hero first and then drop Fey Beasts. In fact, with the Polyphemus out of position now, perfect opportunity for this secondary. Though, there's a ceasefire available for the Mister. Though, does he want to use it? Looks like the answer is no, he doesn't want to use it. Feels like he's not going to take that much damage there. But the army here of the Mister is melting. The army is melting as Rapple does manage to push back ever so slightly. Polyphemus is down. Rapple's still trying to take these fights. He needs a Mythic Age. He's stopped production. Pulling back right now. A couple of Halberdier in queue. All of this fighting is kind of what the Mister wants, but now he doesn't have the numbers in. Makes things very, very difficult. As the Javelin here to take out the Toxotes, there's Champion Hippias, there's Champion Toxotes, only heavy Hypaspist. But the Dow Swordsman seemingly blocking nicely. The Fire Archers as well here to take out those Hypaspist and all the other good stuff. So Mr. has to retreat. Now, problem for Rappel is all of a sudden he doesn't have the gold. For whatever reason, he's got idle villagers up here, unfortunately. Rappel doesn't have the gold. He's about to have it. He's about to go next stage. This is going to be a lot of help. Huang Di. I love this move here from the Jutsu. Get over here. Hit the gold mine. This is one of the best usages of this bird. If you can get 2 in, you can like erase an entire pack of gold, pack of villagers on a gold mine. I would know it's happened to me before. Mister is paying attention. Pulls those villagers quickly. He drops that special to give himself just a little bit more armor on this one. Villagers over here do pull back. And unfortunately for Rappel, the fortress is there. And that's going to be enough to hold. Mister is back up to his full population yet again. So ready to take another fight. Rappel doesn't need to fight here. He's got a ballet. Pull back through the ballet. Wait for Mythic Age. Get himself the upgrades in. Garrisoning through to get himself into a nice defensive position. Mister cannot take this fight. He needs some siege. The ballet coming up over onto this side. 3 seconds remaining. That's a big help there. But there's no real way to get over and support this. The Quattro can sort of repair it back up, I guess. And now we are actually seeing a little bit of a transition here into heavy white horse cav. As the Halberdier split off here, trying to keep this up. Is there any Masons? No Masons on the way, but doesn't matter as the Halberdier are enough to scare those Hippias away for the time being. This isn't the last gold mine for Rappel, but it's kind of getting there as Curse gets dropped down. Pulling back through the ballet yet again. The only problem here is for Huang Di is 1, you have a lot of upgrades you need to get. 2, the dragon. There's a lot of heroes out, so it's not going to be that much value. And 3, Mister's got resources up the wazoo. He's got 4k wood in the bank. He's got nearly a k gold in the bank. The Jutsu coming in. This is going to be somewhat of an assistance on this position. Mister trying to squeeze this all out as the Yinglong is in. Little bits of damage onto this. Over onto this side, though. The Polyphor Mister come through. Fortress coming up. The fact of the matter is there is a gold mine on the bottom of the map, so it's not the end of the world there. As this Jutsu... Oh. Hello? Wait, did he... Hello? I didn't even know you could do that. Huh? How? I thought... Don't you need an upgrade for that? I thought you needed an upgrade for that. He doesn't have the tech, guys. He's not in the right age to have the tech. Please explain. Anyways, upgrades all starting to come through. Nice little raid attempt from Mister, but a better defense from the Rappel. He's playing an incredible macro game here as the Fortress coming up on the front for the Mister. Looking to put some pressure over this gold mine is so important. A trade route here for Rappel getting started is really the next idea, and he has done so. So no real threat here to get gold starved, which does mean I was kind of alluding to it. We might be seeing a very, very late game happening here. Toxotes, Hypaspist, Theseus, Atalanta, Petropoli sieging forward. Very tough to break this. Axe carts probably needed here. Very, very powerful at this stage of the game. But the upgrades for the Rappel, that's the most important thing. Let's have a look. He's gotten all of his unique Huang Di upgrades. Look at these Dao swordsmen, 182 HP. They've got themselves that bloodline, Liju's Silk, Imperial Orders, Zhuan Yuan's bloodline. It's all in. He's just waiting on champion infantry. Also, upgrades for full iron, as Mr. says, no. We're not going to have this. Let me just get to the Titan Age, and I'm going to keep on taking my advantage here. On the other side here for the Rapple, he's short wood. Getting himself his boiling oil. Seeks for the Titans to come through. Hippias over on this side looking to try and break in as well. Mr. bringing that Yinglong down the bottom. Towers going up all over the place as this one jutsu to lock everything else off. Towers up everywhere at this point to start looking to defend. As the Yinglong does get a little bit of damage done onto these champion Hippias. Rapple says, let me adjust the war here. But Mr. one step ahead of the whole ordeal. With how many guard towers do you want? He says yes to how many guard towers. The Titan Gate is now on the way. Does a Titan beat this Shennong in the late game? Ooh. I imagine Rapple is just going to be wanting to get his own Titan out here as fast as he possibly can. Town center getting torn down though. Even with all these towers in, the villagers will pull back over. He's got himself fortified town centers and architects, so it's not an easy position to break through. Lots of units falling on that side there. Meanwhile, the Petropolite still pushing through on this side, so even though Rapple is putting pressure elsewhere, he hasn't dealt with the imminent threat here. As a Yinglong flying back in, going to be able to actually win this fight super hard. And because the Mister is now getting himself out of Titan, his income is struggling. And also, let's take a look at the market, the trade route. Only 8 donkey caravans here. On the flip side, there's only 7 mechanical ox caravans. So both players have not quite got their trade route sorted. But this town center going down is not something here that I think Rapple can really deal with. As the Hippias charging over onto this side. Lots of villagers up on that wood line there that can get taken out. As the Dow Swordsman returning back over here, but the Mister defending this so beautifully. Just towers everywhere on that spot. And yes, the Dow Swordsman, they've got 51% pierce armor, but guard towers? Please. 28.8 pierce damage. Have a look at the damage. 20 kills and climbing. Town center falls. Rapple trying to get his own Titan Gate out. If this is spotted by the Mister, he will literally just send his Titan straight there and put a stop to any sort of Titan shenanigans from the Rapple. Yeah, like axes. The axe cards would break through this position. That's what he needs, without question. Titan now in for the Mister, as he is ready to go. Ready to put pressure in onto the Rapple. Rapple is pulling back everything over here. We have an Imperial Academy now coming in. Advanced fortifications to come through from the Mister, as, of course, one of the most powerful technologies in the game makes these fortresses turn from hitting hard into hitting like a truck. They got up to 22.5 DPS. That's 67.5 damage per second there. Or damage per hour, I should say. As the Titan coming up on this back corner here. And this might just get unveiled immediately. Do we see a Pegasus anywhere searching? I don't see it. The Titan over here is just going to be cleaning up the towers and all that other good stuff. Castle falls over here. The ballet falls. The villagers God, that's a lot of peasants onto this position here. Of course, as Shennong, as China, you do get more surface area for your Titan Gate. So 65 seconds remaining. Titan is on the wrong side of the map. Do see an attempt here for the Mister to come in with a fortress here to take this all out. The Yinglong, 60 HP in a dream to somehow deal with this Titan. One thing to remember is, I could be wrong on this, but I think the unique technology of Shennong does affect the Titan because it's technically a myth unit, so it gets a lot more HP in. There's random military academies coming through over onto this bottom side, and the Mister is slowly going to be converting this advantage now. He's got himself a 4th talent center. He can slowly start working up to a 2nd plenty vault here for even more advantage. The Metropolis here will not be able to deny this Titan Gate. You have to take it. You actually have to take it completely out here. And 5 seconds from popping, not going to be enough as we see how many champion Hatarois. Well, a lot. The Hatarois are going to be coming in. A whole bunch of sages out, as well as the Wenzhong. Now somehow Yinglong is alive with 40 HP still. Please explain. As Rappel is trying to deal with all of this over here, you have to remember his trade route got kind of obstructed by all of the Titan Gate building shenanigans here. Now these Hataroi, I think the reason for all these Hataroi is because they have bonus damage versus myth units. 2x versus myth units. So that's a great counter for the Titan. 32,200 here on that Titan. I think he does get affected by it. There it is. So an extra 15% HP on that one. Compared to the 2,800 or 28,000 for the Mister. As effectively, what Rappel needs to do to bring this game back, so to speak, to convert this position back to an equality, is he needs to win the Titan fight. He needs to trade the Titan for a talent center for that position there. And then he needs to secure that position. That's the only way for him to get equality here at this point. As the heroes come through, slowly starting to limit that advantage. They're down to 30,000 already. As the Titan says, hang on. Did you know you can walk over this earth wall and just kill it? He's got a, I think it works on the earth wall. Nonetheless, the Wenzhong coming through. All the Tyroi in the world as both players playing chicken with each other's Titan. You want to just find that advantage somewhere here and take it to the bank. Nice, over onto this side. Mister is role-playing as if these Satire have bonus damage versus buildings. In this case, it doesn't really matter. Rappel getting himself architects, but too little too late it seems. As the Mister's Titan just sitting back waiting, and now he says, all right, now it's time to take the fight. Let's go. I got Hataro, I got everything. Yes, you got a Wenzhong. Yes, you got all those sages. It's not going to matter. You lost your town center, you lost your villages, you've lost your trade route. As the Mister and the Rappel's Titan duking it out. Another curse gets dropped down. The heroes getting cleaned up by a whole bunch of militia here. Champion militia. Might not seem like they're that strong, but they will be able to deal with all of those sages there. After all is said and done, it's looking like 8,000 remaining versus 10,000. The Mister's Titan is winning, and there will be no way to convert this position back into equality now. Having to deal with a mini Titan here, 4,800 HP. All the fortresses, towers coming up all over the place for the Mister and Rappel. A valiant effort, but just not quite able to convert. I mean, a million things can be said. A million things can be analyzed here. But I think this one comes down to one specific moment. Rappel found the advantage. He caught the Mister inside of this kind of quasi-fast mythic with a handful of units. Caught him inside of it, hit the timing beautifully, put the Mister behind. And then what? And then he kept trying to force the issue. He got the damage he needed. He needed to get to the Mythic Age behind that, get himself sorted out, and then he would have been in a good spot. Unfortunately, after that fight, he started trading poorly, was not able to quite get himself stabilized to get to the Mythic Age. And when he did get to the Mythic Age, well, Mister had already set up everything on this side of the map and made it very, very tough for Apple to catch up on that technology. You can see this here from the Mister. He finds so many advantages, resource advantage through the roof, but this is all just simply from those early hippiest raids and everything else, and squeezes out this advantage. But it was completely eradicated. This resource advantage was completely eradicated here. 4,000 down to 1,800. If he went to the Mythic Age in this spot, maybe that would have been a completely different story here for this game. But the Mister remaining undefeated. We'll move into game number 3 and see what they're going to have cooking for us. Alrighty, then we're now moving in onto the map Anatolia. And it's going to be a Tsukuyomi versus Hades affair here. This is a matchup I haven't seen. I really like this one for Tsukuyomi. I must say, in my own games, if I get Tsukuyomi or I get Susanoo on Anatolia, it always feels good. It always feels good. Oh. My God, guys, I have to make an announcement right now. Between Twitch and YouTube, we have hit over 1,000 viewers. Congratulations, you guys. Age of Mythology, man. Like, this game doesn't get any better. This is just what you can expect. These two players playing out of their mind here. Absolutely playing out of their mind. What a time to be alive. Let's have a little look-see here at this map. Well, at this matchup and see what people have been having, what's been going on here. So far, we've only had really one game of Tsukuyomi versus Hades in this tournament. It did go the wayside of the Hades. It wasn't on this map. I don't believe. I can't actually remember exactly what the map or the game was. But I think this is a really interesting one. Let me walk you through a couple of really big power points here for both of these gods. So we already know Greek is good on this map because everyone plays Greek. So clearly Greek just has that experience here, and it just and that in of itself is a big advantage. Just having experience on this map and a wide array of matchups is really, really helpful. Japan, what does Japan have? Specifically Tsukuyomi and Susanoo. These guys have got Inari Okami, which is that god with Swampland and Zurikumo, and most importantly, a little known technology known as Ivory Netsuke. What's the hardest part about this map? Getting gold starved. So how do you circumvent that? Well, you make a whole bunch of myth units. Whether you make the Honengyo on the water, you make the Umibozu on the water, you make the Tengu on the land, the Oni on the land, the Onmuraki on the land, the what's it called? The Shinigami on the land. Whether you make any of those units, it doesn't matter. None of them cost gold. So you're just generating gold from them. So it's a big, big advantage. Also, I want to say also huge thanks to everybody who's... Oh my God. Abaxi, thanks for the gifted subs, my dude. Everybody who's subbed through the event and all that other stuff means the world to me. I know I'm not acknowledging him while we're going. We're trying to focus on the games. But you guys are absolutely legendary. Just waiting for these guys to get kicked off here for the time being. I think the Mister is he's in his smoke breaks. Alrighty. So I mean, what else can we say about this matchup apart from there's just a lot of options here. And it's very, very tough, I think, for Hades to deal with all of the options. Because he's only got 3 heroes, or maybe 4 heroes if he gets there. If he gets to that 4th hero, it becomes a lot easier. I have a little sip of water here, guys. Questions about the chat from the chat. Where's this prize pool come from? It does come from World's Edge. World's Edge sponsors all of, but pretty much every single Age of Empires tournament you see is sponsored by World's Edge. There's a fairly small niche that are funded by players or event organizers. I funded the Challengers League for this event, so the $1,000 prize pool has come out of my tournament fund, so to speak. But yeah, that's the story where that's concerned. Nonetheless, the players are in. They are getting ready. They're doing all the good things. They're on the map, Anatolia. Okay. Let me just one sneaky. What if you send 2 villagers off straight away? Build a Miko out immediately on this map. Just hear me out on this. Hear me out on this. This could be crazy. You build a Miko straight away. You send 2 villagers to both sides of the water immediately straight up. One with a Netscape to speed the villager up. And we just go for immediate villager shanks. just to deny the docks. And you get your dock out. You got your healing. There's no way to deal with it. This is standard? Oh, my bad. I guess we'll have to wait and see if it's standard or not. This seems very, very strong. I don't want to see a 3-minute game, but I'm just saying. And what if the perfect counter to this is the Zeus player doing a 3-minute advance time? Ford Temple, Minotaur in the main base of the Tsukuyomi player with the Heracles. Am I theory crafting too hard here? Is this too much? Is this too much? It might be. It might be too much. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. All right, guys. Oh, I'm just giddy. After this matchup as well, guys, don't go nowhere because we do have another one coming up. It's the lower side of the winners bracket semifinals. It's going to be Mosca and Tunison matching up, 2 incredibly powerful players who have really pushed the envelope to the nth degree in terms of stylistic differences. So it's a bit of a style clash, and it's going to be some craziness, some excitement, and all the other good stuff. But nonetheless, game number 3 here. The Mister still to drop a game. Will this be his first? Find out next time on Dragon. I'm just kidding. Let's go. Here we go. Game number 3. Both of these players, even though it's 2-0 here, have put up a ridiculous advantage. Sorry, a ridiculous series thus far. It's been incredibly close. Been within an inch of a loss here for the Mister. We're all holding out for just one. He's spawning in the top. He's playing as Tsukuyomi. Rappel on the bottom here. He's put up a good fight thus far. He really has. We've already seen one insane matchup of Hades versus Japan on this map. But it was Amaterasu. This is now Tsukuyomi. It's a little bit of a different approach. We do have the Kitsune getting involved over here with the nibbles. To some degree, you can just ignore this. We see a double dock actually coming down from the Rappel on the bottom side. This is the same side that the Mister's over here as well, so not the biggest of issues. You gotta be somewhat careful here, because this Kitsune can actually just kill this village, you know? It's got 30 HP left. It's doing a grand total of 1 hack damage per second. So yeah, this villager can die. Rappel here. Gonna pull back to his main base. I think he's gonna be okay. Just decides to have a little bit of a time. Let's have a quick look at this. What's going on here? What does it look like to be nibbling a villager? Get back here! Oh, okay, never mind. We're going elsewhere. Alrighty. Meanwhile, over onto the top side, Rappel, a 3rd dock already. The fastest 3 docks ever. Meanwhile, a villager just simply going to be coming up here for the Mister to get his own docks up, getting his fishing ships going, and all the other good stuff. Check out some relics to see if there'll be any sort of advantage. You've got that building line of sight +8 here for Head of Orpheus. Over onto this side, there is the Girdle of Hippolyta. Hit points +10% there for the ranged soldiers. On the bottom side of the map there is that Hecate's Torch. Always nice for whomever picks it up. And finally, Gambantine Odin's Wand. This relic's big for the Mister, actually. As over onto this side, dock coming up for the Rappel as the Kitsune continues to nibble. Nom 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 nom. Like, funnily enough, if there was like 3 Kitsune here, I'm still thinking about crazy ideas. Just rushing out like a whole bunch of Kitsune here to deny docks and things like that. That seems wild to me. Never mind. I don't know. Nonetheless, the villagers come back. Shanks down. The Kitsune get out of here. The docks are all up now for the Rappel. He is going for the latest of advanced times here, though. So he's giving up all early game pressure to get these 4 docks down as fast as he humanly could. The Mister, on the other hand, he says it's time for a temple. He's got out a second Miko here. But I like this from the Rappel. There's no real rush for him. What does he have to play against? Early Jiragumo running into his base? I guess that's a little scary. But surely he can get to the next. It's a 5:30. This is a competitive advance time from the Rappel. I love this build from him. This is incredibly competitive. He's a little bit short on the fishing spots, but he can grab those out while he's advancing. No problems.
Nani?
The Miko going to drop a shrine over here as the favor income will slowly start coming through. But yes, there's no surprises here. Inari Okami is just so good for Tsukuyomi. I have to say, it's just such a strong god for Tsukuyomi. So we'll see what the plan is here as the Kataskopos hangs out. And he's just like, hello there, Jiragumo. I want to see you. I want to see where you're going. And we'll deal with this. This is something we see actually a lot on Anatolia from the Greek players. And it should be a standard for everyone who's got any like real scout. It's just figure out where your opponent's temple is. Get eyes on the Minotaur or eyes on the free myth unit or whatever. And make sure that they don't sneak that into your base and kill you off. Basically. As we've already got Aphrodite pre-queued. A market coming up for the Mister as well. The player who builds the market first wins. Because they can sell themselves some food. But then again, the Mister is already at 500 gold, so I don't think this matters in the slightest. A couple of Bushi to come through just to defend himself. And also Vaults of Erebus for the Rappel. Now the Juggernauts to come through as well for the Rappel. And Hachiman Pretty cute. I'm not surprised to see Hachiman. Like, I do think that there's 100% an angle to go for Fujin here, but Hachiman is so good that, like, the fact you get that wood costing Tengu, you get the Shogun and all the other good stuff, makes perfect sense here. However, only three Miko does put a little bit of a stunt in the whole progress of this one. Meanwhile, a couple of ships out over onto this side. Going to be knocking a couple of fishing ships down. They have to pull back into the dock. And in the main base, Rappel already has a whole bunch of walls up here. Now, I guess one of the big advantages of Tsukuyomi here is the fact that your age ups are very, very quick. So he's going to be hitting the heroic age at a record speed, sub 8 minutes here. Whereas Rappel is halfway through, so an extra minute, 8:30 is going to be his advance time there on that one. The stable is up, so immediately going to be able to get himself a daimyo. And he drops the new moon onto the dock here, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be heavy wasen. That's going to be heavy boats. It's going to be the fishing ship boost. And he also now grabs himself Ivory Netscale, pre-queues it. And this is going to be a huge amount of value over here as the Juggernaut goes down. Fishing ship goes down. Over on this side, the Honengyo does get intercepted. You definitely don't want to take a fight until you have this, because it's just lost gold. It is just lost gold here. Has a couple more heavy wasen coming through. And the other thing is, he gets that damage multiplier versus myth units as well, which is a big, big deal. There's more Honengyo going to be coming through. And that gold income is going to be something to take a watch for. Like, look at the gold income when that actual fight starts. He's got units on both sides. We do have already Artemis pre-queued here for the Rappel. He wants the fastest of mythic ages here. As Mr. is putting a lot of a stock in winning both sides of the water here. This can be a risky move because, you know, your opponent, if he catches you out doing this, you can get gold starved a lot of the time. But like I said, with these myth units, with Ivory Netscale, might not be that big of a deal, as the Honengyo does end up going down, but so too does the Skylar. At the very least, it will be going down as another Honengyo to join in the battle. Three-headed Skylar there. Not going to be able to get a huge amount of value. And everything over onto this side, struggling. We do see one hero unit in, actually, though. The Argo through to try and deal with this Honengyo down the bottom. There's still no fortress up for the Rappel, so even if he wants to go to the Mythic Age, he's not going to be able to. The Rappel's dock getting targeted down all over the place, having issues with everything. The Argo doing a nice job of actually defending here, though. This is an incredibly powerful ship. 672 hit points. And right now, Rappel is basically idled on all of his fish. Units starting to accrue over here. He's got the medium Yumi archers. He's got himself a couple of Tengu, samurai. A little bit of a mishmash of everything on that side there. And Rappel looks like he has managed to pull himself back over onto this left side. Over onto this top side, though. More Honengyo to come through is more gold in the back pocket here for the Mister. As he will have to move forward. He will have to be looking for a castle in the center. There's still no fortress in. As Rappel just, I mean, he's now got the resources to put a fortress up. Did you want to walk forward and try and get one in the middle of the map? I don't think so. It's dangerous with this amount of units out for the Mister. Over on this side now, the Skylar getting pushed back as a couple more Honengyo to come through. I'm really not sure what this special attack even does. It's not that much. Into the main base. A couple of units coming through. Do get cursed here. So nice little force there from the mysteries he has to pull back. Getting his castle up to secure his gold mine in the middle. Makes perfect sense. But still no fort. Oh no, never mind. There is a fortress. Just needs a little bit more gold in. I don't know how much this earthquake is really going to be doing. Of course, it kills the town center. And maybe a couple of houses. He does get himself access to a Kronos as well, which could be a nice help on the water. But he is just getting harassed every which way. Lots and lots of fishing ship idle times. Now, Mythic Age is coming through. The Argo to come back out. It's only 200 wood. Nice and cheap. Will he get it out in time, though? No, it gets cancelled. Units coming around over onto this side. It's, oh, the Minotaur helps save the Tengu there as he headbutts him to safety. Actually, he might have jumped and got headbutted at the same time. I don't know. Nonetheless, Rappel pulling back. He's out of position ever so slightly. He's got the Sentinels. He's got the units. He's got plenty of defense here, but the problem is if he gets gold starved after all is said and done. Meanwhile, Okuninushi is pre-queued up for the Mister, but if he goes for that, Earthquake will be denying it. 90 seconds versus... Yeah, this is going to be... Earthquake is going to be through. Without question here. Mister can buy himself some food if he wants to. Meanwhile, over on this side, has defended everything. He's got himself the heavy trireme. He's got everything he needs here, technologically speaking, but he's lost all of the fish on the left side. The Mister has found a fairly significant advantage here. Doc's getting cleaned up over here as well as the Naginata Riders are going to town. Okuninushi is coming through, but Pegasus is ready. Mister's town center is going to die. Does he have Masons, perchance? Nope. He does have Head of Orpheus, but that doesn't help. There's the Hoplites, Nemean Lions coming through, and Rappel is ready. He needs to get this done quickly. Of course, it's 90 seconds for Tsukuyomi's Mythic Age. As he charges through, Earthquake gets dropped down. Okuninushi does get denied here with that Earthquake. All the houses falling, and some very, very much needed revenge fire to come through, as now Rappel can push out of his base and start looking for the next part of the game. Chimera raids are going to be brutal. Town center getting rebuilt here from the Mister. But the problem for the Rappel is he's got to get out onto the map and get this gold mine. Or get this gold mine over here. Charging forward with those Peltasts. Very dangerous. Straight into the clutches of those Naginata Riders. Doesn't lose anything. There is a restoration available. So forcing a fight here and clicking restoration isn't a terrible idea, especially with your opponent going Mythic Age. Meanwhile, over onto this side, the Chimera does get intercepted by the Shogun. Great play there from the Mister to catch that one out. Meanwhile, the second town center at the top now up as well for the Mister as he's trying to keep himself going here. He's lost a lot of houses. He's got to rebuild all of those here as fast as he possibly can. But then again, I mean, he does have a queue full of everything, so he wants the houses up as fast as possible, but not doing so. Meanwhile, over onto this side, though, the villagers on this gold mine do get spotted. So a perfectly well-orchestrated attack right now from Rappel as the Mister needs to get himself to safety. As the villagers all pull up to the top side. We do have very important upgrades. Shaft of the Plague pre-queued. The Favor not quite in just yet. Okuninushi will bring with it basically full iron here. God, that's so many upgrades. He gets ballistics. He gets a burning pitch. He gets iron. He gets iron weapons, iron armor, bronze shields, and also the golden kite. If he drops that new moon down on the armory. Still pressure onto the top there, and he does go for it. So full iron in for the Mr. Rapple on the other hand. No upgrades. Now, funnily enough, he could have gone for Hephaestus, and he would have also had full iron. As a Petropolis knocking down one of those gold mines there as the Naginata Ride is searching around. You have the Omuraki to start coming through and also researching champion stables. I like that decision there. Oftentimes you don't see Japanese players getting those technologies in. There goes the Swampland, and Rapple is just sitting inside of it. The Umibozu, with all that damage there, he's doing all that damage, all that area of effect damage, absolutely huge. Does manage to freeze it in place there, killing it off with the Perseus, but there's just nothing left here for the Rapple, and Mr. manages to absolutely dominate that fight, and Rapple taps out. Mr. remains undefeated going into the finals with some, simply put, insane Tsukuyomi play here. New Moon on the dock. Honengyo getting that ivory Netsuke technology. Rapple put up a good fight to try and hold here. Hits the earthquake on the town center, but just can't get any value from anything. Unfortunately, throwing away the Chimera to a Shogun just does not help out in the slightest. And, well, that's the story. Mr. takes the dub. That's the series. We've got one more coming up for you. It will be Mosca versus Tunison. Don't you guys go nowhere. One more series for the day. We'll see how it goes. See you in the next one. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our final series of the day. I hope you guys have had a fantastic time hanging out with me. We've got ourselves a really fun one. Mosca and Tunison here. I'm going to be going at it for their opportunity, their chance, their, well, just whatever you want to call it, but for their thingamajiggy to go and face the Mister in the winners bracket finals. The loser of this one will be heading to the lower bracket to greet whoever they might need to face. Well, a spicy one here. We've got Mosca taking that Tsukuyomi for his ace pick. Tunison takes the Kronos. We see an Isis as the first pick there from Mosca, followed by the Shennong and Noir from Tunison. Hades and Zeus coming through for Mosca, followed with the Oranos Fushi for Tunison. Set and Ra for Mosca, and Gaia for Tunison with the Susanoo and Poseidon ban, as Mosca, unfortunately, there does get target banned. Our first map is not on Anatolia. It is on Elysium. And we are going to be jumping into that said first map here. Isis versus Shennong for game number 1. Mosca, Tunison, and all the other good stuff. Let's get going. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day of games. I hope you guys have had a fantastic time. Spawning in the right hand corner of the map, playing as Isis. His name is Mosca. An absolute macro fiend. He loves a macro game. Nothing more than a macro game. This guy is just going to be like, give me all the macro. Let me play defense. Come at me. His opponent today will oblige him. He's playing against Tunison. Arguably the most aggressive Age Mythology player in the tournament. So we've got a clash of styles here. Now, I have seen Tunison playing standard. Tunison is one of those players that's got an incredibly powerful late game as well that I feel like everybody sort of forgets, so to speak. But it's really strong. Also see a bit of an interesting opening here from him as he drops the...
准备好了。是的。
准备好了。
Well, let me unpack this. We're seeing a bit of an interesting opening here from Tunison. He's gone for double farms. He actually did herd a singular deer underneath his town center, and he's left one Shennong farm alone here. As now the villagers will move back over onto food. I'm not going to pretend like I want to understand what's happening here. He could have jumped onto this olive tree. Would have been less walking time total. But anyways, I was just flabbergasted at what I was seeing there. Meanwhile, over on this side for Mosca, he's got himself his monument. He's got himself his temple. He's going for a pretty quick temple here. He's going to be advancing very quickly here. Not to toot my own horn, but I've come up with a new Egyptian build, which you can get yourself 3 minute 44 advance time with Flood of the Nile and a pickaxe and a monument, but a little bit more efficient than this one. I'm just kidding. But seriously, we're going to be seeing Anubis, Anubis coming through here for Mosca, and he is going to be getting himself that prosperity in, dropping the, grabbing the Flood of the Nile, and all the other good stuff. Houses as well, all over the place. Let's take a look at the relics. We've got the Chariot of Sibel here, which is going to be 2 gold lions. They respawn for free every 60 seconds. Up onto this side, there is the nose of the Sphinx, which is hit points plus 15% of base there. Over onto this side, there is the Coup Drum, which is increasing damage by 0.25% per 1% hit points lost. And finally, at the top of the map, Skulls of the Cercipes. Grants 6 monkeys that respawn for free every 120 seconds. Nonetheless, Chiyao on the way now for our main man, Tunison. So no how to. He wants to play aggressive here, it looks like. And in the main base here of Mosca, Mosca says, I like this town center. It's not bad at all. He's got back hunt behind a forest. He's got a gold mine that's a tiny little hop, step, and a jump away from his town center. A couple of walls here. It's going to be really, really hard to lock Mosca off of that gold mine for Tunison. Now, Tunison's dropping a military camp. He wants to play aggressive. I told you this already. We've got a clash of styles here. He's leaving the nose of the Sphinx. Who needs that? That doesn't help my aggression. Let me charge forward. Let me find something. A couple of gold lions in the center of the map will be causing some problems here as the pioneers need to shoot and scoot backwards. And Tunison will be pulling himself aside here as the Yatza on the way. Town center is up. Pharaoh coming over here to grab the granary. And on the top here, Mosca dropping an armory. He will be sending 1 gold lion in, getting a little bit of scouting information. This is one of the most amazing usages of like gold lions here. Of course, you can use it to defend yourself, but getting scouting information in, seeing what's happening. He charges in with the Anubite as well. Waited perfectly for the opportunity to run through here. Spots the machine workshop, spots the military camp. Do we see any sort of reaction to this just yet? Villagers onto the wood. Could be looking for watchtowers here to just play defense. But so far, it looks like it might just be a 2TC. Never mind, a barracks going up. I was about to say, it could be a 2TC fast heroic as the Anubite just charging through here. Gets greeted by a pioneer and will get pushed out.
And we
The Kui drum here coming through for Mosca. Going to drop that into the temple and see what's going to happen. Barracks out for Mosca. Up onto the top side, picking off an obelisk as the Yatza will gallop. Do they gallop? Is that what they're doing? Stride? I don't know. They're coming into the main base here. A couple of priests are already in positions. Shouldn't be that big of a deal. And Tunison does respect that. Pulls back as now the units starting to make their way over onto this side. I'd actually like to see at this point, considering what Mosca's doing, grab yourself a Kwafu and just walk forward and drop buildings on this. You've also got to start looking over on these sides as well, because this is where things can get very, very tough. If you allow a Migdol stronghold up onto a gold mine, well, life gets tough. Now, you can't always just pull back and then charge in with a full army, as well with lightning weapons and things like that. You can kind of break through it, but this is some spicy situation right now for Mosca. He is playing with fire. 2TC on Elysium. Walls now coming through. This is what I love this from Tunison. This is 100% the right thing to do. This takes me back. This takes me back to Legacy days. You remember, I don't know if anyone else was watching Age Mythology, competitive Age Mythology back in the day, but you would see like a Greek versus Egyptian matchup. 2TC, and the Greek player would send a villager over to the opponent's side of the map at like 6 minutes into the game and start walling it off if it was a 2TC situation. Of course, now there's like the Anubite running around, can kind of lock this off, but at this stage now, no real risk for Tunison. He's got full control, and he's going to be putting these walls up everywhere. Now, it will get spotted by Mosca, but Mosca's got no recourse to stop this. Though, with only one villager here, it's going to take a while to get these walls set up. And the most important position is probably this gold mine anyways. As the Yatsa charge forward. Slingers. We'll be able to get a bit of return fire in as the Yatsa going to say, no, get out, get back there, shoot. Let's lose one little fire archer there, but no problems. As more units slowly starting to come through. The villagers coming in as well. A military camp on the front here as this wall will end up finishing, maybe? He's only starting it now. A Scorpion Man can get sent over there immediately, take out that villager. Of course, the Yatsa can get brought to his aid there, but this is scary because Mosca sees this. He's got this directly in vision. Spearmen to come around. The Yatsa are there to defend. I like this very, very quick, smart defense. The Scorpion Man will not be making its way over onto this side just yet. This one little lone spearman. Not paying attention as he's actually taking a fight over here. Not the villager. Jesus, it's close. The villager manages to survive as units do get pushed back. Tunison's army is quite fearsome here. We are going to be seeing the Migdol stronghold attempting to get set up over onto this spot. As the Sky Lanterns will come through. Where is the Pharaoh is the question. In the main base, he needs that Pharaoh immediately. Mosca, he's revealed. He's been revealed. The Sky Lanterns see the Migdol. Tunison taking just that little bit too long to react here as he's now starting to move across. Master of Weaponry coming through. Medium infantry on the way. Migdol 12 seconds from completion. This isn't necessarily this gold mine being secured by any stretch of the imagination, but it does make life very difficult here for Tunison to actually attack it. Meanwhile, more walls coming up. I love this on this top side at the very least. All Tunison needs to focus in onto is this one, this position only. I guess the other thing is there is no real rush here. You don't fall behind this military differential just because your opponent gets up a Migdol. You're going to be able to keep this military differential alive. Get up to 175 pop, click lightning weapons. It's perfectly fine. As we do have the Plague of Serpents and the Ancestors to come through. As lightning weapons is through, the Pioneers to be trying to take out these units here. The Scorpion Men going down as the Elephants to come through as well. Javelineers targeting down those slingers on the back, but Mosca, with the help of the god powers, is able to push back, and Tunison's all-in gold starve attempt looks to have been shut down, and Mosca is well and truly now in control. Up on villages, up on military. Doesn't have any more god powers left to use, apart from that Prosperous Seeds if he wants to. But now Tunison is in real trouble moving forward here. A couple of military camps coming up in the main base there for Tunison as well. Now Mosca, he can start looking for raids. He knows there's wood villages over here, so he can always send these guys through whenever he wants, because those early raids, you just get in here. We can check the berries out, but that wood line is probably the focal point. As we do see Tunison setting up the house wall nicely. And the only thing here for Tunison to really try is to continue to put pressure over onto this spot here. We do have a monument to the soldiers getting set up. The mining camp coming up over there. Villagers getting caught out ever so slightly. Here is this Baihu coming in with a couple of slaps. Not actually even able to pick up one villager there. Does he get? He gets one. He gets one. Camel riders charging through. Don't really manage to find a whole lot. As Mosca slowly making his way up to the left side of the map, expanding his control. Is there any time here for another prosperity, an extra Migdol, something like that? There he goes, Migdol coming up, and this is kind of that part. If you're gonna go for these all-ins, You've got to lock off every gold mine you possibly can. You cannot be allowing this to happen. As the chariot archers shoot and scoop backwards beautifully. Baihu dives in onto that elephant as he gets gnawed down to a quarter HP. Javelin is really, really good versus these chariot archers at the moment here. Move on to this side. The camel riders will be pulled back. And Tunison's still trying to just break his way through this. Slinger's in a fantastic spot here to take out these units. He charges forward though with them. That does run them straight into the pain of the Dao swordsman and everything else. These units over here do manage to deal with a couple of those camel riders as well, but military differential still somewhat equal here as Tunison needs to pull back yet again and try and figure this out. Mosca with 2 Migdols, lots and lots of units queued up here. Does he have all the armory upgrades? He does have some decent ones there as well, but he just wants to get every single unit out he possibly can in this game. Villagers getting pushed off of this gold mine as well as Mosca's just continuing to jockey. He's just got such an overwhelming economic advantage that realistically he can just kind of sit on it a little bit. The Baihu dives forward, does finally get picked off. Chariot archers shooting, scooting versus these unupgraded Wuzu Javelineers. You've got 19 range versus 16. So you can space very, very easily there without any upgrades. So we do have that medium coming through, but Tunison does say, well, looks like the game is done. And he gives up in this one. I mean, I liked the idea, except why not come in on this position and drop the buildings down here? Like, there's no point in a military camp here. Just, you've got it walled. Get this position here set up with towers or something, and then maybe you can actually prevent this gold mine from getting grabbed at all. And that could have been the way for Tunison to get some serious damage done and punish this second town center. Or alternatively, just wait. Like I said, like if we go back over into this post game, there's no real rush here. Military resource value, it was 3,300 to 1,700. If you continue along this path, this guy dies up to 3,000 from 2,000. You go up to 4,000, right? You come up to 4,000 here. Well, this guy goes up to 5,000. So he's not. I mean, of course, there's a differential of resources income as Mosca's in front, so you do have some sort of a timer. But that timer doesn't really start mattering until 11, 12 minutes into the game, maybe even later. When did the fight happen? 10 minutes. So you can wait a little bit longer on that attack, and then it's going to be a lot more pain. A little bit of jockeying on this position, poking, building up some units. Could have been a different situation. And potentially Mosca would have been in a lot of trouble. But nonetheless, a well-played game there from Mosca as he takes the first win. Let's jump back to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Going to be seeing a Ra versus Oranos game for game number 2. So that first win there does go to the Isis, game 2 with Ra, and the loss there for the Shennong, game 1, and game 2 Oranos. It's a really interesting pick here from Tunison. There's a lot of positions. There's a lot of problems here with this pick on this map. But there's a lot of potential for it as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're actually already in the game. So these guys are zooming ahead of me. Let's jump into Giza and see how it's going to go. Here we go. Into game number 2 here. Tunison not able to make his aggression be felt in game 1. He goes in with an even more aggressive god. If the aggro doesn't work in the first game, why not try it again? He does decide to pick himself Oranos for game number 2. Mosca, he hears Geezer and he's like, Geezer's an amazing map here. An amazing map here for some Ra shenanigans. Well, let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. There's no good gold mines here for Mosca. He might have to play a 1 talent center game. But it's a double Rhino talent center situation. So shifting sands onto this talent center and grab it as an idea. Maybe. Go Bast. Make a whole bunch of Sphinx. Classical fight against Oranos can be really, really strong. Let's take a look at the relics. And no. Let's firstly pay attention to what Tunison's doing. As he says, 3-minute advance. Now, I want to just go out on a limb and say, a certain someone told me, I don't want to point any names, any fingers. Certain someone told me that 3-minute advances with Oranos, not very strong. It may or may not have been the player we're watching here. He was playing mind games on everyone in the Twitch chat. Tunison. Anyways, let's come back over here and take a look at the relics. We got Svadilfari's Sledge, which is going to be the fortress building's favor getting cost set to 0. Over on this one, there is the Archimedes' Ledger, which is siege population usage -1. Up onto the top side of the map, there is the Bow of Artemis. I love this relic for both sides of this matchup. And one relic has already been taken. Unless I missed it. There it is. And it is the Blue Crystal Shard, boosting up that economy of the Oranos even more. As you see military barracks coming down. And let me edify you potentially as to why a 3-minute advance time from Tunison here. The main reason is, let's stop the Ra going fast second talent center. Let's force the Ra to play a 1 talent center game. Also, let's not let the Ra play lots of monuments here. The Ra goes for early monuments. We're actually just going to drop a Carnivora down and actually take them out. There's some pretty nice anti-Ra ideas here from this 3-minute advance time from Tunison. But at this point, Mosca, I'm pretty sure Mosca knows what Tunison's like. He's ready. 4-minute advance time. No problems. What does this actually mean from a straight resource standpoint? It basically means that Mosca has a slight advantage. If this was two sort of vanilla civilizations like Zeus or Greek versus Egyptian here, and one player advanced 3 minutes, one player advanced 4 minutes, there's about a 4 villager differential there for an extra minute. So 4 times a minute for the resource count. So like 200 resources-ish differential or advantage for Mosca at this point. Now, of course, it's not that. This is it's sort of a different thing with the Oranos, but still. Spearman coming out. No Axeman just yet. Just still playing nice and defensive in the main base. I feel like Mosca wants a heroic age here. As Tunison, he is going to be opening up with 3 hero Murmillos and looking to make his presence felt somewhere on the map. House wall is up on the back there from Mosca. Look at how beautiful this base looks. Let's take a moment to just appreciate the beauty of this base of Mosca. Currently on these berries here is the hero Mamillos to come forward. Not really any answers to these just yet, as the spearmen are going to be searching for oracles to take out. And villagers all do need to get pulled back and sent underneath the towns. And you can't really take a fight against these either because of the Caladria. Also, Tunison can sort of get very, very suicidal with the Mamilos so long as his micro is felt. As the spearman searching, villager over onto this side going to be trying to eat up this rhinoceros, but he does need to get some units in to deal with that. As we've actually got Hyperion pre-queued. A couple of extra barracks getting dropped down. There's no armory here, it looks like, for Tunison, so he doesn't really want to go to the next stage, but maybe he will. Whereas still, Mosca, he's playing a game of, I haven't dropped an armory. I'm not going to show that to you, but I can put it up at any point. He wants to get Heroic Age. He wants his Sobek in as soon as he possibly can. Over onto this side, Spearman versus Oracle shenanigans. One more jab. Oh, he just barely kills it. It's not the end of the world here for Tunison to lose an Oracle, but that hurts. Now, Bite of the Shark to come through, Armory coming up, and a market. Obelisk going up all over the place as well. And the Hero Mamilos slowly making their way across the map here. 5.3 speed is a lot of speed, but there's not really a lot of places to attack here. Ideas of potentially like a shockwave on these villages, but Mosca is so quick there on that defense. You are not going to be catching him out here. The only issue right now for Mosca is the risk associated with trying to get onto this gold mine. If he walks over here too early, drops the Migdol, he can get a Carnivora and a Shockwave and a whole bunch of Mamilos charging forward. But Tunison says, no, it's gonna be Heroic Age and all the good stuff that's gonna be coming with this. Now Sobek on the way for Mosca. And the villagers will make their way over here. So Mosca is going to be good to go here. He's survived all the early game problems. Hasn't taken a lick of damage here. And the Migdol Stronghold is going to be coming up. Nonetheless, Hyperion is on the way, so there's still going to be something here for Tunison to do after this. And the fact of the matter is, just because Ra gets onto his second gold mine, and this isn't even the thing that Tunison is aiming to find the advantage in. Look, he's got 6 oracles out already. He wants a lot of myth unit. He wants a lot of god power usage for later on in this game. Now, what Tunison needs to do, well, Mosca needs to, excuse me. He needs to take out these oracles. Searching around with the Camel Rider, doing all this good stuff. He does over here and get that pacify off, but it's not really going to be enough as the Camel Rider does manage to get out of there. A couple more Camel Riders to come through as the Axemen are going to be sitting in there doing all the good stuff. Meanwhile, Petsukos coming through for Mosca, and we will be having a Weightless Mace on the way. As an answer for those Camel Riders, Weightless Mace catapulters are some of the best. One more barracks to come up, and Mosca still... So we're just playing defensive mode, trying to figure out what's going on, how to defend, and all the other good stuff. Wait, are these he does have Sons of the Sun as well now, so these oracles are all heroized, but Camel Riders to sneak around and find them. This rock getting a little bit of information over here. It does get chased down there though by the Satyr, trying to pick it off. Still, both players playing very, very defensively as this double Spearman coming back in. The Contarius in hot pursuit, though. Get back here, he says. Give me some damage. Camel Riders do have an Oracle hero in their sights, but Tunison quick to react there yet again, pulling that one back. Every little bit of damage here does matter. One Catapulti is not really enough to deal with these Camel Riders, but still, you can garrison into the mana. Not the end of the world. And look for any amount of defense as these Contarius are just going to be dodging around. He's got this Sky Passage over here to bring the Murmillo up onto this top side. Decides against going that route, but still a slow game. And like this is normally where you go, well, this is what the Ra player wants. The Ra player wants to sit back here, wants to play defense, but Tsukos now's coming out. 2 more in queue. Contarius poke their head in there to get sent packing. Tunison's got to make sure that there is no sneaky Mythic Age coming through here, because Son of Osiris is going to be a very difficult unit to deal with. At the moment, it's literally equal on military. Villager differential for whatever reason. Tunison, whether intentionally or not. Now, when it comes down to Tunison, you never know if something is intentional. He's cut villager production completely here. I was about to say, why is the villager advantage in for Mosca? Well, I'll tell you the reason. It's because he stopped building them. He literally stopped building villages. Now, this is a play. Like, you know how you have those sort of... Never mind, I'm not even going to bring it up. This is totally a play, but... Man, the amount of advantage you get from this, it's small. And it's a very tight timing to make this stuff work. You have to break through this position, kill the Migdol, have reinforcements coming through. Up onto the top side. Does greet these Camel Riders over here. Wouldn't be a terrible idea to drop an initial Chaos down onto... There you go. An initial Chaos down onto these units just to make sure you take them all out. Because the game plan here from Tunison is, let me kill off as many units as I possibly can and spam Chaos with max population army. He might even be waiting for this gold mine to expire, 175 pop, and just go for it. Osiris is pre-queued, but it's a long ways away. I genuinely can't. Surely this can't be on purpose. Sometimes players in tournament just forget to train villagers, but Contarius are going to be looking for raids. They can go into the main base, cause some problems there. Camel Riders to come over here. You cannot be losing citizens in this position. He does manage to keep it alive. He can pop through this Sky Passage, come over onto that gold mine there if he wants, or just pop back out. Some Catapultis will swing through the Sky Passage and look to defend here. Meanwhile, Mythic Age is moments from being able to get purchased here from Mosca. Moments. Over onto this side, Contarius versus Camel Rider. Is advantage Camel Rider, but there's so many Contarius there, it doesn't really matter. And Tunison, he's probably waiting for this next Chaos for his big attack. But that's going to allow a half-complete Osiris in. Hero Catapulti is going to be getting converted. He needs a lot of hero units to actually break through all of this. This is as spicy as it's ever going to be. Like, okay, let me put it into perspective. Every villager you build has an upfront cost, of course. And then it pays that self off, and then it's going to be income for the rest of the game until that villager dies or is idle or whatever. Tunison here, he's been idle on this town center for like 5+ minutes. 5 minutes. So, yeah, he's just going mass heroes now to try and break this with his chaos. His chaos is 15 seconds from completion. Villagers are making their way over onto this Migdol. The entirety of Tunison's game plan here is take this fight, take it now, win the game in this one foul swoop. Migdol stronghold getting dropped here. Locust onto this army on the back, onto everything, as the army here of Mosca getting annihilated, as he's already down to 2.5k resources. Shifting sands from Mosca to try and get out of there. Villagers will finish off the Migdol on the top side of the map. And Tunison's attack has ended up working. He spots the Pharaoh as well, and he's going to be able to take that out. So no Son of Osiris to help out on the defense as Mosca. He's got 2 Migdols up. The Carnivore are helping out, taking these buildings down. The units to surround this Migdol stronghold where there are 5 villages. The villages on the top here coming through. There's going to be access to some mummy and things like that. But Tunison hits literally the best possible timing he can. He catches the Son of Osiris out. He takes out the entirety of the army. He's got to start training villagers now. Surely he starts the villager train. He's got 6.7k military resource value. The villagers diving into the Migdol stronghold. There's no production here for Mosca now. He can't realistically build out of this Migdol. He's got no gold in the bank. The camel riders coming through over to try and catch out the Satyr. There's no Son of Osiris for at least another like 30 seconds. So I think it takes like 90 seconds to respawn. The Migdol stronghold will be falling, and Mosca taps out as Tunison shows off a spicy variation in the Oranos game plan. This is a throwback. I didn't bring it up, but it's a throwback to Legacy Oranos. I remember the player, More Champions Oranos. He would so often cut auto queue to get himself a military advantage and then just break through everything because you got that shockwave to just carry you through. You've got that carnivore, you got that chaos to carry you through and win that most important fight. And in those situations, it doesn't matter if your opponent's got more villages if they don't have the units. Mosca makes a critical error here. How do you beat this? Well, the critical thing you need here is defensive structures. That's how you defend against these sort of villager cut ideas. Of course, Mosca doesn't know that Tunison's villager cutting, but in a way you do. If the score is close, you can kind of make some sort of an idea around it. Look at this differential on military score here. Of course, this is all in on the Mythic Age as well. If that 2,400 resources goes into Mosca's just making units, maybe the fight goes differently. Maybe just shifting sands away, push back after the chaos, heals everything up. Maybe he's totally fine and just wins the game. Can use those villagers with Skin of the Rhino as well to shank and hold on there. But nonetheless, we're tied at 1 apiece here. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 3. Next game is going to be on Anatolia. We've seen a lot of Anatolia. These players are enjoying it. Sure, it can get banned out. Now, this one's been ace-picked. Mosca really likes this map. And it's going to be a Hades versus... a Hades versus Gaia affair here. No ecograph there. It doesn't matter. What does the ecograph mean? Sorry. My man had 2 Migdols. That's true. He did have 2 Migdols, but is that really enough? I don't think so. Alrighty. We're going to be jumping into this next game momentarily here, guys. And the score differential is 1-1. Oh, we can also check this out. We'll check out little map stats here. Hades versus Gaia in this tournament. 0 wins for Gaia. Can Tunison figure this one out? That's the big question. Oops. Oh, whoop. Click the wrong button. We're back to the screen. I think the wrong button. Nothing to do about it. It's a tough life. But yeah, we actually haven't seen Hades versus Gaia on this map in quite some time. I definitely don't think it's bad. Not by any stretch of the imagination. You've got ideas of going for Automaton here as the Gaia, or at least just going for the Leto angle into getting extra favor, to go into the Heroic Age and make yourself a whole bunch of Stymphalian birds, which are also really good, or Behemoth, which are also really good. In fact, Behemoth are one of those units that I'm still waiting for people to try and make a strategy around. But yet to see it. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. But let's jump in onto Anatolia here for game number 3. Tunison and Mosca tied at 1 apiece. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, into game number 3 in the top of the map. Currently winning a very, after winning an incredibly aggressive game. I did tell you, we've got a clash of styles here. It is Tunison, and he is playing some Gaia. Over onto the left-hand corner of the map. Hades for Mosca. A stock standard. He is one of the resident Greek experts. Loves some Greek. Gets himself a dock up the... Oh. Oh, hello there, good sir. Is that a dead villager? Did I miss a villager kill? Oop, we also need to do a bit of a pause here, unfortunately. Did I? That is fixed, okay. Did I? Was it a villager? No, surely not. There's no way you lose... Can someone do the math quick for me? There's 9 villagers total out. Okay, so you start with 4. You start with 4, then the 18 seconds. It is? He killed a villager? There's literally 3 villagers walking up here now for Mosca. If he can circle around this... Oh, God. I think Mosca's on tilt. I think Mosca's on tilt here. Wait, can I look at the post game? I can't look at the post game. The Oracle does not spot these villagers coming in. At the very least, the dock is going to be getting finished. This does not get spotted by Tunison. We will see a dock coming up from Tunison as well, as this villager will venture up to the top side of the map. And the villagers will all make... God, that is such an expensive dock. Oh, dear. That is so expensive. Nonetheless, I mean, this is just mad advantages for Tunison to kick this game off with. Of course, Tunison did send citizens to both sides of the map to kick the game off in search of villager shanking, obviously. But Mosca does have to, let's take that, like, that nice breath. The villagers have sort of split themselves up here. Mosca, or we do obviously see that Tunison now sees the dock up, so he knows he has not quite got the advantage he would have liked. It's not fully converted, but nonetheless, dock in for Mosca now on this side. And we'll see what Mosca can do to bring this game back into some sort of equilibrium. I'll check if the Atlantean villagers got a kill.
Fushi.
There you go. All right. P was TV. You are the smart man. Unless that was just from a goat, though. He could have just killed a goat. All right, let's check out the relics while we're waiting for these guys to sort everything else out. I don't think there's going to be anything else crazy happening. Chariot of Sibel over there is a very nice relic to help out in this map. We've got that Hecate's Torch, another amazing relic for this matchup for both sides. Grass Cutting Sword, S triple plus tier relic for the Gaia, and also super helpful for the Hades. And finally, Pandora's Box here. Man, there's some amazing relics on this map. Now the temple coming up for Mosca. Hand axe, pickaxe, and all the other good stuff in for Tunison. As he says, it's time to get some shenanigans going. And man, there's still not an advance here from Mosca. This is a 6-minute and 30-second advance. It's not the end of the world, but this is so late. How many docks has he got? He's got 4 docks total. He might need, like, he might really need an extra one here, because you, like, if you're Tunison here, you're just like, let me just get some dudes. I just could kill you. He's dropping a marker down, maybe looking for a very quick Rhea. Okay, an interesting development here. So not going to take any real advantage out of this super late advance from Mosca. But Rhea is very big. I was talking about this before. The Behemoth, this unit is actually a really, really strong unit to include in your actual army. Of course, it's good at killing off buildings, but it sort of smacks hard. And it's costing food, which is obviously, on a map like Anatolia, a nice thing. As Athena just about to pop here for Mosca. Gets himself his free Minotaur. Do have ourselves a Siege Bareme over here as well. Just looking to put some pressure. And up to the top here, the Tunison Servant. Poking his nose around, trying to get some little bits of damage done. And a market for Mosca. So who... Did Tunison sell yet? No. Generally, the person who puts the market up first and sells first gets the advantage here, but... I guess there's no real rush to selling the food. Nonetheless, one Siege Bareme here from Tunison going to be going down as Mosca is in a perfectly nice position to just defend everything, even though his docks are on the wrong side of the map. And Tunison is pulled back nicely, hanging back onto this position. Trying to figure out where to next. And Rhea is on the way. Now, Rhea does bring with it Rhea's gift, which gives you a little bit of a favor back. And one angle here for Tunison. While I did suggest Behemoth, but you could just make yourself, like, straight up for Nereid and absolutely dominate one side of the water. Because you're going to be able to one-hit Skylar coming out, one-hit anything come in. Use the special, then run away. Heal up with the Caladria and things like that. Perfectly valid approach. There's also the trader for the Skylar as well. It's the fire ships now. Getting targeted down. We do have one Carnivora. Water Carnivora to come through. Let's do a lot of damage onto these ones. Technically speaking, you want to drop that onto the Juggernauts if you can. Because these guys got low hack armor, so the hack damage of the Water Carnivore is quite high. Nonetheless, Rhea, moments away here. So we'll see exactly what the plan is with this much gold in the bank and that much favor income, though he's missing an oracle. He's missing quite a few oracles here if he was going to be going for that plan. So he immediately drops a couple of barracks. Going to be making those Contarius out to raid the land. Over onto this side, it's the units to charge forward. The Nereid here can heal up and all the other good stuff. This guy, like, we'll see. Once that special attack comes through, you'll see it does so much damage. 150 hack. Of course, it takes 3 seconds, but smack, big damage in. And like, do you just delete the Skylar? He's going to be getting himself the Argo here. And Mosca has... maybe he deleted it? No, he's got a garrison for the time being. With the Argo going to be in, Argonauts is coming through, so an answer for all these myth units on the way up onto the top side does Trader. One Skylar here away. There's another Skylar to come through. You do have a little bit of time to actually use this 162 seconds remaining. And Tunison will have to bail out on this spot as the Nereid coming in onto the top. Stay away from that Argo. Give that bottom side, or at least just play defense underneath your docks versus this bottom side. Get at least a special ability off onto the Mosca Skylar there before dying. And you can just take out this top side because there's no Argo to deal with your Nereids. So there's already 2 out onto this spot here. And Mosca in full retreat. Meanwhile, Contarius in full force, rushing across the map. There's really not much in this main base here for Mosca. He's finishing up on this gold mine as well as the Zom. Forced out, catches out an Achilles there. Curse gets dropped down. That's a lot of pigs over for Mosca to eat later. But Tunison gets out of there. Defensive curse forced. That's nice. Up onto the top side. Not a whole lot of serious progress being made from Mosca just yet, as he's losing everything on this top side. Meanwhile, already Atlas pre-queued here for Tunison. He doesn't want to forget it. He just says, let me just pre-queue that one so when we get there, we get there. And a whole bunch of hoplites now queued up. As Tunison has some options here. He can sort of go, okay, you know I'm making Contarius, so maybe we can switch away from them and make my Millos. Military Academy. All starting to come through. And so Contarius turning, looking for a little bit of a fight here. Not quite able to... Oh, does catch out the Ajax nicely. And he'll be pulling back for the time being. Up onto the top side there. Fishing ships going down left, right, and center. And this top water is claimed on the bottom side. Not really defending over here, but he's still getting as much food income as he possibly can. Over onto this side, though, the Behemoth gets caught out. The heroes in hot pursuit. And so Contarius need to get around to actually defend this one. In a way, you just sort of turn around and start utilizing this directional plating. If you face the heroes, they do half damage or something. Meanwhile, Palace in the center of the map. Tunison running away with this game, it looks like. Charging into the main base, trying to get some damage done. Mosca, temple up over onto this side. You can sort of sack this left side, move over to the right. The gold mine and wood line there is perfectly fine. There's also still a restoration in hand for Mosca. As the hoplites come through. He's going to pull out of this position and see what he wants to do. And the Ajax will be falling as Mosca is. He is in a lot of trouble now. That being said, he's still got a gold mine. He's still okay. He can get himself up to full pop. Just because the Atlantean player has an advantage now does not mean that means the game is won or lost from any sort of technical standpoint. guess the big advantage... Ooh. There's another trader comes through. The Skylar will end up going down, but the Argo getting targeted down by this Siege Marine. Does he win this fight? Surely he wins this fight. Maybe he doesn't. I don't even know. He's a strong boat. That's for sure. Meanwhile, Hoplites coming through. There is that Rhea's gift to come through, and then Orichalcum Mail there for the cost of 0 favor is going to be really nice. But what else are you going to spend that favor on, Mr. Tunison, moving forward in this game? Nice heavy infantry to come through. Actually, let's just take a look at this damage here. It's 13.3 hack damage per second. That's not nothing, but it's mostly just 700 HP with 50% reduced damage coming in. Ends up being 1400 HP if you're facing the unit that's attacking it. So that's a very tanky dude to be adding into your army. Now a second talent center coming up for Tunison to try and get his advantage that little bit more in check here. Over onto this backside. Montarius coming through. The Murmillos getting their damage done as restoration to come through. Heavy Murmillos is in. One Contarius. Is that going to be enough of a help here? Orichalcum Mail as well, just ignoring the restoration. Hoplites versus Murmillos generally favors the Murmillo. As more, look at that queue of Murmillos there. Mosca needs to get himself some Hypaspis out here. He's still taking this fight, and this fight is going heavily in the favor of this Bite of the Shark Orichalcum Mail Murmillo. Now Mosca has to pull back. He does have 74 favor. Another restoration is 79 seconds away. So he can wait that one out. Of course, this gold line is expiring, so he doesn't really have the time to make this happen. And Tunison is laser focused on these gold mines. He's got line of sight here, here, here. All the gold mines seemingly on the top of the map there as well. There's not going to be any opportunities for sneaky maneuvers here. But a fairly respectable army out for Mosca now. The problem is, Implode is coming. Implode is coming, and pain is on the way. 119 HP on her Hypaspis. Full Murmillos for Tunison. He could just heroize all these guys as well. Just for the sake of it. Another palace to come up as Tunison sees the Hypaspis and goes, all right. Let's pull back. Let's get some mixed units in. A fortress is going to come up for Mosca. I've seen many times these types of kind of, not necessarily greedy. Tunison's well and truly in the advantage. There's not really any sort of timing that Mosca can push to get anything back here. But these sort of quick-ish mythic ages to grab a god power and finish off their opponent. I've seen this backfire so many times in recent memory. One saving grace here, I've said this before, but one saving grace is restoration after the implode. It's not going to help those Toxotes, but it will help the Hypaspis, it will help the Hoplites, so the Hoplites are almost dead. So that's not going to be that big of an assistance. Now Mosca does see somewhat of an opportunity to take out a little bit. I guess the other problem here is that the villagers all on this gold mine with an implode on top of them, that's going to kill the villagers as well. As the army from Tunison says, it's time to go. Let me charge forward. Baiting, switching, implode, dropping down. The villagers need to bail on this one. Mosca's trying to keep as many of his units alive. The villagers pulling back. A couple of them do get sucked in. Their life will be over there. In fact, every unit gets sucked in. I think this might just be game over for Mosca. 205 pop versus 89. There is nothing remaining as the restoration comes in from Mosca as a bit of a last-ditch effort, but man, Tunison is so far. He's got 3 towns and it's full pop. All the fish. Just complete dominating gameplay from Tunison in this one. And I mean, like, let's look at it. I missed it, but 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wasn't actually. Looks like the villager did die around about. So that's 18. When did it die? Oh, so at 36. There, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Don't ask me questions. Let's not rewatch it. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what's going to happen for game number 4. Tunison is currently on match point now. He just needs one more win, and he does get to go over and meet Lamista in the finals. Alrighty, we are going in onto the map step now, and it's going to be a set versus Kronos game. Let the spiciness begin. One god still in the back pocket here for Mosca. Holding on to it for dear life is that ace-picked Tsukuyomi. He does also have Zeus there if he wants it. But you have to imagine he's saving that Tsukuyomi for whenever Kronos gets knocked off here. But Tunison, one win from moving on. It could be a quick one. We've seen it be quick before. Kronos can finish players off in less than 4 minutes, it seems. Less than 4 minutes. That being said, I think Set is perfectly fine with defending this, right? Like, come on. It's not an issue. So long as Mosca's got his build down, he should be fine here. He should be fine. But we'll have to wait and see. Okay, so here's the other thing. Even if Mosca gets behind from the get-go, there is an advantage for the late game for the Set. Set has a big advantage versus Kronos with Horus. So if he can just hold on, same thing with Ra, right? Like both of these gods are very similar. If you can just hold on for that late game, you will be able to find some wins with Horus. So there's that. But we are on a very aggressive map. It is Step. This is really nice for Set as well versus the Kronos, if you can actually make it happen. There's obviously the Lolito idea from the Kronos as well. Doesn't even have to rush. You just advance late, get yourself 6 oracles, make yourself a whole bunch of automatons, whole bunch of spider layers on your second gold mine, play defense. When the Egyptian player charges in, you're just going to say, happily run over all my spider layers, deal with all my automatons, and we'll see. There's also the hero citizen angle for fast theft of fire with a huge amount of boosted economy. Don't know how much I like that in this specific matchup unless the Set player is going to do something a little bit offbeat, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. Game number 4. Tunison up 2-1. Mosca, like he's still got some really, like he just has to play solidly here. Solid set, play defense, get past the Kronos problems. He's going to be okay. There is one tiny problem, but let's talk about it. In the game, onto the map, Step. Set versus Kronos. Let's check it out. we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 4. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Kronos, it is Tunison. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Set, it is Mosca. He's already throwing up his houses, looking to defend his gold mine, moving over onto the wood line here. He's got boars underneath his town center as well. Tunison, he is looking like he is going for a rush. Now, this could be bait. It doesn't have to be a rush. You can take this citizen off of gold, put it over onto wood, and just get all the overgather the gold, put the mana down, put the temple down later. There are some tricky ways to do this, but this is looking like the Kronos rush, just seeming to be a very popular way to play Kronos in this tournament. Temple coming through. Mosca is going to have his work cut out for him. The question is, does Mosca have a build order down? 344 is the timing you're looking for in this matchup, especially if you've got aggressive animals. This is a very, very simple build to get yourself a 344 advance, temple up, all that other good stuff. It's not a problem. We're not seeing Leto. Okay, this changes things completely. This is a very, very simple defense. Leto is the problem, because what happens with Leto is he charges underneath your town center. Any damage that the town center does is just going to get repaired back off, and well, you're going to have idle town center time, like idle villager time, a huge amount of it. The temple now getting shot up. Still having these animals of Set trying to shank down, as the Oracle will be able to spot this temple here. There is the temple coming up. Do you ever... Okay, in seeing that, I think you just take all the villagers forward and just shank the temple. That's my take. This isn't that far away. Just move forward, shank the temple. He doesn't go for it. I'll say it again. All you need, as the houses coming down to defend, is 9 villagers on the temple before 10 seconds. And the temple will fall. Nonetheless, these Prometheans will cause a little bit of idle time. The priests, Pharaoh, to sit back here, can sit onto food. No real problems here. Gets little bits of damage done. This one monument in a very, very precarious position. Going to get targeted down. Losing that is not ideal. As the priest Pharaoh pulling back, going to start seeing a whole bunch of Terma to come through. There's plenty of villagers here happily grabbing the food underneath the main town center, so not really having any idle time on this one. Just a lack of gold, so to speak. As Mosca does manage to get to the next age now. It's a little bit on the late side, but he's still there. No problems. And the Promethean will be going down over here. Very, very quickly to this priest Pharaoh shenanigans. Now the Wadjet is out. A couple of extra units to come through. The villagers now coming over onto the gold mine here. Trying to hold off against all of this shenanigans. Healing everyone up. No real angle just yet for the barracks or anything like that. An extra priest wouldn't go astray. There's the wall. Trying to get shot back up here. He's got to pull that. Ooh, never mind. Healing is a perfectly valid angle here, as the wall will get beaten down, though, as the villagers have to pull back. So some good defense here from Mosca thus far. But still not any buildings up. A market coming up onto the back here. As the villagers still trying to just finish this wall off. The house over here is almost dead as well. One villager there does end up going down, as Tunison, good focus fire there. Oracle getting targeted down there by the Wadjet, managing to take that one out. Another house goes down. Priest and Pharaoh need to be careful, need to keep getting that healing in. As villagers get pushed back yet again. And we see the barracks now coming up. Houses coming through as well. Villagers can get onto the chickens. No problems there. That's the Wadjet. Good control, man. Mosca is playing such a clean defense here thus far. Such a clean defense as the Terma making their way forward. 2 Terma do end up falling. There is access to potential shifting sands over onto this gold mine if Mosca wants to do that type of thing. Ooh, and the priests, pharaohs, pulling back, still trying to keep everyone alive. Does manage to pick up another Promethean. Villagers getting caught out on this spot, pulling for the tower yet again. Jesus, the pharaoh almost dead. Great healing from Mosca, but my god, is he close to falling? He needs to keep all of these units alive. The Terma numbers are still climbing here as Mosca just has not been able to make anything happen on the defense. He hasn't built a single unit just yet. Apart from the priests. The 2 priests is built. That's all he's managed to get out here. Nonetheless, the Slinger finally out as Pharaoh charges forward, picks off another hero Terma there. Villager differential 21 to 26, still close. Houses coming up all onto the bottom side of the map there as the Slinger numbers will slowly start coming in. Another counter barracks to come through as the Vision does get dropped down into the main base, just checking what's happening. There's no town centers or anything happening behind this. Good control there from the Slinger. Dodging left, right, and center. Promethean goes down. This Wadjet is just getting so much value. Look at the damage he's done. Nearly 300 here. Conversely, over onto this side. The Terma numbers, they are getting limited nicely. But building Slingers into this amount of Terma is very difficult to make it all work. But slowly but surely, it's looking like Mosca is going to be able to break out of the clutches here of Tunison. More houses over onto this side as, man, you would love to be able to just get like a watchtowers in, but then your opponent just kind of deconstruct. Maybe you could go for another tower on the front or something. Now double Wadgets are in. There's not really any answer for these Wadgets apart from hero Terma, but they'll get targeted down by the Slingers. As the trades thus far, they're just favoring Mosca. They are literally just favoring Mosca. Tunison does need to pull back and start reassessing. He's done a little bit of damage, but continuing to charge in here and trying to take out villagers or priests or units. He's losing so many units to charge in, and these priests are just sitting healing off all the damage that these Terma are doing. Picks off another hero Terma there, and Tunison, he can't continue to do this. I guess the only real angle here is, well, gold mine expiring. Villagers are back onto this wall yet again, and now with no Prometheans, it's going to be a bit of a tricky angle there as the villager does manage to pull back, keeping itself alive. Mosca's defense impeccable. However, Hyperion behind this for Tunison. As Mosca has to know that something like that is going to be coming his way. Getting himself the leather frame shield, looking to move into a whole bunch of spears. Barracks coming up. There's only 3 oracles here for Tunison, which does make life very, very tricky here in terms of making those satyr, which you need to break through all of this. But at this point, these units, I mean, he's got, basically Mosca's got to be thinking about next gold mine. How is he going to secure that? Needs a whole bunch of priests to deal with the satyr. He's going to have to play around to chaos. He does have shifting sands for that, though. So not the end of the world. Over on this side, one lone spearman in search of oracles to slay. There's a military barracks coming up. Heroic Age now in. Satyrs coming through. Gets some extra damage in. Turns around, gets those electron bullets to come through. You have to shifting sands this, right? No? A bit late on the reaction there from Mosca. He pulls back into his main base. We'll be able to heal off all that damage. And this gives time over to Tunison to some degree. Does shifting sands cancel chaos? It doesn't cancel it, but it gets your village, it gets your units to safety. And then if you got the priest, you can just heal off the damage. So it is a technical counter. Spearmen are going to be making their way out of the main base, looking for any raids. Hitting these villages on this position would be nice. On the gold mine would be nice. This gold mine here for Mosca has expired, though. This makes life so very, very tricky for Mosca. He has to get out of his base. I mean, there's gold mines on the right side. He's pumping units. So like full classical fight to break out of this position makes some sense. No chaos, no favor for the chaos though. It's coming through. But if he does that, then there's not going to be any favor for the satyrs, which is sort of the issue unit. The priests do manage to get some good damage done onto those satyrs at the back. Nice try on the micro there from Tunison, but a little bit too slow. Hero Valor comes down onto the priest there as the priest charging forward. Going to be able to take out the next satyr over here. A must-win fight at the moment for Mosca. It's looking like he's able to do so, as now he can make his way into the center of the map and secure the gold mine. Though a whole bunch of Mamillos do stand there waiting, watching. As the rest of these villagers will just say, give me this gold mine. Tunison, he wants to keep Mosca from getting to the Heroic Age. Heroic Age means priests, extra range, able to deal with the satyr even easier. At the moment, I still only 4 oracles in for Tunison. He's not able to get the value that he really wants here. Now, of course, another chaos would be lovely, but no favor for that as well. Very, very difficult situation. As the obelisk comes through, Mosca's going to be looking to grab himself that survival equipment, keep the villagers in one piece. 42 villages to 46. This has got to be thought of as somewhat of an advantage for the set, because you know he's got the cheaper units with the monument, making things cheaper, so it doesn't need as many resources. But I mean, especially this differential is so small, and the citizens are that much worse than a villager that it just does not. It's just advantage for Mosca. Meanwhile, Tunison has to back up. And he's going to be looking to put some heavy pressure onto this position as the villagers will pull back. There's plenty of units in here for Mosca, but I mean, the question here is, do you risk taking a fight, or do you just bring your villagers back, jump onto food, get Heroic Age, and call it a day? Hero Miller's now coming in for Tunison as he's looking for a big fat all-in on this position. Taking out the counter barracks is nice. There is an angle to move up to this gold mine as well, though there is an oracle over there. In fact, look at the oracle placement from Tunison. It's all on this top side, and Mosca just has not been able to get over there and check that out. All these heavy Murmillos, this is going to be a really tough fight, though there is a big population advantage here. The villagers to come through, trying to take out the satyr on the back with those priests with very little range. They charge forward. Murmillos taking them down. This satyr also pulling back. The Wadget's doing huge damage. Axeman numbers sort of small, but he's getting a whole bunch of them out here. Still 2 Satyr remaining. The Wadgets are a decent counter to them, but a misclick from Tunison as the priests are going to get that revenge damage in, and Tunison just cannot break through as he gets sent packing yet again in this game. Term is going down. Got to be careful not to overcommit there. Does pull back. No problems. Back onto the gold mine, spamming out units. I'd love to see even a 3rd monument now. The Wadgets have been so key in the defense for Mosca in this game that a handful more would just not go astray in the slightest. Villagers up to the top here to grab this ball. Walls already coming through for Mosca. The fundamentals, they never change. Doesn't matter if you're 2 town center, 1 town center, 5 town center. Protect your villagers. Walls up. This ball here will be getting grabbed. Can move into the back corner as well. Eat those bears. There's an oracle there. That's going to get spotted. As now Tunison has got nothing. He feels like he's got nothing else he can do except for just try and poke. Get me in there. Another chaos as an idea at this stage. Maybe. Oh, military barracks time shifting in behind all this. This does get spotted by Mosca, but he has to be looking at the minimap to see that blue dot. One idea here from Mosca is from Tunison is to put the units into the military barracks and then pop them out once he has a couple. So the top side, Mosca is searching for oracles and things to take out. Now, Nephthys finally on the way for Mosca. He doesn't want that Sekhmet. I don't blame him. Against Kronos, there's no real need to overcommit on the strength of the slinger. Nephthys gives yourself a little bit more survivability with the ancestors. Priests get a little bit of a boost with Nebti. Funeral rites to help yourself stay alive. Losing an army means a little bit of gold back for it all. As Tunison heading back in, he's still got himself a little bit of favor to gain here. And Mosca, man, he is respecting this to the nth degree. 700 gold in the bank. No favor for another Shifting Sands. Villagers over on this top side. Does Tunison spot them? Yes, he does. He sees the villagers here. The villagers will pull off of this position, pull back home. All Mosca wants here is a heroic age and his upgrades. And then he can take this fight no problems. Axeman upgrades, Slinger upgrades, Spearman upgrades. He's also got that right side to sort of attempt to move across to. Heavy Axeman on the way. Man, what a careful, calculated decision from Moss. Can he sell some wood? Not really. He's going to come back into the gold mine. As he upgrades to come through. Axeman, Spearman. There is enough gold here almost. As Nepti does come through. I like that pickup. I actually think if you can grab funeral rites as well. Take a look at this technology here. Grab funeral rites as well. 8 gold back per unit. That's huge. Of course, there will be a chaos in bank here. To favor until that chaos is ready. The Mosca is trying to just charge here. Let's pick off that Satyr. And that allows him... Oh, that's a siege works. That's not what I thought it was going to be. Of course, Tunison might have like a mythic age coming or something like that. So Mosca's got to be looking for pressure. I mean, with this amount of Murmilla, you can kind of put that idea out of your head. Second Townsend are now coming through for Tunison. But now Tunison is the one who is looking like he's getting gold starved. But 190 population, Kronos army. Is this going to be enough to break through here? The population differential is literally equal in terms of military as the Chaos comes onto that backside. Ancestors gets called down. Chaos now over as the fight to ensue. There's not really a whole bunch you can do in this one. It's just kind of get the units, get as many units as you possibly can attacking. The Momilo trying to break through here. Those Axemen are so good as a counter, especially with that star upgrade. Population differential does seem to be favoring Mosca here. One extra bonus is he could start healing with those priests to keep everyone alive rather than using them to attack. And he survives that next chaos. Priest can get to work on the healing. Up on the top there is a palace here, so the gold mine is secured. 2 TC for Tunison. Mosca will need to start be thinking about where to next. Chariot archers getting mixed in. Siege towers as well. Now Mosca can look to take out the palace at the top here. He's going to roll forward with the siege tower to take out this military barracks. Over here, funeral rites is now coming through. This is the technology I was talking about. 8 gold per dead unit. It's just a huge amount of resources in your back pocket. And Mosca can rotate down to the bottom side of the map. Plenty of food over here. Siege Works does get harassed down, but leaves with 196 HP there just for a little bit. And where to next here for Tunison? He's not able to break through this army. What can he do? Barracks getting cleaned up. Horus pre-queued for Mosca. I talked about this early. This Mythic Age is so good for set in this matchup. Horus is such a big boost in power to the Spearmen, to the Axemen. Also, Avengers don't go astray either. So all those barracks will end up falling.
N wedge.
And Mosca, yet again, just so safe. Now he has his second town center up. Another Migdol to secure this gold mine on the back. Looking for some raids onto the top gold mine there. Does manage to find it with a handful of spearmen. Bit of an engagement into the middle of the map. Super important to be microing these Arcus. You cannot leave them standing still versus slingers. Shoot, scoot, pull the slingers into the army so that you can actually attack them with everything else. But it's looking like Mosca's army overwhelming Tunison's on that spot. He's dropped down to 120 population. The Contarius numbers are going to start popping through, but Spearmen already coming in as a result, as a response. As the elephant in the siege tower pushing forward, and this palace is not going to last long here if Mosca wants to keep this attack alive. He's now clicked up through Horus, which means Tornado to come through, which is even more pain coming Tunison's way. The destroyers poking away, but siege towers do end up falling there, and Mosca, he can just take his time. Tornado to kill off this position, perfectly fine. Grab this town center, perfectly fine. One Contarius over here. Gonna slowly poke down a couple of villagers. You can turn and shank this. Does he micro? He does. Beautiful. As Contarius will have to pull back, but Tunison's idea here is if he can get over here and kill off these villagers, it's going to be huge. The wall, he's trying to put this up, but it's just not going to be working. 14 seconds remaining on the town center. 10 seconds remaining on the town center. Oh, this is going to be a bit of a massacre of villagers, but I think the town center is going to finish it. 2 seconds, 1 second, and the villagers will be able to garrison, but that's a lot of damage there. That's the type of damage which Tunison really needs. He's up to 100 villagers. He's behind on the advance time, but he will be able to get to implode now, which does help him out in a big way. The only problem is Mosca has 3 town centers. His Horus upgrades are pre-queued. He's got enough favor to get himself those Horus upgrades as well. And sure, you can kill off this army once over, but Funeral Rites is in. There is a Chaos. I'm going to drop that onto this army yet again. He could Shifting Sands away if he wants to, but not really any need to do so. He can just back up and then take the fight again. Siege Towers coming through. A whole bunch more Spearmen in queue to barrel in onto this position. As there's the Tornado getting dropped onto the Toxo, onto the Arcus, but immediate pullback micro there. Population is plummeted for Tunison as this position will end up falling. The barracks don't yet have those unique upgrades to come through, those mythical upgrades from Horus to come through, but I'm sure they'll be soon to come in. And Tunison up onto the top, trying to get another palace there to hold on to everything. Arcus going down left, right, and center, and Mosca is going to be heading to the main base here momentarily. Over onto this side, Spearman poking down villagers underneath the town center. He doesn't have the upgrade just yet, but these guys go from 5.3 speed up to, I think it's like 5.5 or 5.7 speed or something. They are so speedy once this tech comes through. Take a look. Smack. 5.8, 5.75 speed, I believe, is the actual number. And into the main base, the Spearman raids are just going to be cleaning house here, and even with an implode onto this spot, what do you care if you're Mosca here? He's at 80 villages, economy gigantic. Implode onto this side, just run. The palace at the very least does look like it's going to be surviving. Spearman over here cleaning up villages left, right, and center. A little bit of glimmer of hope as the population drops a tiny bit there for Mosca, but Tunison is still behind on population. The Spearmen managed to pull themselves out of here as the upgrades are going to continue to come through, and Tunison in the 28th minute of this game does accept defeat. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a game 5 for our winners bracket semi-final number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, are you not entertained here? An incredible defense from Mosca. It's just been the story of this matchup for the entirety of it. Mosca on the defense, Tunison on the offense. Non-stop. One more game. For the privilege or the punishment, I don't know which one you want to call about, which one you're going to call it, of playing the Mr. in the winners bracket finals. One last game. Let's jump in, see what they're going to pick, and see how it's going to go. Alrighty, it's going to be a Tsukuyomi versus Nuwa for our final game of this stream. A final matchup. Tsukuyomi versus Nuwa. Did not mean to click that. Oopsie daisies. Finally clicked it correctly. Alrighty. Well, one last matchup. Nothing between these two players. Except for this final game, which will separate them, obviously. But they're both playing an incredible series. I think for the first time in this series, we've got a matchup which flips the script. We have a matchup that flips the script here. The Nuwa normally plays defensive here. Nuwa is normally the defender in this matchup. Will Tunison try and force it? There are a whole bunch of cheeses available. Like if it's a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake, Tunison is very well in his right to just go and mini Yeti cheese Mosca out of this finals. It exists. That's totally a thing. Anyways, let's take a little look-see at this map, this matchup, and see what it's actually looking like. We haven't seen a single game of Tsukuyomi versus Nuwa. Not a single game. We've seen plenty of Ghost Lake picks and bans and shenanigans, but not a single game of Tsukuyomi versus Nuwa. Well, that's the spice, ladies and gentlemen. There are 19 gods. That's 19 times 19 different matchups. I did the math for you guys, right? I did the math. 361 different matchups. Actually, that's not quite true because the mirror matchups don't repeat. 19 times 18 times 17 times 16 times 15 all the way down. That's the math. You guys can do the math. Anyways, let's jump into the last game here on the map Ghost Lake. Let's check it out. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, one final game. Tunison has been taking it to Mosca non-stop in this game. Non-stop Tunison action. However, Mosca has been doing some non-stop Mosca defense. 2 successful aggressive Tunisons, 2 successful defensive Moscas. For the final game, we have a Ghost Lake. With the amount of gold mines on this map to create an absolutely chaotic game. Tsukuyomi versus Nuwa, I've got no idea. Don't ask me, I don't know. Is Tunison going to be going for some sort of a cheese? Doesn't look like it. Does Mosca have to defend against some sort of cheese? Not really. He's got a really nice gold mine. He can put a wall over here and he's fine. There is also you have to worry about creation. A couple of wall segments to come down and then some towers to start popping up and killing all this stuff. I'm just kidding. That probably won't happen. 1 gold mine Ghost Lake does lean itself towards an aggressive game. However, gold mines on the bottom side of the map, on the top side of the map, over here, over here, over here, over here. There's so many. This leads itself towards really, really long games. I guess we'll have to wait and see what these guys are going to pick as the temple is coming up for Mosca on the front. Over here, we've got some relics to have a look at. We've got that bow of Artemis. Just going to be making the ranged soldiers cheaper. Huge relic for Mosca, actually, to start making those Yumi horse archers cheaper, which is going to be a big help for him in this matchup. Over here, we've got the Zhurang. Ooh. With How To, this is a very, very disgustingly strong relic. Helps that Earth Wall stay alive for a lot longer. Up on the top side, there's the Tail Feathers of Heaven. Always nice to have those infantry units just hitting that little bit harder. And am I missing? I am. There's one final relic up on the top. Dwarven Horseshoes, which Nuwa is going to love. You obviously want to keep that away from the Tsukuyomi, but White Horse Cavalry? Nuwa has that 10% bonus HP, so she wants cavalry. Jurang doesn't affect Earth Wall. It's a wall, though. Is it not a wall? It says wall.
什么?
I guess I'm grateful that it doesn't affect the Earth Wall, but is it really not? Hang on. When we see Earth Wall, I'm going to check the tag. I feel like never ever trust Twitch chat. Never trust Twitch chat. We have got the house coming down as the clay peasants come through. This will be a very quick Earth Wall on this spot to defend. I see that it's tagged as Earth Wall. No, it's got no tag of wall. It's called a building. It's not a wall at all. That could be a mistake, by the way. You never know. It could be a bug. This game is perfectly has 0 bugs. So we could have found one. We could have. It's possible. The devs are doing an amazing job. All right. Miko coming up, and we are going to be seeing Mosca. Very cool, calm, collectedly just saying, hey, you're going for the town center? Great, I'll go for a town center. I love playing town center. I love it. Clay peasants making their way forward. And yeah, we've got ourselves as boomy of a game as it's ever going to be. A couple of Arctic Wolves over here. Going to get involved. Nibbling. Right. But yeah, town center is going to be finished for Moscow really, really quick. But for whatever reason, Tunison didn't look to put any pressure onto this. If he has a handful of... If he doesn't go for that ridiculously fast town center and gets a couple of pioneers out, that forces a stable and at the very least a Naginata rider before you can go for the town center. Or you need a whole bunch of Miko to just heal off the pain coming for you there. Well, that could be exactly what Mosca's going. Mosca could be role-playing as his Poseidon. Just walk up here and take this town center. Is he going to do that? Surely not. Mosca is crazy. He did this versus Recon in one of his games against, I think specifically against the Noir. So a really quick, fast 3TC gets himself out of Naginata Rider anyways. He did build the stable before the town center, I think. As Husbandry to come through. Doesn't look like it's going to be a third town center. Meanwhile, Gormang on the way as this Naginata rider just popping in. A couple of Halberdier are through to say, hello there, sir. Please remove thyself from this position. Meanwhile, Hachiman is pretty cute here for Mosca, so he wants to get this one in pretty quickly. He's got himself up an armory coming through as the Cheongchi coming in, but the simple defense here is, you know, Miko in position. As well as Zuragumo. Might not be a terrible idea to just get yourself a Bushi through, but nonetheless, the Tiger with the wings will simply just run away and then pull up and then doesn't even take any damage on that one. Nice play from Tunison. But I imagine both players here wanting to go to the heroic age. Like this idea for Tunison to just play into Cav seems like a really good idea. But Mosca does have Sashimono Bannerman. I'm not sure the interaction between Naginata Riders with Sashimono Bannerman versus Noir White Horse Cavalry with obviously the Gulmang upgrade. What's it called? Hooves of the Wind. But walls... Tunison is... He is channeling his inner chemo. Chemo not participating in this tournament, but he is here in spirit. The chemo walls, they're looking like it. Naginata to pull back. Hachiman is well and truly on the way here as the upgrades are going to come through. I think we're going to be seeing another new moon on the armory. Seems to be everyone's favorite usage right now. I still think it's pretty good on the temple, though. There aren't that many Miko out here for Mosca, so doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. If he goes for like 4 or 5 Miko before he advances or something, it makes some sense. But nonetheless, Xiangqi going to be pulling back. And we'll see where to next. Has a couple more houses to come up. The wall going to be coming up for Mosca as well. And there's also no real rush to drop New Moon onto the armory. There's like an angle here of, okay, if we're going to be playing a big boom and we're both going to be getting to the Mythic Age, we can just save New Moon, buy the bronze upgrades manually, then drop New Moon on the armory and also drop New Moon on the castle or on the town center as some very high value usages. Meanwhile, Shogun comes through. Shaft Mine, all the other good stuff on the way as well. And a ballet is going to get shot up incredibly quickly here. I imagine... Well, actually, there's a lot of food in the bank here for Tunison. He might just be thinking fast mythic here. I wouldn't blame him for thinking this, because, I mean, the game is being played very, very slowly. Up onto this top side, though. The naked shinobi. You don't get to see these guys all too often. He is checking things out for the time being. There's the Tengu searching for some damage. There's this ballet up as the Mosca Tunison. The Mosca Tunison? The Mosca Tengu coming through, and the villagers will pull back. Will be a dead villager, though, as one ends up falling. Just popping over onto this gold mine, though, for the time being, as Tunison needs as much of that gold as he possibly can. Yeah, Mosca's Tunison. My brain is stopped. Look, we're in the 7th hour of this stream. It's been a long stream, okay? Now we've got Hooves of the Wind to come through. As the White Horse Cavalry does get picked up, gets sent packing. Shotogumo getting that kill. Tengu going to be coming through. No upgrades, though. Just some naked Tengu to run around the map and cause some problems. As this one's around onto this side, you can dive over here and try and take out these villagers. They're in a really nice defensive position there, though. As Tunison under some pressure here. I'm going to get targeted down. These samurai do some real big damage. The units will be coming through. There is access to Swampland here. If he wants to drop that, he does drop the armory, or the New Moon onto the armory here. As he catches these units on this spot, back over onto the ballet, trying to snipe down those villagers with the White Horse Cavalry. Is this too much of a commitment, though, from Mosca, is the big question. The Quaofu hero does end up falling. More shinobi. Yumi horse archers to come through. And Tunison does need to give up on this spot. Mosca's going to be able to kill off the ballet, take out the forest protection. It's not the end of the world for Tunison. But Tunison does need to play a little bit of catch up here. Picking up another White Horse Cavalry. He does manage to survive 36 HP in a dream. It's the Tengu. Oh, hello. Just hanging out. It's like, what's going on, guys? Oh, I'm dead. All right, no worries. Nonetheless,
我是
Mosca
修
now has to chase down these White Horse cavalry. Well, the best way in, like, I mean, it's not really like Tunison's behind here, but the best way back into a game, the best way to further yourself in a game often is just kill off your opponent's villagers. If you're in equal position, 2 town centers versus 2 towns, get in, kill off the villagers. Don't lose any units to do so. But Mosca has got such a good defensive position that probably not that much of an issue. Another idea here for Tunison is to come forward and grab this town center and start locking off all of these gold mines, and then split the map split the map in half through the middle rather than sideways or something like that. Could dropping New Moon on the Mythic Temple be good? Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be making on Meraki and you haven't made any Myth units yet and you got a whole bunch of favor, then sure, why not? Full Iron's pretty valuable, though. You do get a lot of Bushido, though, for it, so that's a nice one. So the Naginata Riders getting caught out. Tunison erasing them there. Really nice catch on that is Mosca not paying attention. Of course, these are some very speedy White Horse cavalry. They're at 6.9 speed. Now Tunison wandering into the center of the map. Shinobi, Yumi Horse Archer. This is not a winning fight for Mosca in the slightest here. I feel like he needs some Yati Spearmen here or something to deal with these White Horse Cavalry. They are going to be very, very strong. Does turn around, takes the fight. Javelineers on the back can be amazing to take down the back there, as we do see a 100 favor costing Swampland getting dropped down. He has to use it though, because this is going to be a tough fight to be winning as the Shogun comes over, takes out that Tao Wu. Military differential at the end of this does end with Mosca managing to hold on and Tunison needing to pull back. So these Shinobi charging over here. One amazing usage of these Shinobi here is to just come in and take out houses, take out villages. They're so strong when you manually utilize the speed boot here. Basically is the villagers to come up looking for this town center, it looks like, or looking for these caribou. Over on this side, Tunison grabbing himself this town center. Onto the bottom side here. Mosca's Miko gets spotted. Even if you garrison, it's probably dead. Oh, she's stuck. I feel like she's going to die. I feel like she's dead. All right. Now, Mosca in the main base here. We'll have to deal with a whole bunch of White Horse Cavalry just charging in here and cleaning stuff. We see Watatsumi as the god of choice here for Mosca. That's a bit of a surprise. Normally we've been seeing Ukuni-Nushi, but Watatsumi is going to be boosting up the Shinobi, boosting up the Yumi Horse Archer, and also getting himself Shinigami and some Onmyodo. So Onmyoji getting boosted up as well if he wants to go down that path. He's making now some Yati Spearmen, a couple more Horse Archers. Both players are going to be on 3 town centers as the Kwafu to make its way around here, drop the ballet, doing all the good stuff. But I mean, the question is, how much is this damage really going to do? Because if you've got a mobile army like Tunison does, often these sorts of god powers aren't the best versus mobile armies. But we'll see if Mosca can actually make something happen with all of this as he's charging forward. Give us some value, but he might want to just pull down and take out the town center down the bottom. Stay away from the earth wall. It's such an amazing defensive position. That being said, all of those Yati Spearmen on this fight sort of melding in. They do so much damage here. And Tunison's got to be careful with how he actually takes this fight. But now the Mythic Age just about to pop for Mosca. He's pulling back. The usage of this God Power to come through. Hits on top of this army. Huge damage as it absolutely wipes out the Yumi. Not the Yumi, the White Horse Cavalry. They all get erased there. I don't even know how that... They must have just been running straight through the dragon. There's a villagers popping back in and out of this position. A castle coming over here for Mosca as well. Breaking through this, another forest protection to come down as Tunison, he has to stay heroic age and try and rebuild to break back out of this problem that he's got. The 5 Mikor pushing that favor up for another new moon onto the armory. That's going to be painful. There's still 25 favor needed. It's going to be about a minute away from full iron. Full iron. Meanwhile, Mosca's getting all of this gold secured. And where to next for Tunison? Another ballet coming up over here. Take a quick look at the upgrade situation. Not having that asymmetrical bows just yet. None of those upgrades to come through. It's pretty clear to me, I think Mosca's plan is to just get himself to 125 favor for another God Power cast. Watchtower comes through here for Mosca on the front. Shinigami helping out a ton. Like Watchtowers, he's also got that upgrade. So these things are kind of hitting pretty hard. 25.6 pierce damage per second with that unique upgrade. Now taking the town center for himself. Charging forward to take out these buildings and all the other good stuff. Tunison has hit himself up to 190 population. He's got enough stuff here to kind of hold himself and keep himself alive and push back. But the road ahead for Tunison is very, very long in this game. He's got a perfect unit composition, however, to deal with this as the new moon does come through, however. Full iron now in for Mosca. Full population. The Shinobi coming out perfectly. Lots and lots of resources in the bank for a whole bunch of Oyumi or maybe even Omyoji now. Also can make a whole bunch of archers in if he wants to. Can start a trade route, which he is going to be doing. Those deer caravan are coming through slowly. Now Mosca to get a castle up. As the Revenant Shinigami. This is the second tier. You have to get the technology as well to get that third tier of Shinigami through. Darth Sidious, yep, that's right. Seaside Infiltrators. We don't see that technology coming through all too often. I really like it. It gives your Shinobi invisibility. And you can use that to charge in and catch your opponent out with taking out a town center or something. And Tunison now has managed to get up to the Mythic Age. He hasn't really been building any units though, so he's going to be getting gold starved, it looks like. He will have a God Power to try and swing this one back in to break through here, but Mosca he's too good. He's got the castles coming up. He's got this position. Tunison says, GG, good sir. Too powerful for me on this day. And he's just not able to keep himself going here. I genuinely didn't expect that Watatsumi God Power to take out all of those heavy white horse cavalry, but I think Tunison ran directly into it. So if we take a quick look, I'll read it. I'll read the text. Watatsumi himself appears and circles around the origin of the typhoon for 4 seconds before flying off. Now this does 300 divine damage for 4 seconds. So it's a ton of divine damage on top of Watatsumi himself. Everything else doesn't do that much damage. So I think Tunison, in running off this way, he ran straight through Watatsumi, the dragon, and lost everything. So he had to actually split the army off into multiple different directions. I don't know where it actually spawns. It's just in circles, right? So you've got to move him one way, other way, and then you're going to be able to dodge a lot of that damage. Maybe that's all that happens. Maybe there's a specific way that he spawns. I don't know. But unfortunately for Tunison, not able to do it today. And Mosca, he will be moving on to face the Mister in the winners bracket finals. So I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did enjoy this tournament and you're enjoying all the games, make sure you hit the follow. Make sure you hit the subscribe. Make sure you do all the nice, good things and all the other stuff. Let's move over and talk a little bit about what's to come tomorrow. Alrighty. Where's my button? Alrighty, so that is all for today, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow's games, after all is said and done, tomorrow's games, we're going to be having ourselves the Challengers League semifinals. Now, unfortunately, there seems to be a little bit of an issue with Tiger Voss versus Deceive. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to see if we can fix that up. But that's going to bring our losers bracket quarterfinals forward in the day. We will have Nullis versus Isomato for the Challengers League semifinals at 1400 tomorrow. And then following that on, it's going to be the loser bracket quarterfinals. So that's going to be Rappel playing against 3DB, and Recon playing against Tunison. I believe that's what's going on. So, can't confirm or deny, but that's at 1700. Sorry, that's going to be at 1530 and then 1700 or whenever the games start. And then hopefully we're going to have Tiger Boss versus Deceive at the end of the day. But I believe they can't start until like 21:30 or something. So I don't even know if that's confirmed or not, but yeah. Alright guys, thanks so much for watching today. I'm going to head off, send you over to SatFat, who's streaming some Japan's balanced games. And all the other good stuff. Appreciate everyone. We had some amazing games. So I'll see you tomorrow for more of the same. And yeah, enjoy. I'll see you.